RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I was wondering what music Peyton Russell was going to pick. Good morning, great morning, amazing morning. Yahoo! Not enough morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. We are back. Pepe is already fist pumping. We have Cowboys insider and probably the biggest Nico hater on the show, Bobby Belt, Sean Sharif, and Ralph James, as they finally, it's a year.
Yes, 9 months.
9 months.
The birth of a child. Yeah, the conception was on, February 1st?
And there are people speculating that 9 months from now, there will be a lot of newborns in DFW.
There you go.
Because of yesterday's news that they fire Nico Harrison.
Yes, they did. A job done, Nico. As Kobe said, job's not finished. Job's not finished, Mav fans. You got
Careful, we're done invoking Kobe around here. That's over, too.
You're peacocking today. Now it's time to pressure old Patty to get out.
We'll get to that.
Sell the team, baby. This is a...
we'll get to that later on.
This is a move. This was a move that was... we talked about it on Monday. Like, when's it going to happen? Is it going to happen by the trade deadline, by the All-Star break, by Christmas Day? I don't think any of us thought 24 hours later.
No, but it was... Like we mentioned on Monday, when the insiders are all at the same time going like, I don't know that he's going to make it.
Yep.
Then you start going like, they're all hearing something. They've all heard something. They've all gotten a sense of something. And this had to be done. You could not let it go any further. It had to be done ASAP if you wanted to undo anything. It's the sunken cost fallacy like we talked about. If you want to undo any of the damage you've done with the fan base, you got to do it now.
Patrick Dumont shows up. A bunch of weird things the other night against the Bucks. He shows up for the first time since opening night. He shows up 2 hours early. He has the conversation with the SMU freshman who they want to build a statue of that gave Patrick Dumont the finger. His dad saw it and said, hey, next time you see Patrick Dumont, what are the chances? I thought this was going to be season ticket holder, right?
Yeah.
So you have an opportunity every night to see Dumont. Dumont just so happens to show up for the second time all year. The kid goes down to him. Dumont entertains him as he's wearing a yellow Luka jersey and apparently is contrite. I'm like, did Dumont know this kid was going to get interviewed? Because this was a very nice, refreshing PR move from the Mavs owner in saying, we feel like we made a mistake. We want to win the fan base back, and that's what we plan on doing. Well, Patrick Dumont flew in to give Nico the walking papers.
Get him out. Get Nico out of here. That was the goal when he flew in, obviously, and the fact that it happened, and there was rumors that maybe it's going to happen, and the old Jeremy Foley line, the old Henry Kissinger line, and then it must be done or it will be done eventually, must be done immediately instead of waiting around. Because you don't need a season's already in the middle. We don't need a GM. We don't need a GM today. There's no point in having a GM.
We're not in the middle.
Well, according to the Cowboys,
we're in the middle
of
hell.
The season.
That's what we're in.
The meat of the season.
I'm going to give props to a guy who doesn't want it.
Thank you.
Did not you were asleep. I give you props for nothing. Waking up a college freshman is easier. Brian Broaddus texted everyone. And I don't even know if Broaddus talked about it yesterday on G-Bag, but Broaddus, instead of going ahead and tweeting it out, he just feeds it to everyone. He's like the great point guard. He's distributing it, seeing if Tim McMahon will run with it, some of the other insiders, but he had the timing at 10 a.m., he had the replacements with the co-interim general managers. I know he was texting Blake Elliott, who was in for us yesterday, along with Chris Arnold. So props to Brian Broaddus. And it was also the most perfect birthday present ever for Mike Bassick. Yesterday, Mike Bassick with a birthday he will never forget as Nico gets got.
Yeah, because Mike was already on his way back. Mike was willing to come back. Mike was willing to accept the Mavericks again after the Cooper Flagg thing. But this was still a stumbling block. And I wonder, does this get done if they don't blow that lead to Milwaukee on Monday night? Like, I mean, it's clear they were going to fire him. Do they fire him Tuesday without the loss to Milwaukee?
I'll tell you what, they don't have a sensitivity towards days. Nico with Casey Smith and his mother, and then yesterday, Veterans Day, they're like, nah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
I think that was to honor our nation's veterans. That's what that was.
Yeah, I think this had little to do with their start. I won't say nothing to do with the start of the year. Like, if they were 8-3, I mean, that changes a lot of things.
Yes.
But, the fan base, the damage was done to the fan base. So I don't think this had a whole lot to do with the 3-8 start, but I'm not going to say it had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I disagree. The 3-8 start allowed the fans to go for the kill.
See, we told you. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It gives you the backing of, we told you he didn't know what he was talking
And
about.
this homestand was perfect timing. This is a 4-game homestand. I was expecting more fire Nico chants the other night against the Bucks, but they made it a really good and close game.
But you'd have to have people there to start a chant like that.
Yeah, and then the lasting image. I will admit, Bobby, take off your headset. You're not going to want to hear this. The final lasting image of Nico Harrison before he got on his portable steps to escape the arena. How about that note from
right.
Mark Stein that they would wheel in steps so he didn't have to walk through the rest of the AAC crowd? I will have that lasting image of Nico sitting in the seat, and there was like 3 or 4. It's like no one even wanted to sit around him. It was like a circle of emptiness with the fire Nico chants raining down and him just sitting there. I did feel a little bit bad.
You couldn't go. If you had seats near him, you couldn't be seen in a photo with him. Even if the photo is just like completely innocuous. You're not in the photo, you're just in the photo. You couldn't be seen. He was persona non grata. The whole organization had become that way. You couldn't be seen there. You couldn't be seen near his seats. That's why they were empty.
Brian Windhorst on ESPN said that this was actually affecting the play of guys on the floor.
The Mavericks had to do this deal today, not this deal, but this move today to save their brand. They were suffering deeply within their own market, and it was negatively affecting their players. The idea that this trade was controversial, we knew from the second after Shams hit that tweet last February. But the way that it's been managed, particularly by Nico, has been terrible. The idea of trading Luka Doncic is a controversial one, but you can make a basketball case for it. I don't think it's a winning case. You can make a case for it. What Nico has said to sell it to the fan base has been a complete failure from the day after it happened, and that is why it got to this position.
Brian Windhorst, ironically, may have actually started making the case when he went off on Luka during the NBA Finals for all the little things and not being in shape and complaining and bitching to the refs nonstop.
The ironic thing here is, like, you make this move. This was always the most likely scenario to play out. That the fan base was going to revolt, Luka was going to be great, Anthony Davis was going to be hurt, and the Mavs were going to be worse off for it. Like, all those together was the most likely scenario to happen, and it played out like that to a T.
And the one that I think they misjudged the most, which is why you have Bobby and others saying you don't belong here as owners of this team, is the judgment of the revolt.
Right. They had no idea. They did not understand.
No.
Oh, how could this guy possibly be so popular?
Yeah.
Well, because you don't know basketball. You don't know basketball. You don't know, and you didn't know.
You don't have to know basketball.
No, but you don't.
Just watch like the Olympics. Watch the
right.
guy carrying that one country on his back.
And also,
or just check out the NBA Finals that you were just in.
The Mavs, as an organization, have been trained over the last 25 years. We have said, we've all said, we would rather the one Dirk title than 4 mercenary titles thrown in there. It meant more. It was more special.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line to celebrate the day after.
Did you see what was going around yesterday? The statue they're building outside of Crypto? They got
Nico?
the Nico statue that they're going to build outside of Crypto.
Yeah, people are trying to say, "Oh, this is just set up." Nico, he's going back to LA. He ain't going back to LA with Luka Doncic there. You can go ahead and bet on that. You're damn sure not having Nico Harrison be employed by Rob Pelinka with Luka Doncic on that team.
Somebody asked us yesterday, how long did Rob Pelinka wait before he sent the "Sorry, buddy. Sorry to hear about this. This is tough." Where because you got to send it to him. It's your friend.
You got to send it.
He gave you the best move of your career, but when? At what point?
You got to send it, and you got to offer a special advisory role that he never has to show up for. Like he never has to go to LA.
I swear, there's zero chance they even give him that. None.
So Michael Finley and Matt Riccardi are going to now lead basketball operations in an interim role. And I was hopping on with Rima and Carter and Company yesterday, and they're like, is Bobby going to be satisfied? And I said, probably not, because on Friday he was starting to even complain about Michael Finley hanging around.
Me, I was complaining about.
I thought you were like Michael Finley.
He said, "Get him out." I said Finley. I said Finley. Everything I had heard was that Finley was not the company man that he looked like.
Yeah,
that Finley was.
That's not what I've heard. I think Michael Finley's hands. I was told that Michael Finley's hands were in support of the Luka deal.
Yeah, I'm out on Finley.
There's two people. There's two people that I know that were not down for it. I still don't have the official answer on Jason Kidd, but I was told that Michael Finley was in lockstep.
Yeah, and that's, look, the moment he took the beer out of Luka's hands, he disqualified himself. Okay, he disqualified himself from the job.
That actually, I'm not joking, Mavs reporters, Mavs beat, that has to be the final question at the Michael Finley press conference. Why did you take the Luka beer?
Yeah.
It has to be.
I think you're right. But no, I'm out of this. I don't want anybody who was a part of this. I don't even care if you were in support or out of support. If you were clean house. I want them to clean house in the front office. I want fresh in here. No Finley. Nobody who was around. The stain. You cannot be a part of the stain.
The tweet I saw yesterday, and this is, I mean, I assume this is something that you just sit on this probably because Nico's a psycho who would get rid of anybody who questioned him. But I saw Isaac Harris, who's in the Mavs media, tweeted that his last convo with Nico Harrison as GM was media day. And he told him that his "why shouldn't you be fired?" that was the question that got thrown to him. "Why shouldn't you be fired?" question was, quote, "the most disrespectful question he's ever been asked." And they had a good back and forth about it. And he said, "In the end, time will tell if I'm right." Well, time was told today, and you were wrong, and you lost. And this is every single, like Choppy said, every single way that this was predicted to play out to this point has played out exactly like it. That Luka would go on some massive revenge tour. Luka would become essentially the best basketball player in the NBA.
Mr.
You
Universe.
guys would be hurt all the time. You guys would continue to flounder. And not even Cooper Flagg coming in here and being the salvation of the last 20 years in the NBA would be enough to do anything to correct it.
Nico has already changed the Instagram profile to girl dad and then unemployed.
That was that's probably the best the best PR thing he has done since this started.
Yes.
Not every press conference was a disaster. Every soundbite was a disaster. That simple girl dad unemployed on the Instagram was the best, most likable PR move you could have made.
It's not likable. It's funny. It's funny. It's not likable. There's nothing likable about that loser.
As Bobby said, it had to happen. It had to happen for the players. It had to happen for the fan base. It had to happen for Jason Kidd. And it had to happen for these guys on the – it had to happen for Nico. It really did. What a miserable existence. I don't care how dead you are inside to sit there.
You couldn't even come into work.
You couldn't even sit there and sit in your own arena. You couldn't have wings at Twin Peaks. It's better for Nico's family. It's just better for everyone involved.
Yeah, that's it. Probably. I mean,
Cooper Flagg's mom the other night was basically saying, "Hey, stop this chant with my kid or PJ Washington at the free throw line. They didn't do anything, but the crowd took that opportunity, and I don't blame them, to continue the chants." And Mama Flagg came back out and she said this was not about getting rid of Nico. It's just about moving forward.
Yeah.
These guys didn't have anything to do with it, but as Windhorst said, they were being affected.
Yeah. First off, one. Be quiet. That literally you don't get to make that call. Sorry, again, you walked into this hornet's nest. I'm sorry, Mama Flagg. I don't care if your son was part of it. Be quiet. This is what the city. This until he went. Be quiet, because this is the whole point. He's fired because of those chants and because of everything else. He's still here making reckless decisions, screwing your son's career up, if not for those fans. So be quiet and let them do their job. Second, that's the point. It's affecting people because those chants the other night were when PJ Washington is up there taking fourth quarter game time free throws. that's massively distracting. But the fans are saying, we don't care if we're affecting you losing, get him out.
Yeah, but you
And he's
understand
out.
how the mother of a player would.
I don't understand how the mother of a player who is so intrinsically involved in his career trajectory and understands the game and everything else thought that she has any say to tell the fans that they can't be upset still, especially if it's going to ruin her son's career. Be quiet until it's done. It's done now, fine. But no, don't tell them they can't do whatever. Your son has not played well enough yet for you to dictate anything with his 40% shooting.
Is this a
Breathe.
Is this a new Patrick Dumont? Are you satisfied with his message to the fans yesterday? One person in this room definitely is not. We continue with the firing of Nico Harrison next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Going to take your Nico phone calls at 6:40 as Blake and CA did yesterday. Well, Blake did. This is Sean and RJ along with Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell. We got Pepe running things as always, along with Aiden on the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On.
817, I can finally be a Mavs fan again. We're getting 903. Yes, I could return to rooting for the Mavs. This is why you had to do it. You got people today who are saying, I'm back. I'm fully invested.
Yeah, I mean, and that's going to be everyone's choice to make. Yesterday, I think on the fan text, the guys were saying it was about 50-50. Like, no, the damage has already been done. Like, yeah, way to go, Patrick Dumont. Way to acknowledge the damage because you signed off on this as well. And Dumont did have that really nice moment with the young Luka fan on the floor. And I was wondering, how much further is he going to take it in terms of admitting wrong and fault? And yesterday, it was not a press conference. Hell of a first day for Gina Miller, by the way.
Yeah, right.
How about that being your first 48 hours on the job?
I think she did it. I think she's responsible for that move.
As the new head of PR, we are going to try to get Gina on the show. But it was not a press conference. It was a letter. See if this is enough. Dear Mavs family, on May 30th, 2024, the Mavs won the Western Conference Championship. We came up short, but we all agreed our future was bright. As fans of this franchise, you have every right to demand a commitment to success from us. No one associated with the organization is happy with the start of what we all believe would be a promising season. You have high expectations for the Mavericks, and I share them with you. When the results don't meet expectations, it's my responsibility to act. I've made the decision to part ways with Nico. Through the majority of the 25-26 season, it remains to be played. And I know our players are deeply committed, blah, blah, blah. I understand the profound impact these difficult last several months have had. Please know that I'm fully committed to the success of the Mavericks. Thank you for your support. Thank you for holding us accountable. And thank you for your passion and for your patience. You deserve transparency and a team that reflects your spirit. Our goal is to return to winning basketball and win championships. We're committed, blah, blah, blah. Let's continue to support the team. What did you think about the statement?
There's no apology, and there is my biggest problem. You don't have to, and a lot of people yesterday were saying, what do you want him to say? You want him to say, sorry, we should never trade Luka? You want him to say this and that? That risks damaging the relationship with AD and other people. Fine. What you can say is, and the biggest thing that people had a problem with, I feel like, more than even the trade itself, was what you did the 9 months after that, the way you talked about it, the way you talked to fans. You should have said, we have completely bungled our response to this over the last 9 months. We apologize for creating a disconnect. We apologize for creating this problem that exists between us and the fan base now. Not even necessarily for the trade. We believe in Anthony Davis and blah, 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 but for the way that we talked about these things, you address it that way. Overall, the biggest thing was that they needed to move on from Nico. I'm glad they did. It does mention there about accountability. Glad they've got all that in place. That's fine. They still, I think, missed an opportunity yesterday to just say, by the way, to you guys specifically, the way we've talked to you and the way we've dealt with you over the last 9 months, we apologize for that. I think they could have done that.
This was Shams yesterday on ESPN about the Dumont-Nico dynamic.
Stephen A., it was Nico Harrison. It was Nico Harrison's decision. It was Nico Harrison's pitch. It was Nico Harrison's idea to trade Luka Doncic. But, of course, any move that gets made, Stephen A., you know, if a general manager at any level is making a trade, it is with the blessing and the sign-off of ownership as well. Now, it might have taken Nico Harrison days, weeks to get Patrick Dumont on board, but after the Mavericks made it to the NBA Finals in 2024, I'm told that's when the Patrick Dumont-Nico Harrison relationship, that was the strongest it's ever been. That's when Patrick Dumont, what I'm told, he looked at Nico Harrison as a basketball savant, as someone that when Nico Harrison speaks, when he has an idea, it's basketball gospel. And so when Nico Harrison came to Patrick Dumont with that concept, there was alignment there. Eventually, there was alignment within the front office, alignment with the coach. And that's when you see this transaction take place.
And the Luka blood left on Dumont's hands is going to be something that the fan base has to decide upon moving forward.
Yeah, like give him a pat on the back here. Hey, good job. That's about where it ends, because it's like, you know, this could not have happened without you. You either didn't know how important Luka was to the franchise and the city, or you didn't know how good he was as a basketball player. And either way, that either renders you incompetent or not, whatever other word, you cannot be trusted. You cannot be trusted to find the next general manager, to right this ship. So, like, he gets a pat on the back. He does not. I do not believe he does not get a pass. He had to sign off on the deal. He was swindled and sweet talked by Nico. Hey, we got to get Mark out of here. If we get Mark out of here, he's holding this thing up. You got to take over the governorship. He's holding it. He's blocking everything. He's too into the "we love our boys in blue" kind of thing. And I just like it's too. Maybe someday, but today it's like, all right, you did the right thing. You're allowing us to move on, but. What you also did, what Patrick Dumont did here, is the right thing for the fan base, the wrong thing for him. He took away his shield. The shield was Nico. Like, all the finger pointing, all the pitchforks were at Nico. Now, he didn't have a shield anymore. It's just like, now I'm front and center.
Some of the fan text here, I'm not as mad with Patrick Dumont because I think he was just dumb and didn't understand as much as Nico did.
Yeah.
So all my anger is toward Nico. That's from Elliot and Maybank.
As I said after the deal, real quick, we want owners to do this overall.
To get out of the way, let the guy do it?
Yes. We want owners to let general managers work at their expertise. Except for the, one about a 25-year-old international global icon. Except for that. But usually, we should be giving credit to the owner for getting out of the way.
Yeah, and then he was...
I'm happy here.
He was trying... Again, he is kind of... It was dumb. He leaned on somebody, was like, oh, yeah, he knows what he's talking about. You should know, even at a very basic level, what it is that Luka is to the NBA and what he represents.
The problem is they just came off the finals run, and the moves of as soon as Dumont got here, they are dealing for Gafford and PJ, and the Kyrie thing is working out. You're going to the finals, and you're like, and there's insiders who have said this. He regarded Nico as a basketball savant. If they didn't make the finals, then maybe this doesn't happen because he isn't, which sounds crazy because you were in the finals.
Right.
Yeah.
You were in the NBA finals, but
He would call it the Super Bowl.
325 says he goofed more. Said he didn't even call us MFFLs. He said Mavs family. He's like, you need to be, he's like, you're not even using the proper terminology.
Well, it's a stupid terminology anyway. That was one of Cuban's dumb things. That's really tough to say.
Yeah, you could just do the for life.
MFFLs?
You could just do MFLs.
MFFLs.
Every other fan base is blank FL.
972, don't celebrate too hard, y'all. CA will get mad at you. 817, he didn't have to say anything. Not 601, fact, not an opinion. Nico's job is complete. That's why he was fired. He was sent to Dallas to get Luka to the Lakers. That's it. Nothing else.
Well, you got your conspiracies, of course, that are out there.
The amount of aluminum foil sold yesterday in town had to be high.
As other insiders pointed out, Patrick Dumont went from blind faith in Nico to weighing in on whether a star can come back from an injury. That was actually Tim McMahon on the Hoop Collective. Anthony Davis, it sounds like for a second time, tried to rush his return to save Nico. And Dumont stepped in and was like, no, the doctors and everyone is saying this is a calf strain. This is something that can become a lot worse. So it's like I said the other day, if you're Patrick Dumont and Nico makes a strong suggestion, there's no way there's not a second or third gear in your brain that's like, I better ask someone else about this now. And as soon as that happens, you got to go.
Especially because that was the injury that Nico tried to rush Luka back from, and he was mad Luka didn't want to come back. So I mean, it's 9 months later, the same question of, well, okay, here's a calf injury again. The last time we listened, and Luka was like, no, I don't want to come back.
Yeah.
It's just a reminder of everything.
It looks like AD's having a calf. That's what it looks like, judging by some of these Twitter photos. Wow. I don't know if these are AI, these are wrong Romo angles from training camp, but people are like, man, y'all got good food in Dallas.
I mean, that was
y'all
Luka's
got
problem.
great food in DFW.
That may have been Luka's problem,
it's
man.
a Metroplex 15.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And look, I mean, if Dumont's sitting there and he had lost the faith. Yeah, he had lost the faith.
Paige Becker is going to be she's going to be wheeling around.
Should be Paige Beefers a little bit. She got to worry about this food here. No, don't go down that road, Paige. You're the only hope. You're the only hope in town.
Paige Beaver.
Oh, you got to get.
What can we nickname Cooper?
I mean, ooh, that's a good one.
What food's going to get a hold of him around here?
That's a good
Think
question.
about it. Text it in.
Cooper Flatiron.
Careful what you say around his mom, though, because she may freak out.
That's too lean. Too lean meat.
I'm proud of you for Flatiron knowledge right there. 877-881-1053. We're going to take your phone calls coming up at 6:40 here on DFW Sports Station.
For flank.
But Choppy, you are...
Is that gonna work?
Nah, I don't know of enough people. That's still. I
mean, you gotta
take protein diet.
Yeah, but you gotta get the fat cap off to get it. It's right underneath the fat cap.
Or maybe because he's got big flanks now, or like AD's gonna have.
All right, we're gonna take your phone calls coming up at 6:40. Brad Townsend had tweeted out the thing that got my attention. Also, AAC attendance last Wednesday against the Pelicans. First time a Mavs home game has dipped below 19,000 in 2 decades. So that's what you're talking about, the attendance, and you start hitting that bottom line. I do want to give credit to the fan base, and I said this yesterday. Mavs fans, they got this done. The Mavs fans in the arena, outside the arena, on social media, they got Nico Harrison fired. So props to all of you for that. Whenever someone says, oh, fans, you don't have any say whatsoever. You can't get anything done. The Dallas Maverick fan base, the biggest professional sports cult in town, and it's not even close. They got it done. And there was a coffin brought out last night outside the AAC as like 6 people were cutting a cake.
Look, you're paying tribute. This is how healing begins. I want them because as fans, you're trying to make a difference and make an impact, and that's why I have to then show support. I want to like it's a dog whisperer guy. You want to encourage the behavior you'd like to see, and so that's why I'm going to make sure that they're above that 19,000 against the Pelicans next week. Because I went and bought tickets yesterday.
Whoa! Wow!
So I don't even want to watch the Pelicans play. It's literally the first game I can get to because all the other home games they have coming up, there's stuff going on. But next Friday, I'll be in the building, me and Kristen, to watch the Mavericks play the Pelicans, just as a statement of, all right, fine, I'm back. Here you go. Here's some money, and here's my presents.
Bobby Bell backing it up with the wallet. It's DFW Sports Station. Nico Harrison is gone, and it's going to be interesting to see and feel the atmosphere tonight. Will Patrick Dumont show up to get his little round of applause if there is one? Will it be a packed house? What is it going to be like? There's no more Fire Nico chance. There's people texting saying it's going to turn into Fire Patrick, Fire Dumont chance.
Do you like? We just got this submission for Cooper Flagg, and it's tied into Luka. Fupa Flag.
Cooper Flagg, it's good. That's good. Cooper Fudge.
I'll tell you, man, that DFW food, that DFW cuisine getting everybody. 877-881-1053 is the D&M Leasing hotline for your phone calls to celebrate the big news next.
After we get you over to Ojos Locos, that is...
Uber Eats has groceries. No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters? Basil Babes. Saffron Squad? Nutmeg Maidens? Paprika? No. Nutmeg Maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Jerry Jones' first public comments on Marshawn Kneeling coming up at 7 o'clock when we go Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube to react to the firing of Nico Harrison with your phone calls right now at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We'll go ahead and line those up. First, Stephen A. Smith, friend of the show, on Nico getting the axe.
Well, not only that, Luka, when in the offseason, got himself in condition.
Yep, got in the gym.
Looks better, got in the gym, right? You couldn't do that. You couldn't get him to do that if you were Dallas. See, these are all things that come with the job. Nobody wants to hear that excuse. Even out of shape, Luka was still giving you 30 a night.
Yep.
Now he's in shape, giving you 40 a night. Lakers are winning basketball games without LeBron James.
Yeah.
Without LeBron James, they're winning basketball games. With Luka carrying them, and that could have been Dallas. You're damn right they're making this move.
Yeah, Anthony Davis.
Damn right. And by the way, let's not absolve the ownership.
Right.
Because if Mark Cuban were there, that would have never happened. Mark Cuban, I just interviewed him the other day. I've interviewed him several times since Luka has been traded. Mark Cuban has repeatedly stated he would have never traded Luka Doncic. That was not a move that he endorsed. So Mavs ownership is more responsible for this than anyone for letting it happen because they didn't want to pay him that supermax contract. But in the end, owners don't fire themselves. They find somebody to blame. And Nico Harrison went all in. He knew that it could eventually cost him, and unfortunately it has.
The number one word that I'm seeing associated to Nico, well, dumb is one, but ego. That ego costs Nico. When he stood up there and said, I could just remain stagnant and get all the praise. But he had to prove, it felt like he had to go overboard in proving that he was this genius. And his own ego ended up getting him axed.
It's similar, it feels like, to the whole thing of, like, with Jerry that everybody's talked about, of like, it's got to be my way. I got to get more of the credit. I got to have some of that glory. It can't just be, oh, I walked into this and I just let it happen. And yeah, every single step of the way, it was ego. Fortune favors the bold. I think you see the vision now. Well, I mean, what we see now is that you're unemployed.
And speaking of ego and owner, Mark Cuban on Stephen A. on what it's like to watch Luka doing this.
I mean, I'm happy for Luka because he's a great guy. I mean, he's just a really special human being. His family's great. His dad, it's painful, as a Mavs fan and as somebody who, potentially if I would have done a better job of just defining my role in advance, might not have happened, and so it hurts me. I know it kills Mavs fans everywhere, but I'm happy for Luka.
Andreas on the D&M Leasing Hotline, start us off with Nico Harrison gone. Go ahead. Andreas,
Hello?
Go ahead. Yep, you're on.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. So any competent GM would have gotten more draft capital for Luka. A small part of me believes there's collusion with Nico and the Lakers, that he got paid off on the side. With the gambling coming out tied to the mafia and current and former players tied, nothing, you can't count any out now. That's just what I believe right now.
Thanks for the call.
Nobody loves a good conspiracy theory more than me.
Is Nico an Italian name?
Nico would be yes, it would be. But Harrison doesn't track.
Well, my head jumped up when he said gambling, and then I said, "Oh, we do have gambling.
We do.
we do have a mafia story right now."
Yes, we do. Nobody loves a good conspiracy. I will listen to any conspiracy. I don't believe them, but I love to listen to them and I love to read about them. This is one I never even bought into, that the NBA or that Nico would try to get him there just to get him to the Lakers, just to get Luka to the Lakers. I never for a second. I think the Flagg lottery is far more likely than forcing Luka to LA.
All right, put the conspiracies in order then.
All right, let's go.
Mavs were given Flagg.
Okay.
The NBA forced the Mavericks to trade Luka to LA. Or Mavs to Vegas. Put them in order.
Oh, it's Flagg. Flagg's the number one. That's the number one most likely, is that they recognize that a fan base in the fourth and fifth largest TV markets or city, whatever, they were losing it.
Isn't it all tied together though for people?
I guess
usually,
yes, it could be.
The idea of they force Flagg there because they forced you to send Luka to the Lakers because they want you to go to Vegas. Like there's all of it that goes together.
I think
if you're a nut job, but what one do you actually believe?
I would actually believe the Flagg one.
And then second
would be the Vegas one, because I think all this coincided with. Right before this happened, I think they got the realization, it hit them hard that, hey, we ain't getting casino in here. So that would have been the second most likely. I don't believe that leagues step in and try to force you to trade somebody, to one of their premier properties.
The only one that I think has kind of a chance of being true is that they gave them the number one pick to draft Duke Gerald Wallace. But that's
what are you doing?
What
are you being a jackass for? We have a good day. You haven't said anything about Cooper Flagg this whole season, and then the day we get good news, this is why you're
trolling. I'm trolling. Relax.
Okay,
I'm trolling.
You're self-sabotager. That's what you are. Brandon, you're up next here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Brandon.
You got me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, just from a Mavs fan perspective, I just want to say that. I think this firing is obviously for the fans, but I think management also has to understand you can't trade a generational talent and fire the GM because the fans hate the trade and expect us to all read the letter of apology. Be like, yeah, dude, you know what? We're going to come back to the game. It's great. Like, this is going to take years to get over. I'll never forget where I was when Luka got traded. And neither will our entire fan base. So this isn't something that's just going to, hey, we're going to send out a letter and tell you how committed we are to winning. Give me a break. This is going to take years.
Thanks for the call, man.
I remember that night, my buddy, we were at the house, and he comes out of the bathroom. He was mid poop. He comes out of the bathroom yelling that Luka got traded. I'm like, no, he didn't.
It's like you yesterday and Tad.
Ooh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was. I immediately went on. I texted you guys. Peyton was the only one that was awake still, and I get on Instagram Live. Like, I will never forget that night. Ever.
No, you were forgetting that night. I texted the group first. Yeah, Peyton was asleep. It was Peyton and Sean that were asleep. It was us that were awake.
You were no doubt three sheets of the wind.
There was 1,000% I was hammered. Go back and watch that Instagram Live.
I was super hammered when that trade happened. I was going, I'm drunk reading this.
JD in Prosper, you're up next. JD, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, as a Mavs fan, I understand why it was important for Nico to get traded or to get fired, but man, I gotta admit, it feels like he just gets off the hook with this. Like, he should be having to sit in front of media every day answering questions. Why did you do this? What was your reasoning behind this? Now it just feels like he gets to move on. So, anyways, appreciate you guys. I'm gonna hang up and listen to y'all.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't doing media. And the biggest thing he's dodging is all the chants in the arena.
He could have just skipped the games.
But he is a walking pariah, at least in the Metroplex. Like, just immediately move. kids, school, all that stuff, take it into account. I do have sensitivity towards that, but if I was Nico, we're out of here.
Out of here. My guess is he never even sets foot in the city again. Like, he doesn't even take a connection through DFW.
This was his area. This was his Nike area. So, I mean, he has some sort of roots here. But
is he the number one DFW sports villain of all time, and it's not close?
Not even close.
Not even close.
There's no, it's... I couldn't even begin to debate. It's like when you talk about, like, in the past.
Are you doing that from people within, or just that if even competed against the Metroplex? Period.
Outside, inside, whatever. There's nobody close. Like, the only one I can think of who would be second, and it's more like Nico takes all three spots, and then fourth. The only one I can think of who's as universally hated by the time he got out of here was Tom Hicks.
How about Jerry in the beginning? Or maybe Jerry now.
I think A-Rod's more hated than Tom Hicks.
Oh, I disagree. Oh, no. I think A-Rod was thought of as one of the mercenaries who clearly never wanted to be here, took the money. Tom Hicks was thought of as, like, you drove two organizations into the ground.
He did.
Who else would qualify?
A-Rod, Tom Hicks, Jerry. Jerry would not be. None of these are even close, though. You can't even. You have to debate those ones against each other. Nico is every single step of the way tried to blow it up and told you were an idiot to your face for thinking he was wrong.
Abraham and Royce City, you're up next on Nico Celebration Hump Day. Go ahead, Abraham.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tolo. Hey, man. Yesterday had to have been one of the best days for Dallas area sports fans. I remember Dirk in his prime. We could never get a superstar here to Dallas. And the moment we got Luka here, he was the ultimate superstar following Dirk Nowitzki. And so the fact that Nico did what he did to let him go was crazy. Couldn't be happier that Nico's gone. And just like Bobby, my wife and I are gonna start attending games again. I put our money where our mouth is. Thanks, guys.
Tolos want to know if cereal was had in the Belt household last night over this.
We had other stuff going on in the Belt household that cereal was not on the mind. But we got some other names on the fan text here. Buddy Ryan. Buddy Ryan was pretty hated around here. A-Rod. Micah's getting there, says the 817. Aaron Rodgers from 972. Jose Bautista. Ooh, Jose Bautista was pretty hated around here.
Yeah.
But I think everybody felt like, Odor exorcised those demons and knocked him out.
All right, let's go ahead and get to Max in Arlington. Max, you're next up on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead. What do we got, Pepe? Just take over and throw someone on. Talk to me.
Max, you're on.
Max, you're on.
All right, yeah. I just want to say, wow, Luka, generational talent. Don't y'all sound like a bunch of babies. Check it out. If Luka was still here, he'd be drinking beer, eating pizza, and smoking cigarettes, and giving up 40 on defense while scoring 30-point triple-double. Okay, I get it. But Luka would not be that same animal that he is right now.
Yes.
If he, I wish he would have I wish that would have happened. He would have went to the Lakers first and then come to the Mavericks.
Yes.
That same animal. He would never be that. He would be the enabled little, I don't want to play any defense. Defense, what's that?
Yeah.
And you want some conspiracy theory, RJ?
Give it to me.
Check this out, Chop. If you go back and look at those finals, there was times where Kyrie was literally pushing Luka in his back, giving him whiplash to rotate to his man to guard him. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't playing any defense.
None.
So my point is that.
Oh man, you're on fire. You're on fire.
Thanks for the call, Nico. Really appreciate you.
You're like Luka in the second half of a game.
Second half, first quarter.
Look, there's a lot of, despite the insult at the beginning of the call, there's a lot in that is true. The follow-up question with Nico blame is how much. If I was Nico Harrison, I would blame myself and view it as part of my responsibility. Ultimately, it is the responsibility of the professional athlete to be in shape, but I would be like, why am I not getting through? Why am I not pushing the right buttons? I totally agree with Max, and I've said this about Kyrie. Kyrie was going to... Dallas didn't have this magical transformation rehab program here. Kyrie had to get on his fourth or fifth team. And I do agree, if Luka had started off somewhere else and then got all the criticism and someone to be sick of him, Magic Johnson, within a Lakers organization, not able to get through. The second stop, he'd get in the prime shape. Luka's not going to look like this, in my opinion, for the rest of his career. The follow-up to that is, who cares? It was still 38-8. You were in the NBA Finals.
That was the thing. You can say all that and then still go, and it was still stupid.
Yeah.
And that's how bad it was.
Yeah, he was fat enough to still get you to the NBA Finals. And I do think it's true that Luka does not have this kind of trigger event that gets him into great shape. I do think it would have happened eventually, just not this year.
It took a while for Dirk.
Because of Dirk.
Yeah, but Dirk, I think
all professional athletes realize
Dirk was running around Dallas drinking beer and getting hammered in his early 20s.
I think a lot of
he was never weighed. He was never overweight. It may have been a cardio thing.
Yeah, he wasn't in great shape, but yeah, he wasn't overweight.
He wasn't overweight. Luka was overweight, no doubt. I think he would. I think professional athletes recognize at some point in their career that they just can't. They can't do it the way they have been. You've got to change. You've got to figure things out.
Jerry Jones speaks for the first time about the passing of Marshawn Nealon on these airwaves. We take you inside the Star in the home of the Cowboys, then back to the Mavs at 7:20 with a Sting ticket giveaway next. After.
Saffron Squad? Nutmeg Maidens? Paprika? No. Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound. Was it Saffron Squad?
Thanks for joining us for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Oh, I didn't think you were going to be able to pull it off with the full sip of coffee. Sean Sharif,
Half sip. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Yesterday, Blake and CA were in for us. They still had on the owner and general manager, Jerry Jones, who gave his perspective for the first time publicly on the passing of Marshawn Nealon.
Well, devastated. Hard to believe the content that was on the other end of the phone. It was in the middle of the night when we all got the news. But while we're talking about it, I do want to say publicly how much I appreciate the national news, the national recognition of him. I thought it was so fitting that on the games Sunday nights, all the Sunday, that they recognize what the loss of Marshawn. We're going to do a special helmet decal for the remainder of the season, and the team leaders are reviewing a lot of design options in terms of what that decal will look like. And then we'll do a pregame warm-up special T-shirt in Vegas and Eagles just to for the team itself to wear during those times. We all are having to share the sorrow. All are having to share the different ways or different things that come through your mind. It's not like that as a teammate, Marshawn touched everybody in many different ways. The very definition of team is we love each other, we rely on each other. That's the ethos of what a team is about.
So you hear Jerry talking about the helmet decal, the special T-shirts as well, the video tribute and moment of silence for the Eagles game. And last night they had a private vigil for coaches, players, and their families. And Brian Schottenheimer was given some pretty high marks inside the locker room for the way he conducted himself with therapists in the building, people who needed to go ahead and let their emotions out. And Jerry was asked about Shotty handling this situation with the rest of the guys.
Well, I think that Shotty does have a realism about him because he simply was born into it. He was, in terms of being around anything unique about a football team. But I think we all have unfettered feelings about the people we love, people we work with, and this is just a time when you acknowledge that there's no answers. It makes you want to live life to the fullest. It makes you want to look for the very best in what we have for each other, and in some way make some sense out of these times in terms of what they can mean from helping those that are here on earth right now. So all of those things are very natural, come to mind, but his death is such a national awareness thing that it takes on some of that light when we think about how we go forward.
So that's Jerry Jones yesterday on this show.
Yeah, and Western Michigan honored him last night. They were playing. They actually became bowl eligible. They beat Ohio, but they had they walked out there on senior night. They took his 99 college jersey to midfield during the coin toss. They had helmet decals. They had 99 painted on a couple spots on the field. So it's going to be a tough week for the Cowboys this week, just getting back in front of media and preparing to play this first game. And this will be, similar to, although not the immediate turnaround that the Cowboys faced with the Bengals years ago with Jerry Brown. This will be the first. This will be another real opportunity for Brian Schottenheimer and a lot of these coaches to get these guys, ready and prepared in a way that'll be really, really difficult because they're going to have a tough game on Monday just from this aspect of it.
No easy transition, but they got some positive injury news yesterday. They activated Overshown and give me the pronunciation of his name.
Shavon. Revel.
Mm-hmm. So not Revel. And not
Revel is what we've been told.
Shavon.
I'm less confident in Revel versus Revel, but it is Shavon.
Mm-hmm. Both of them activated, and Jerry was asked, are they immediately plug and play? They're going to get right out there on the field?
No, they're going to hit the ground running. Certainly, we've got their teammates that are there as well. And so you say, well, is there going to be competition? The answer is there's always competition. But in the case of our linebacker, he'll fit right in. He understands our system, plays it, has been in and out of it his entire career. The main thing is his instincts. He's got the ability to read the play and get up in the gap, which I think will be real additive to our defense. And then, of course, immediately we're going to get the help that we need with that rotation. I'm excited about our three defensive tackles in there and the kind of rotation that we can have. It should be immediately impactful on our defense.
I think Savon's dad went on Jesse Holly's show and said, if you throw at him twice, he's coming out with a pick. So I'm just warning you. So the early guarantee, his pops...
Dad with confidence. I like that.
His pops likes to make the media rounds, as G-Bag found out.
If he gets out there, I'll be... Look, I think Jerry can talk about hitting the ground running and everything like that. I do think this is ultimately going to kind of be a red shirt year for Revel. I think that he'll be available, he'll play, but it's going to be like those guys who play their freshman year and maintain their red shirt because they don't play enough. He'll get his feet wet, but I would not expect him to play a ton. He could surprise me and change all that, but I don't think we're going to see him start a game this year.
His dad said target him twice and you will get a pick. So there it is.
I spent like 15 picks a year, baby. Let's go.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up as we take you inside the Star and around the NFC East. RJ Choppy, celebration time for you today, not just because of Nico Harrison. Jameis Winston is going to start for the New York Giants in the event that Jackson Dart does not clear concussion protocol.
And listen, it's probably best just to take a step back for Jackson. I mean, he's been in the concussion. He's had 4 concussion tests this year.
Yes.
Already?
4.
And he did not start the first handful of games. So that's even more, right? It's basically if he steps on the field, he essentially gets a concussion test. It's probably smart just to take a step back. You ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Now, the scary thing is that, Jameis could steal you a win. And the Giants...
That's not scary. We want the Giants.
We do. I was saying from the Giants' perspective, they're in a good spot. I mean, they really are in a good spot. They're having potentially the offensive and defensive rookies of the year. Although I think the kid from Cleveland took over top spot this week in defensive rookie of the year.
I'll get the odds in a second. Offensive rookie of the year is Egbuka. Then Dart. Then Tyler Warren. Defensive rookie of the year is Schlesinger. And then Emmanuel, and then Abdul Carter.
So, but either way, you've got...
And then Donovan Ezeraku.
Is it?
Ezeraku's been fourth.
He has been up there. So you're in the running with those two, and you're probably going to get a top 5 pick. Like if you're the Giants, you do have a decent setup. You got to hit on the pick, and it looks like they hit on these two.
This was a very and Scattaboo.
That's
this
right.
was
comes back.
Very prophetic Monday edition of Sean and RJ, as we talked about over-under for Nico getting fired, and then we talked about in the 9 o'clock hour the head coaches that would go. While we were out, Brian Daboll got the axe. So Brian Daboll is done. Dan Orlovsky saying that they made a mistake because of the development that has been happening with Jackson Dart, Bobby.
Well, Dan Orlovsky's a moron. I can't say it was too prophetic for me on Monday because I was like, nah, Maras will let him either finish out the season or it'll be December. He's not going anywhere just yet. And then it was like 20 minutes after we get off the air that I was certain the first guy fired was going to be Stefanski after how bad things had gotten. But, it's... Yeah, the Giants, you can't blow. What'd you say? I think you said Monday they were 0-4 with a double-digit lead.
They had games. They had a 1 in 60,000 chance of losing all 3 games. It was like a 93% chance, a 99% chance, and a 96. One was us. One was Denver. I think the one was there was the Bears, right? There's the Bears game that they just blew.
Yeah, this is he had to go, and he honestly shouldn't have probably been allowed to enter this season. There were a lot of Giants fans who thought he should have been fired last year.
Now look, if Dart's development was, and it was pretty good, that would have been the case. That would have been when Daboll's brought in there, like his number one argument is, well, listen, I'm developing the quarterback, and he's done well.
A lot of people would say Kafka instead.
Kafka
Perhaps.
is the interim. My worry with Daboll is he does not care. He'd be the worst person to be in charge of concussion protocol in the entire world. What he's done to Daniel Jones and Jackson Dart. Dan Quinn told reporters he is now taking over as defensive coordinator, and I'm going to defend A.J. Brown a little bit.
Oh.
If you watch Monday Night Football, it felt like, to me, they were going out of their way not to throw to A.J. in like a 3-0 game throughout. AJ hopped on some video game stream the other day. Listen to this.
Hey, but look, everything be good though. Like you know what I'm saying? Everything be straight. You know what I'm saying? Mental good, kids good. You know what I'm saying? Wife good, everything.
Yeah, I mean, where have you been?
No. I was just checking up. You my dog. Like I still got, you know what I'm saying? I gotta check up. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like family good, yeah.
Yeah.
Everything else, no.
Man, everything gonna click, bro. Chat, look. Everything gonna click, bro. Trust me. Hey, bro. Hey, bro. No, you got a chat cracking up, bro.
How you been? I've been, struggling, brother.
No, it's not good. It's S Show, struggling, brother. A.J. Brown.
Y'all are 7-2.
I know.
7-2 for him, but y'all are 7-2. Like that is where it's very much like I don't know that I would say S Show while it's 7-2 and you're set up to probably win your division and be one of the top seeds.
He's a cancer.
This is where I don't want to hear winning is the best deodorant, because obviously A.J. Brown doesn't wear deodorant.
3 targets.
Can I give you a conspiracy theory on Dan Quinn?
He's going to turn his hat around forward and get serious.
He needed to get through this stretch and then go, we're clearly not good this year. Let me can Joe Witt after we get through Kansas City, Seattle, Detroit. Because now we've got Miami, Denver, Minnesota, and the Giants. And this defense will start to turn around. And I took over the defense.
Oh, there it is. Conspiracy theories everywhere on a Nico Hump Day. Here on Sean and RJ, thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Your phone calls, your tweets, your text messages, and now what? Now, where do the Dallas Mavericks go? Who's the next general manager? Is Jason Kidd safe? And what do you do with AD and Kyrie? Plus, a Sting ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on. We go commercial free on the Expressway next.
The fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block.
Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We are commercial free with a Sting ticket giveaway. We will chop it up at 7:40. It's a Nico Hump Day here on 105.3 The Fan with Sean Shreve, Art J. Choppy, and Bobby Bell. We have already been ruled as being too loud in the new studio in the new building by our colleagues in the hallway. We have to shut the studio door.
That's a shame. I hate I don't like the door shut. I'm a door open guy. You're a door open guy too.
Because of the draft.
I like the draft, but I also feel like it's like, I want the news. The newsroom is loud. The newsroom's moving. It's always bustling, baby.
That's why you want it.
That's why I want it.
You want to be in part of a community.
Yeah, like I want the studio to be in the middle of the whole place, just open.
Yeah.
Open.
So for people who want the door closed, are they draft dodgers?
Oh, I see what you're doing there.
No, they're just Gavin Dawson.
Oh.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And I actually think Dawson is the number 2 colleague Tolo in the building behind Corey Majors. I'd put him up there along with Brian Broaddus.
You think more than like Eric? Eric usually is listening at 6.
Dawson is usually referencing a lot when I listen to G-Bag, so I got to go ahead and give him props for that. We are not giving Nico props. How much props are you giving to Patrick Dumont? And now what? Now where did the Dallas Mavericks go after the termination yesterday? For the time being, it's going to be Michael Finley and Matt Riccardi to be co-general managers. There's been a name thrown out there from Mark Cuban and others. Maybe we'll ask Chuck Cooperstein, the voice of the Mavericks, at 9 a.m. about Dennis Lindsey. Dennis Lindsey is now an assistant general manager, second in command to Trajan Langdon in Detroit.
Right? Yeah.
Trajan Wealth.
Dennis was here during that Mavs finals run, and some people are pointing at him as the next general manager. Bob Myers has been thrown out. Rick Welts, bring back Mark Cuban. The number one target I would have in my mind is from Toronto, as Masai Ujiri is unemployed. But look, Bob Myers is like running 4 different teams for some Philadelphia sports enterprise, so he's not coming on over from ESPN and Golden State. Mark Cuban, those days are gone. Donnie Nelson, you're never getting him off of a beach in Hawaii, I don't believe. So I would look at Ujiri, and then people are saying Dennis Lindsey in Detroit.
If you got Donnie Nelson back, though, is that received well by the fan base overall, you think?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Just because, I think some people a lot of people, it seemed like, felt like you got Luka, and was everything done enough to, build up Luka before Donnie had gotten out of here?
Yeah, Donnie, so Nico had the 3-year window, right? That was one thing he said when he made the trade. He goes, I want to speed up my window. I got a 3-year window. Donnie always approached things in a 10 to 15-year window. He was always going to keep the powder dry, which I know fans sometimes hated. Got to keep the powder dry. So he was always going to do that, and he was always going to kind of slow play this. He was never going to make a rash decision. So obviously, you kind of want something in the middle, right? You want something. You don't want to shrink your window voluntarily.
Yeah.
I do think Donnie is good with a young rising superstar, because he's willing to be patient, and that would be Flagg.
Yeah, but
do you want to go back there? You can't go back. You can't go backwards.
I think a lot of fans want to. I think if you can,
bring Luka back.
I know Luka mainly, but I think a lot of people just go, how much of these steps can we undo I just hate about this organization? How much can I reverse it and fix it?
I saw a lot of people saying, bring Mark back. Bring Mark basketball mind, when we were throwing fits about him being Jerry Jones wannabe as an owner general manager. Tim Cater reports Patrick Dumont did hold conversations with Bob Myers over the summer, but he's part of that ownership group in Philadelphia. Now, if I told you, does it matter where Jason Kidd and Michael Finley stood on the Luka deal in order to impact how you feel about their future status? This is Shams on ESPN. Listen closely.
At that time, though, it is important to note there was full alignment in that organization, from ownership to Nico Harrison to his staff to Coach Jason Kidd. There was alignment on the potential of trading Luka Doncic. Then it was Nico Harrison, obviously, whose decision it was, whose idea it was, who made the pitch, who made the efforts to trade Luka Doncic, and that's what he got done for.
Does that affect Or I know you already want Patrick DeMont to sell the team because he signed off on the Luka deal. We give plenty of people passes for bad evaluations. Now, this is all-time historic. One of one bad, but what if Jason Kidd, it comes out and you find out Jason Kidd definitely agreed with it, and Michael Finley agreed with it as well. Bobby and I have opposite sources on Finley's involvement.
All right, so let me just kind of throw this at you. Let's say Jason Kidd says, I don't agree with this deal. Would it have mattered? Would he have still made the move? I think he still would have made the move.
Yeah.
So
what's your point?
Well, my point is that he could have said anything and it wouldn't have mattered.
That's not my point. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the current and future evaluation of Kidd.
Yeah,
I'm not asking what would have changed history. It wouldn't have changed it.
Can you trust him?
Can you trust? Are you fine with Jason Kidd and Michael Finley moving forward if I told you they were down for moving him?
I'm fine with that because being just signing off on the deal doesn't necessarily mean that you wanted it to happen. It was just like, fine, I could deal with it. You know, I don't. The blood is all.
But that's what you're assuming. We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know if he just. But I'm telling you. Let me try one more time. In my fake scenario, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
The fact is, in my fake scenario, Jason Kidd agreed with Nico.
Yeah, that still doesn't change anything for me.
Okay, because I thought last night you were saying anyone who had not a hand but a finger on it needs to go.
In the front office. Yeah, the coach.
Why is Kidd different?
Because I think coaches look at things in the immediacy regardless.
Of the NBA Finals?
Right. The front office's job is to build the roster for the future.
He's 25.
I know. Hey, listen. That's why Finley is on the outs. That's why they all got to go.
So it does affect you if Finley was
yes,
in.
The head coach, and this is why I don't want a head coach ever to be involved with personnel. They literally just care about the next game. Like, that's it. Like, that's their job, is to coach the next game. So I don't care what Jason Kidd's thoughts are on the trade. I do care about Finley's. I do care about anybody else that had a hand in this.
Yeah, blow him out. If he wanted him out, get rid of him.
We don't know.
If. Anybody who wanted him out, get rid of them. Because, like, all the statements that were going on when you would get all these different reports and people would talk to unnamed GMs from across the league, universally, people in those spots were going, let's just say Nico's right about all this stuff that he's talking about. You don't trade him. Like, there was nobody else in basketball who thought, yeah, that's a good enough reason. So if you had a collection of the biggest idiots on the face of the earth who were all behind this, then get rid of him. I still think, based on everything we've heard and based on the way Kidd has seemingly reacted the whole way, I think Kidd was on board, quote unquote. And by the way, Shams was a Nico guy. Mm-hmm. That has been very clear with the way that Shams reports on things, that he is a Nico connect. That I think when you listen to the way that Kidd talks about things, I think Kidd was probably on board with it in the same way that he'd sit there and have a beer with Nico and be like, effing Luka. Yeah, he's got to be in shape. And Nico's like, oh, I'll trade him then.
Yeah.
And then Kidd's like, I didn't say
he took his venting as total support.
I think Kidd bitched about Luka.
I could see that. And that doesn't mean that he's like, hey, we need to get rid of this guy. But this is, a football coach. We see this in football all the time. NFL coaches will be like, they will sign that gap year quarterback just so they don't have, because they can win more games with that guy than they can with the true rookie. Even though knowing full well the rookie is the way to go, as opposed, because the potential versus signing, just some random, stopgap. The Colts did this for years. They're still doing it. So, that's why I don't look at the coaches from the same perspective.
Fantext has an interesting question. So 972 says, Jason Kidd could have said trade him, but maybe Kidd was thinking the return for him would be significantly more that he could work with as a coach. Does it change your opinion at all if you say he was on board with trading him, but was not on board with that trade? And if he thought if he was getting a haul and something he could build with, that he'd be on board with that?
No.
Either way, it's just a thumbs up, thumbs down question.
Yeah, it's a thumbs up, thumbs down for me because draft hauls in the NBA, we don't take seriously anyway nowadays. Like 3 first-round picks. Okay, it's a loaded draft. We still can't name the top 3 players of the last 5 years who have gone in these drafts. The NBA draft just feels so watered down. So, no, I would not have... I would blame Jason Kidd for not getting Luka Doncic in shape. Say what you want about Phil Jackson, but and especially the way he's talking now about Carmelo Anthony and others and the way LeBron James feels about him. Phil Jackson went in there and got Shaq in shape. He's like, you don't have titles. You want to go down as one of the most disappointing big men of all time? I know Patrick DeMont probably credits Shaq's work ethic, over Dirk's.
Absolutely.
But Phil Jackson got him into shape early on before Shaq will do what Luka will eventually do and revert back to some of the lazy tendencies. But Phil did get him and Kobe in line early on.
Might be a roller coaster with Luka, no doubt.
Now, what do you want them to do from a team building standpoint? Here are the facts. You don't have a draft pick after this year's class until 2031.
That you control. So it pick swaps. So they got pick swaps like in 28 and 30.
Okay.
But they still have a first, but I think OKC controls their 28.
Because they have their 2026 pick.
And then nothing in 27, and then I don't think anything in 29. But they have 28 and 30 that the other team controls the rights to the better pick.
The most ridiculous report that came out in all of this was the fact that Pelinka talked him off that first, the extra first the Lakers had.
Look at Austin Reeves.
I can't.
The Austin Reeves one hurts. Could you imagine
Austin Reeves.
What this team looks like, how much different it is if
God,
they had
he had to go. God, he had to go. How do you talk him off that first? Like, you know what?
I don't think he needed it. I mean,
he is a little out of shape, Nico. I can't possibly give you the 25th pick in the draft 3 years from now for Luka Doncic to average 49 and 9.
How can Rob Pelinka?
God.
How can Rob Pelinka? Who do you think has trouble looking the other more in the eye? Pelinka towards Nico or Nico towards Pelinka? Like, when you rip somebody off and you're responsible for their termination, how does Rob Pelinka look Nico Harrison in the eye?
It's tough for Nico to look up from that chair in the corner of the hotel room. Rob's fine, I'm sure.
Like it's because
with his tight leather jacket.
Nico approached him. So from Rob's perspective, he's like, when someone's making a mistake, don't interrupt him.
No, but now afterwards.
Hey.
All right.
Interrupt him.
So the point is, you basically don't have your firsts until 2031. You're up against the second apron, I believe. I heard Bobby Carella say for the next few years. Do you maintain the status quo and wait for Kyrie to come back and Anthony Davis, according to some people, to put down the brisket and return from a 6-game absence? Or the next move, RJ Choppy, is put Anthony Davis on the block with whatever his value is? What do you do from a team building standpoint moving forward starting today?
Well, the good news is, like you said, you do have your pick this year, and this is a generational draft from what everybody has mentioned. I mean, it is fantastic. So if you could find a way to get a second first-round pick in this draft, you got to find a way to do it. Got to find a way to do it. This is supposed to be just a tremendous draft. So from that perspective, knowing that you already have your pick, knowing that it's probably going to be pretty good, it's going to be top 10.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to get a good player. You don't need to be number 1 in this draft. You could be number 5 and be like, all right, this is not necessarily going to be like the LeBron, Wade, Carmelo draft, but I mean, we're talking about a really, really good draft. So find a way to get into that. I don't know though, because
by trading AD.
Yeah, I would.
And Gafford.
I mean, he would have value. I mean, you got to get rid of the guys that have value and the guys that are costly, because you're right. You probably do want to stay away from those aprons and whatever that is. But you want to stay away from that, and you want to find a way to get more assets for this draft.
Is it easier to just look at it and say who should stay?
Probably.
I mean, seriously,
no, probably.
Christie can stay. Cooper Flagg, obviously.
Wait, so but let's just get
Anthony
it
Davis out.
Okay.
Yeah, Anthony Davis go. And not because Anthony Davis is a bad basketball. I saw one person on the fan text earlier say they're not accepting this team back until they get rid of the stench of Anthony Davis. I'm like,
that's unfair.
Anthony Davis is not the problem to me. He's not the issue. Like, I mean,
he is an issue. His health is an issue.
Yeah, his health is an issue. But to me, it's like in a vacuum, he's already here. Is he not worth having around? No, he's going
to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Lively can stay. That's about it. PJ, Brandon Williams, they can stay.
So you're in for the.
I'm in on blown up. Everybody but like 4 or 5 guys.
Like Boston and Indy, they're kind of in gap years.
And I love Kyrie. And I've come to love Kyrie. I did not love Kyrie when Kyrie got here. I've come to love Kyrie. A part of this we don't talk about is I am also upset that they were willing to create this purge and take away an opportunity for Kyrie to win a title here too.
There was a Luka Kyrie highlight reel that I saw last night. Oh my gosh, it was tough to watch.
That play everybody keeps retweeting that one. It's the most viewed video of all time on the NBA Twitter account, which is the one where Luka steals the ball, throws it over his back to Kyrie, who gets out ahead, and then lobs it up to Derrick Jones for the slam dunk. And it's just like, what? You walked away from this. Why? Why for Anthony Davis to come here and get fat? Why?
What's AD's value? With this draft, I wonder if people are going to kind of take a hardline stance with this draft hype that Choppy's talking about. Is it still 2 firsts?
Yeah. I think.
Because I would think Gafford could get you a first.
I think so.
So 80's only 1 more?
I mean, there's I guess he would probably. But again, with this draft, like you're right. I mean, this draft is supposed to be, like I said, really, really good.
Let's just take the draft out of it for a second, the hype.
Yeah.
And let's just talk about usual value.
Usual value.
If Gafford's a 1, which I think the Lakers would probably kill for Daniel Gafford, or a team, with a defensive-minded big man who does all that dirty work, the emotional guy, Luka alley-oop. What's AD's? Is it 3 1s?
Boy, if you get 3 1s, I mean,
he's so
sprints
hurt.
up there.
I would like to think that. I think probably 2 1s right
AD
now.
to sprint?
No.
Gosh, if we get rid of another player who then gets into shape as soon as they leave here, 2 1s probably, I would think.
2 versus 1 though for Gafford. He's definitely way better than Gafford.
Gafford's way younger, and Gafford's not as much of the injury risk.
So if you went into that next draft with 4 1s,
I mean,
seriously, you said it last night, and I totally agreed. I was thinking about it. You put it on paper. You need the Sam Presti approach.
You do. You really do. You need to stop by that. That's what you need to make a call for your next GM. Just throw the checkbook at Sam Presti. But. Yeah, just take that approach. Like, hey, we are going to – everybody and anybody that isn't named Cooper Flagg is available for trade. Make me an offer. Like Kyrie, I would say no. Kyrie, I think, is probably more valuable to the Mavs at this point than anybody else because the injury we don't know.
Oh, I forgot about Kyrie.
But I don't think you could trade him, right, because of the injury.
I mean, you traded KP with a torn ACL. The Knicks did.
Make it 6 1s. Make it 5 or 6 1s.
The only thing I don't know is because Kyrie's game is so based on lateral agility and some of the things that he does. I think some people are just wondering, what is he? He's 32 and tore an ACL. What is he going to come back?
Yeah,
and be?
I don't think you can move him until see him on the floor.
Yeah.
So from that
what if you
perspective,
could?
214 says AD and a bag of chips for Casey Smith. Hey, he got the Knicks healthy.
Yeah, he did.
Well, we would want AD with Casey Smith to fix Anthony Davis. So there it is. Majority of the totalers, though, saying blow it up. Anthony Davis out. Not hang on to what this roster is.
Yeah.
I agree. 877-881-1053 as the Nico Hump Day continues.
682. Luka has an opt-out after 28, right? I think people are already thinking in their heads, maybe he could get back here. Maybe.
I think there's a way that it could happen.
I would love it if he would. I wonder if he's just said goodbye at this point. If he has spent enough time in LA already to kind of feel like this is home now. That would be my concern.
Yeah, let's worry about that down the depressing road. Right now, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Sting at the Pavilion at the Toyota Music Factory on Sunday, May 10th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Around the NFL Power Rankings at 8 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. What?
Did you pick that, Peyton? Because it sounded like Lucid Dreams by Juice WRLD.
Yeah, I did.
That's what he sampled it from. Let's check my heart.
Let's chop it up.
Let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy. Pew, pew, pew.
Finally, some great news.
Nico
about
fired?
the youth of myself and Sean Sharif. Teenage binge drinkers turn out to be higher earners in the workplace.
Oh, that's right. Let me slap you with my money clip.
There we go, baby. If you are a binge drinker, this is science, and this is science from Norway. And I don't know, I've never been to Norway. But I know they have the Northern Lights, so I just believe it. By the way, we get the Northern Lights tonight, baby.
Oh,
that's right. Go outside. And last night too. Some of the places, some around town got. I didn't get to see it last night. I went outside. To look. Couldn't see it, but tonight we are getting the Northern Lights.
I understand there's science behind that and everything, but it does just make me look up and go, witchcraft. That's witchcraft up there.
You think so?
Yep.
Wow.
That's what I think whenever I see it.
Way to say that about God.
This is the homeschooling. Okay, this is the homeschooling speaking to me.
So I was talking to a guy at the gym the other day, and he was like, because I guess he's going to Dubai, and he goes, they make rain there. And I'm like, what? They make rain? He goes, yeah, they throw salt in the air, and it turns into rain. They do it like once a month. And I'm like, well, that just threw my whole life for a loop. But, yeah, and I'm with you. It does look like witchcraft, like those Northern Lights. But I've never seen them in person, in real life. I cannot wait. For tonight.
RJ gets so excited about these things.
It's cool, though,
So
right? You're going to go outside. You're going to take the kids outside.
Was it it's like a purple haze I saw? Someone tweet me?
Reddish, purple, some green and yellow colors. I don't know. I think it's cool. It's definitely looking like witchcraft, though. But
we should probably put a kid advisory on this drinking story.
682, by the way, just texted and said their 3-year-old is listening only because they said my 3-year-old just said pew, 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 pew.
There we go. So they said the most likely.
That's probably a bad thing for him to be hearing, too.
Yeah, they're saying that it increases your social abilities, and social abilities lead to more money because it's sales. And it's like, if you're out there drinking, you're getting practice. You're getting all kinds of practice.
You'll be on a golf course making deals. It's like golf at a young age. You're probably better businessman.
Better business.
Or woman.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. But that's the report. That's the study that binge drinking as a teenager, like obviously college or whatever, leads to more money. Speaking of more money, it's coming out of the Sharif pocket. You thought it was Labubu. It is now the Bear-rista. Apparently, Starbucks has got a little bear mug, and each store got like 3 of them. They're so hot items. I saw one. I just Googled it the other day. My buddy told me to Google this, and I saw one sit for sale for $14,999 on eBay. What? People are selling it. Now, that's the asking price. They're not going to do that. But people are getting $300, $400, $500. But they're calling it the new Labubu.
I think it was Klay Thompson's girl who had it on her. It was either her card. It was Klay's girl, I think, when he was picking her up late from the airport, that she had one of those. So I should have put my wife on blast for this because she was calling me lazy with my meat slicer the other day when we were out. And one of our friend's daughters had a Labubu. Mm-hmm. And Ollie starts counting the teeth of the Labubu, and he goes, "That's not real."
What?
Yeah, he called it out. And
he knows how to see those fakes.
And they go, "Yeah, it's a Lafufu. It's not a Labubu. It's a Lafufu." And Amanda's like, "How did you know that? How this? How that?" Well, it was from you, sweetheart. That's how he knew it. She was sitting there, and she be during this whole stage. She was just reading on TikTok and getting everyone's reactions to how to tell if one's real or counterfeit. So it's no doubt Ollie was listening to Mom talk about what a fake Labubu was, and Ollie repeated it to this girl, and he's like, "Yeah, you guys got a fake. You guys got a fraud."
How many does Amanda have? Labubus?
I think 2. But she still hasn't put it on her purse. So, again, screw you, TikTok, for costing us money, and she hasn't worn it out as a fashion statement.
I still don't know that I've seen one on someone's purse.
Yeah, because it's stupid. It's like a little gremlin hanging around a $400 purse.
Wild.
Yeah.
Life.
And now Starbucks is doing it.
And now Starbucks is doing it with the Bear-rista. Again, nobody can find these things. You got to buy them on eBay.
By the way, I had an awful Starbucks interaction in Austin. Oh, yeah? Oh, man. I was not happy with this, Choppy. I wake up earlier than everybody else. Uh-huh. I go down to the lobby. I want some coffee. It's 6:01. I think this was in a Hilton.
Well.
And I was like, where's the Continental Breakfast, the free coffee? They go, we shut it down at 6. I said, What? I'm not. What? That's not possible.
You shut down the breakfast at 6 a.m.?
The free coffee.
Oh.
I didn't see any breakfast. They go because there's the Starbucks right there in front. They've worked out the deal with the Starbucks to force you into the Starbucks, and they stopped the free, crappy coffee.
Community coffee or whatever.
The free coffee.
Starbucks is their Palenka.
Yeah. Pushing you and making you go by and stand in line at the Starbucks versus the free hotel coffee.
And making you buy $5 cup of Joe.
Yeah.
Wow.
$5 if you're lucky.
Yeah, if you're lucky. Speaking of costs at the mini bar or at the coffee shop down below, you will be in Vegas, and a Las Vegas casino executive, an MGM executive, says, you know what? It's probably a mistake that we were charging $26 for a bottle of water.
What?
Yeah. So at these hotels, like a Starbucks coffee at Excalibur. Excalibur is like it's like the affordable casino on the Strip. One of the more affordable ones. $12 cup of coffee. $26 waters. $12 coffees. And you wonder why nobody is going to Vegas anymore.
You're telling me that the hotel water in the room is $26?
That mini bar in the room, you were open
26?
At some of these hotels, like the Aria, where it's a more expensive hotel.
I believe it.
That water in the fridge. Now, it may not be a 12 ounce. It may be a little bit bigger. Maybe a liter. Woohoo, $26 at some of these places.
Wow.
And you wonder why no one's going there anymore, because it's just that expensive to go.
But no one gets the water or stuff in the mini bar, right? You can just I've never touched that before. Like all the shot you stuff, it's always I'll go down and buy something else or fill it up at the end of the hall.
But I feel like even the bottled waters on the counter next to the TV and the coffee maker, they have some have a tag around it that lets you know you'll be charged.
Right.
Like you'd think just like the bottle that's grabbable in the room, not out of the bar, is free. No, not everywhere.
Not everywhere. Some places will leave a bottle of water.
Was
free
this
for you.
$26 bottle one in the fridge?
Yeah, it was in the I think it was the Aria.
Wow.
It was an MGM property. But that's. And they're like, it was probably a mistake to really price gouge. And maybe they've realized the error of their ways, although we know they won't. But you add in the $50 a night resort fees and this and that. I mean, you can get a hotel. You can find a hotel and it says $12 a night because no one's going there. But then when you get there, it's $70 because of all the resort fees that you got to pay. And it's a city that is just in trouble thanks to $26 waters and $12 coffees. Chopping it up here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan. One thing
Vegas is so ridiculous, and restaurants in general nowadays. I'm now trying to find tasting menus. The tasting menu is a thing to where you're like, I'm going to get gouged. Oh my gosh, 18 one-bite things. It's, $170 per person. But what is it going to be regularly? I'm paying $80 for a steak anyway. You may as well go ahead and give me 16 other bites.
Absolutely. Yeah, give me something I can try. Because you go to a restaurant like that.
I'd rather go to the buffets. $90 the Mackinac buffet or whatever we went to. $90 buffet versus a sit down dinner in a steakhouse. Yeah. It's going to be way more.
It's going to be way more. You're going to get a variety of foods, and this is why going with a big group. You can just to get a lot of shareables. That way you can sample more things. Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan.
And you got to hope everyone is fine with splitting the tab equally.
I know.
You got those people.
That's very true. I'm excited about this one. The Mummy franchise is coming back, baby. Brendan Fraser and Evie, the original Evie, Rachel, she's going to be back in this one. And the Mummy franchise, we don't talk about part 3. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. We don't talk about that one.
Do we talk about part 1?
Do we talk about Brendan Fraser?
He was in that whale movie.
Yeah, the whale.
Yeah,
that was uncomfortable. That was
I've not watched it yet.
Has Brendan Fraser made is he like the Joe Flacco of movies, more respectable in the second half of the career?
Absolutely.
Versus the Mimbo?
Good comp. No doubt. Was he Encino Man?
Great comp.
He was Encino Man, right? Yeah, and no doubt. And Mummy, I love the Mummy movie. The Mummy movie, when it comes on, if I'm just scrolling through, it's like, oh, well, there goes 2 hours of my life.
Really?
Because I'm turning that thing on. If it's on, I'm on. It's like those end of the world movies too, like 2012, Day After Tomorrow. Those things come on, I've lost the next 2 hours of my life. But it's coming back, and they are going to reprise basically everything. You had that weird Tom Cruise one. That was okay. It was more kind of scary than the original Mummies, but
I watched the original, but I've never wanted to or checked out the original for a second time. I've never watched it a second time.
No.
Is it on TV all the time?
I mean, it's quite a bit. It's going to be on like True TV or TBS or whatever. It's on TV quite a bit. My favorite generation, Gen Z, they can mock us all they want. But in the end, they realize that we are doing things the right way. They have flocked to Facebook dating. I thought Facebook was dead.
Facebook has dating?
Facebook dating. The Gen Zers
seniors
are flocking there, saying, I am completely obsessed with Facebook dating. It's got things I never thought I don't know what's on it, but they're like, this is the hottest men and women I've ever seen in my life. That's what they're saying. But Facebook dating is apparently the rage, and they say it's the most elite dating app they've ever used. So if you're out there,
have you heard of this?
Facebook dating? Yeah, I think I met a couple. Mackenzie and I met a couple at a New Year's Eve party.
Whoa! Are you all wearing pineapples?
No.
Y'all shared a pineapple?
Job wants to know why you didn't share that connect with him.
And,
Wow.
the girl said that's all she did was Facebook dating. She didn't trust, Hinge or Bumble or all those other apps.
Would you guys?
No.
Okay.
No.
Drop the keys in the jar.
No.
Put your
not
watch
me.
in there.
No
Take a little
pineapple.
cross off your neck.
Nothing.
Throw it in there.
Remember, he won't
Hey,
even.
who got this?
And I don't disagree with him, but he won't even do the strip club lap dance.
What?
He won't even. He said he wouldn't even let the lap dance happen.
Yeah, Mackenzie's giving me full range of that. She said, you want to go to a strip club, go for it, especially on the bachelor trip. And I was like, that's just, I don't know. It seems like a trap. It really does. It seems like a trap.
She said you could go in.
Yeah.
But did she say you could get a dance?
Yeah, she said you do dance, you just can't touch. Like you can't, touch up, touch down, can't kiss or anything.
But you wouldn't be in favor of the dance for her.
All the kissing going on.
No.
No
Frenching.
Hey. Oh God.
No Frenching. No, but that's I'm with Peyton on this
I can't tell you how many times I've gone in and made out in a strip club.
No, he said, like I'm saying, this is what the thing I was talking about. He would not let her get one. He would say, no, you can't.
Yeah. So if I don't get one, then she can't get one. So
that's why
I'm fine with
that's
that.
why he doesn't.
What
get
if
it.
you're allowed to get one? Would you let her get one?
No.
Hell yeah,
it's not a good trade-off. It's not a good trade-off.
Some security.
I think it's a great trade-off. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he does all the work for you. What are you talking about? You've never
Knuckleballs.
been in one.
Knuckleballs. No, I'm
You
saying
brought
I wouldn't let her get
insecure
one
men
either.
in here.
That's not insecure men.
Insecure.
That's we're not cucks. We're
Would you let her get one from a girl?
Please, Bobby.
Would you let her get one from a girl?
Word.
What'd you say?
Would you let her get a lap dance from a girl?
Oh yeah. Okay. Girl on girl is fine. That's fine.
1 through 5, 5 through 1. We are back.
Girl is fine.
We are back.
Not you, Fernando.
Girl is fine.
Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Chopping it up. Commercial free in the Expressway. 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Your NFL power rankings and how high up did the Cowboys move after Quinn and Williams. Power rankings are next.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Bowls. Nutmeg maybe? No. Just say that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Shorts?
Foundation issues fast. Don't fumble who handles your home's foundation repair. Call the Dirt Nerds at PermaPeer Foundation Repair.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Did the Dallas Cowboys move up in the power rankings after not playing a game? Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. Happy Hump Day edition. Back to the Nico Harrison demise at 8:20 this morning. 1 through 5, 5 through 1, with your Around the NFL Power Rankings on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. That is 877-881-1053. First, how did we do last week?
All right, Sean, number 1, Seattle.
Oh, brilliant.
Indy. Rams.
Where's our dings and buzzes?
I don't know. It's still at 41-31.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He'll be here next week.
You do with your voice, Peyton.
Who was number 3?
Rams.
Darling.
New England.
Darling.
And the Bills. There we go. Bobby.
Yep.
New England.
Darling.
Rams.
Got it.
Darling.
Seattle.
Got it.
Darling.
Buffalo. Detroit.
Got it.
Darling.
4-1 for Bobby.
Peyton, Rams.
Darling.
Indy.
Darling.
Buffalo.
No, ban with Indy.
No, Indy got it.
Or was Indy last week that was banned?
Yeah, Indy
was last
And
week.
yourself.
Indy won.
That's right.
Indy won.
Screw Indy.
Wait, did you punished me for Indy, didn't you? Otherwise,
No.
I would have been 4-1.
But Indy won. Indy won.
Indy won.
I gave you Drilling.
I got to go back and check my phone again. All right.
Where was I?
Buffalo.
Detroit
Drilling.
and New England.
Drilling.
I was New England,
Drilling.
Buffalo, Detroit,
Drilling.
Rams.
Keep the board in the other building. We're keeping this.
Oh, yes, let's do
We're
it.
keeping this.
and Kansas City, who was on a bye.
Andrew.
So I have no idea. I stopped after Peyton's.
I think you and Bobby were 5-1, 4-1.
Me?
You were 4-1, right? Yeah, your only loss was Buffalo.
At what ranking?
5.
Okay, crap. So you won.
Bobby, your ranking
Because I had
loss
Buffalo
was
4.
There it is. I watch.
See, I'm consistent in how we have the rules applied.
I watch more football. All right, 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. Let's go 1 through 5 after we find out where the Cowboys came in across the country.
Yeah, they actually managed to move up with a bye week because they acquired Quentin Williams and because they had so many other teams that lost and were terrible this week. So the Dallas Cowboys actually moved up. SI moved them up 2 spots from 25 to 23. You had the Athletic that bumped them up a spot, but in general, they're coming around right around 22 is where they're averaging out right now.
Jerry Jones yesterday was on this show with CA and Blake filling in. The replay brought to you by Window Nation, and he talked about meeting his new D tackle.
Of course, right when he got there, we had a good visit, and of course, he was excited, to say the least, about being in Dallas. We were excited to welcome him on at that time, and so it was a really positive thing. I think he's really comfortable being here in Dallas.
All right, so there's Jerry talking about Quinnen moving up a little bit after the deals before the next game Monday night against the Raiders. Number 1, easy. It is the Seattle Seahawks. Sam Darnold proving last year was not a fluke. Who's their OC, by the way?
I don't remember who it is.
Don't remember who it is. Thank you for taking the time to yell that across the room when you didn't have an answer.
Because I went to turn down the AC. It's Clint Kubiak. That's who it is.
Oh,
baby.
Was that the Saints OC who put it on us last year?
Was he in?
I'm scarred by that name for a reason, and I feel like he was the New Orleans Saints offensive coordinator who destroyed.
Yeah, I think he was
that Mike Zimmer defense.
That was indeed the Saints offensive coordinator from last year.
Oh gosh, I am
like that.
genius.
Darling.
You have Seattle one. I have New England one again. I had them one last week. They're one again this week. 7-game win streak, 6th highest point differential in the league. Good solid win. Good solid win against Tampa this past week on the road.
It was.
So give me New England at number 1.
What did you think of what Vrabel did? Jared Sandler was singing the praises of Vrabel, who, again, I said, after Belichick, we think of him as figuring out all the little loopholes like Lincoln Riley is trying to do in college, where they ran a BS sneak before halftime to kill the clock and any Tampa Bay chances of getting the ball back and scoring. Well, then you better score on 2nd down, 3rd down. It took 4th down with a crazy Diggs catch that Cardi B was celebrating. What did you think of that?
Playing
with too much fire?
No, Vrabel deserves a little bit of credit for being more aggressive than he had been in Tennessee, and because in Tennessee,
if Brian Schottenheimer does that and they don't get it on 4th, we're murdering him.
Yeah, probably.
But when you're riding a 6-game win streak, you kind of get away with some things.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's not good enough for me to keep New England number 1, though, who I had last week.
You're bumping them after a Tampa Bay win?
I know. It's because there was too much that was impressive from the Los Angeles Rams, who get a big victory over the 49ers, a 16-point victory on the road, and Matthew Stafford continues to play out of his mind.
Matthew Stafford, for the first time in his he's been in the league 17 years. He is the NFL MVP favorite. He has thrown for 4 more touchdowns and 0 picks in 3 straight games. Let me say it again. At least 4 touchdowns, 0 picks in 3 straight games. No other player in history has achieved that. 25 touchdowns and 2 picks on the season, including over the last 6 weeks. Zach Wilczek He's not even able to stand up right now. 20 touchdowns and 0 interceptions over the last 6.
He has more touchdowns right now than he's thrown in 10 of his seasons that he's played in the NFL. And so he's been great. And the fact that he has 2 interceptions is the thing that has made him, it's nice that he finally, at the age of 40 or whatever the hell he is, has grown past being Jameis Winston. Matthew Stafford and the Los Angeles Rams are number 1.
And number 1, I also have the Los Angeles Rams. 4 straight victories, all by at least 14 points. They've been just dominating teams of late. Stafford, like Bobby said, been playing out of his mind. The Rams do have a huge test Sunday as they play the Seahawks, though. But Rams number 1.
Where's that game and who's favored?
The Rams are favored. I believe it's in LA.
That's the second time you said it like that.
The Rams.
The Ving Rams.
Let's hear you say the Los Angeles, say the whole team.
The Los Angeles Rams.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, did I say Rams?
He was saying Ving Rams.
He's been saying
right?
Rams.
Rams.
I say Rams. I support
Rams.
that.
So used to
like that.
Rima.
Do you say Jaguars too, probably?
No, just the Jags. I don't even say the word.
How would you say the whole word?
Jaguars.
He does.
Yes, you are a Jaguars guy.
That's a dumb thing. I don't mind that, even though it's supposed to be Jaguars. Number 2, Rams for me, because all the Matt Stafford info that I just gave.
Yeah, I thought about a couple of teams here. I ultimately decided on the Rams as well. They're just at such a high level with Stafford and McVay playing at such a high level right now. And they seem to be finding new weapons in the pass game week after week.
Look at that comment on the fan cam right now that Bobby has in studio. From Ultra Cowboy.
I'm sorry.
You can read that.
This is a Bogey Bros Gummy Bear shirt. This is not a... okay.
Now they coming out of the closet shirt.
Says RJ's wearing his...
They're naughty gummy bears. Look at that one.
Is that a pineapple?
No.
Oh, that gummy bear's on top of the other one.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Well, some of them, they're behind them, so.
Yeah, all right.
Some are behind.
Is that the one you gave to Schottenheimer?
No, I gave him some muted ones.
Oh, okay.
I gave him some SFW ones.
Number 2, and this is, we are all going to be put against each other because these two are playing this week. I've got the Seattle Seahawks at number 2, so I dropped the Patriots down more than a spot after being number 1 and winning. But the fact is that both of those teams, it's nothing against the Patriots. It's more about how impressive the Rams and the Seahawks have been. So I have the Seahawks number 2.
Reams by 3.5.
At number 2, I left the Colts there. Look, when you're playing in Germany, all bets are off. The travel schedule, everything. They only won by 6 in overtime against the Falcons, but that's okay. Jonathan Taylor, Sean, 3 more touchdowns. I believe that's 10 games this season. He's had 3 touchdowns. Their point differential is plus 115, by the way. I believe that's the best in the NFL, but the Colts I left at number 2.
NFL Power Rankings 1 through 5, 5 through 1.
It's a bad call. They struggled. No, you can't even bump up anybody else after they struggle.
You're not even keeping a team who had a really impressive win. You're bumping them 2 spots.
Because I style point him like he should with the Colts.
Number 3 is the Patriots for me. Took me a while I was early on the Seahawks, early on Indy. I've been tardy on New England. Can't continue to go ahead and make that mistake. Patriots are number 3 in my power rankings.
Number 3.
What is going on with your microphone? On, off.
This light keeps going off, so it screws me up, so I turn it off. I have to have the light on.
And why are you the only one with like a spotlight in front of you?
I don't know. It was on. It was just on when I got here.
Showing off that shirt.
I know, right?
Yeah.
For 3, number 3 for me is the Detroit Lions. I thought about Seattle here, but I was like, who would be favored on a neutral field? And Detroit would be favored on a neutral field. I think that they're a better, more complete team than the Rams, but Stafford and McVay are just on a level that is just different. And Professor Campbell scares the hell out of me.
Professor Campbell.
That guy scared with his glasses at the tip of his nose. That's brown. It's points down. Points down. Toxic masculinity goes down when you put the glass at the tip of your nose.
You got to hear how he was talking about the Philadelphia crowd as Lions and Eagles are getting set for each other. He's basically like, I mean, you would love this testosterone.
Yeah.
Where he's like, batteries thrown, and this is the way football should be. One time, I saw Strahan walking over to the stands, and this dude had about a 64-ounce cup filled with spit dip, and the guy threw it right down Strahan's neck, and Campbell was basically like, yeah, getting hype off of it. He's like, yeah,
all right.
man, this is the type of environment you want to be in. So there you go.
Yeah, number 3 is the New England Patriots. If it was not for impressive victories by the Rams and the Seahawks, they would probably be number 1 still. But they slipped by against the Falcons. They slipped by against the Buccaneers, 2 teams that I would have hoped they would have been able to handle a little bit easier. So they just get knocked down a little bit. The Patriots are at 3.
And number 3, I have the Detroit Lions. Look, they've been so inconsistent the last month. They back and forth, win-loss, win-loss. They beat up a bad Commanders team, doubled them up, I believe, by 22, and they get the Eagles and Philly Sunday night. So it'll be tough for the Lions, but I still have the Lions at number 3. Still believing in Detroit.
What's going on?
Bobby's playing with me.
You're doing your Bobby hands backwards on your hips.
Yeah, I was giving him the look like a mom would give. Now you stop that, young man.
His mic is on. It's driving him nuts because when I turned my mic off, turns his light off.
My light's off now. I don't know if my mic's on.
So his mic is on, but it gets him into a panic.
It screws me up.
I like turning my mic off just to turn his light off.
Number 4 is they're my yo-yo team. Out, in, out, up, down, up. It's Detroit. I don't know what to do with them. I know that the Commanders are finished and done. They didn't have Jaden Daniels, but the offense is too explosive for me to totally, completely disrespect them. So the Lions are 4 in my power rankings.
I have Seattle 4 in mine. I can't get out of my head.
What?
That's so low, man.
Yeah, it is low, but
I got them at 5.
Don't tell us.
Spoil,
well, there you go. Jeez. Throw it to me.
I just can't get out of my head that Kevin O'Connell was so put out by the last 2 games that he saw Sam Darnold play that he said, we got to get rid of this guy to go with an unproven rookie. I just can't get that out of my head.
They had to make the commitment to JJ.
I agree. They did. They had to. I just, if you were to ask me about the 3 quarterbacks in the NFC.
I mean, Kevin O'Connell couldn't fix Carson Wentz, so you should have downgraded O'Connell's
that's fair.
brilliance.
But between Stafford, Goff, and Darnold, I just trust Darnold the least. So, there.
Yeah, I am going to go at number 4 here with the Detroit Lions. Same as you. They dropped a little bit last week because they've had a couple of bad losses recently where I don't know what to make of them, but they came out, whooped that ass against Washington, and being able to kind of solidify that was because I was pausing.
Make it funny. That's what happens when you make fun.
Shut up! I was pausing to see if I was trying to remember if it was Washington. I was like, wait, was it Washington? That's why
there's
I
a thing to correct yourself and think about with them. It's the Redskins or the Commanders, not Washington.
Well, because I was like,
they've always been Washington.
They played? Was it Washington they played? So I was like, it was Washington. And so I paused. That's what it was.
Might have to dump that. Number 4, I have the Patriots. Impressive win on the road against Tampa Bay, and they improved to 5-0 on the road this season away from Foxborough. Drake May has looked like a legit MVP candidate. They get a gift tomorrow, though, against the Jets at home.
Number 5 for me is Indianapolis. I agree with Bobby. I have to downgrade them a little bit there because of what happened in Berlin.
I am leaving number 5 blank because nobody deserves to be number 5. No, I'm not leaving them blank. I'll play along with the game. I had Kansas City here last week. I don't trust Indy. I'm sorry, that schedule's booty. Not a single one of us would pick Indy to beat Buffalo, Kansas City, Detroit, Philly, Seattle, the Rams, and half a dozen other teams. Nobody deserves to be here. This is a 4-team NFL right now, but I'll put Kansas City here. I had him here last week.
Number 5, I'll be W.I. Peyton today. It is the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles have not been super impressive most of this year, but they are at this point. I mean, they're 7-2, and they've got good victories on their schedule, and they go into Lambeau and control that game for the most part. It's not that they're super impressive. It's that the rest of the league is pretty underwhelming, and that's a good victory. So I'm going to go the Philadelphia Eagles at 5.
At number 5, it only took them to win 7 out of their last 8 games to finally have them in my power rankings. The Seattle Seahawks at number 5. They've scored 82 points their last 2 games, and their defense can score touchdowns as well, as we saw D-Law run a couple back. But I have the Seahawks at 5.
There it is. Power rankings every hump day at this time here on Sean and RJ. Choppy will tweet them out. The top 10 biggest mistakes that led to the end of Nico Harrison. Next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in...
I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now. Limited term financing on approved credit. 90 days.
Brought to you by Central Market.
At Central Market.
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The top 10 decisions made by Nico Harrison that ruined the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, good.
This is from fadeawayworld.net. But I wanted to go ahead and run through it and see what y'all thought. Sean, RJ, and Roberto back together again here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, I think I know the top 10 off the top of my head.
In order?
In order.
Okay.
All right, number one, hiring Nico was the number one move. Number two,
hiring Nico.
These Nico's moves.
These are Nico's moves.
No, I know, but accepting the job is number one.
Okay.
Number two, making a phone call with Rob Pelinka to meet for coffee. Number three, meeting Rob Pelinka for coffee. Number four, having a second cup of coffee, which led to the Luka Doncic talk. Number five, talking again about the Luka trade. Number six, approaching Patrick Dumont about the Luka. I missed the Mark Cuban. Get Mark out. That was number one. Get Mark out. You had to undercut Mark Cuban. I mean, that's at least 8 of them. The first 9, I got to deal with Luka.
Number 1, trading Luka Doncic, the worst trade in NBA history. I probably should have just gone 10 through 1. That would have been more dramatic. Number 2, failing to extend Jalen Brunson. We put that on. Is that on Nico?
Yeah, like that's the thing. I think a lot of these get forgotten as like moves that he was part of. He was absolutely. I think at that time people didn't know how in charge he was.
Yeah,
people thought he was just the guy who was brought in to do like, oh, he's like a recruiter.
Yeah.
Is mainly what he is. He's not actually making decisions, but he was here when that happened.
I'll defend him for that because I agree with it. I don't think any of us saw Jalen Brunson becoming the franchise player for the New York Knicks.
True, but he is paid to see things like that, and he's got enough other bad moves that it does make you question his eye.
3, trading Quentin Grimes for the injured Caleb Martin.
A ridiculously bad trade. One where a lot of people were wondering why Quentin Grimes couldn't get on the court. And then
he's averaging 18.
Ever since he got to Philly, he's played there in how many now? 40 games now, half a season. He's averaging 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 4.5 assists per game. And he's had I think 3 40-point games over there.
Caleb Martin here is barely suiting up, 1.4 a game.
Remember, traded for him and he had a hip injury. And at first they were wondering if the trade would even go through. And then they got a gift second rounder for getting duped in the deal.
4, firing Casey Smith, the NBA's most respected trainer.
And doing it over Zoom while he was going to see his dying mother, which again shows the callous, borderline, just disgusting nature of the man himself.
Yeah, it's a little more cutthroat than you want.
5, destroying the team's future flexibility. Between 2027 and 2030, the Mavericks have traded nearly all of their first-round picks, swaps, and several seconds. Bassett called me in the commercial break. As yesterday he got the ultimate birthday present with Nico getting fired. He thinks that Gafford would bring back more than AD right now. I was floored.
Michael.
Well, yeah, the name is. I mean,
let me give you the justification. AD making $55 a year. His leg could blow up, and Daniel Gafford playing more games or being more consistent defensively or rebounding. I disagree with Mike, but that's what Mike thought. That Gafford could get a first, and he didn't even know if you could get a 1 for Anthony Davis. That's what he said.
No, that's too much.
Right?
Well, the Gafford was hurt a fair amount last year and this year to start.
Yeah. So 5 is destroying the team's future flexibility. 6, mishandling Kristaps Porzingis.
Yeah, now we're starting to get into timelines where I can't remember if it was Nelly, Donnie, or Nico.
He was here, and what we have seen consistently now is he has mismanaged injuries. So it does at least, you have to at least combine it a little bit and go, okay, it looks like there's something that it's at least enough. It's a smoking gun to say, well, we've seen enough of this that there's at least a question he might have been it.
7, forcing Cuban out of operations.
I mean, Mark was screwing things up on his own too, so I don't know how much that's awful.
It's also like, you had to have a governor, an owner, whatever. You had to have one that wanted some control, wanted some basketball, input like Dumont may have wanted. You had to have that. You had to have him out. He knew he had to get Mark out. And Mark thought a handshake was a handshake. That I was going to be in control. I was still going to run basketball ops.
It's wild to me how many Nico apologists or sympathizers still do exist on the Fantics. There's always like a handful of them.
Saying what?
Like, for instance, you'll get stuff like this. 817, who was Nico's boss when Smith got fired? Oh, yeah, it was Mark Cuban who approved the fire. Like, people will try to shift stuff away from Nico pretty consistently. It's always a handful of them, but there's a handful of people who, I don't know if it's hatred for Luka, like people who are upset with him here or whatever, but they will go to the mat saying, like, what was he supposed to do? What was Nico supposed to do? He's trying to help him win.
Number 8, publicly questioning Luka's work ethic. Number 9, alienating Dirk. And number 10, letting Derek Jones Jr. walk. The aftermath from fadeawayworld.net, a franchise in ruins.
Which 4 and 9 are inextricably linked. Firing Casey Smith and alienating Dirk apparently were 2 moves that were very close to each other.
Chandler Parsons, speaking of Dirk, said, and I was wondering, did you think Dirk was going to be mentioned in Dumont's press release yesterday? Or would that have been too much?
I mean, it would have been pretty obvious, like, you got to throw his name in there. But, no, it didn't cross my mind that he should have or would have.
Chandler Parsons says, you better get Dirk back ASAP.
at the end of the day, this could go down as one of the worst trades in the history of the NBA. You have a team that just went to the NBA Finals. You have a team that's excited, that's building around this star player, and you move him. And then you're given this absolute blessing with the number 1 pick with Cooper Flagg, and that hasn't even panned out with still high hopes and expectations of a talented roster. Again, I don't wish anybody ill will or to be fired or lose your job, but the writing was on the wall here, and I think it's the right move for the organization to go forward. I think guys like Dirk will now be more involved and invested without Nico Harrison there, and I think they can get back to that culture that they had before when they had success rather than this. But it all is going to stem to that trade, and I told you guys yesterday, this is something that they will never forgive him for.
From the 469, wasn't hearing y'all complaining when Nico got you PJ, Gafford, Kyrie, and the NBA Finals.
972, Nico was a fall guy. There's a ton of borderline Nico support here on the fan text that I can't even comprehend.
Yeah, well, there's some people who think some
people are going to follow the cult leader all the way to the Kool-Aid. I get it.
Literally to the hour before the Luka trade. Nico
we're going
was
to Haley's comment. He said so.
But this is how bad of a basketball fan you are who texted about his previous deals. Not hearing you complain about all those. I, along with Choppy at least, have always given Nico credit for all those. But when you do something as awful and terrible as the Luka deal, those things get thrown out the window and you have to get fired. If you don't think the Luka trade was that big, you know nothing about basketball. So, yeah, I can give him credit for all these things, but if who's an untouchable in sports right now? Mahomes. If the Chiefs go ahead and trade Mahomes and they suck and don't replace him for the next 10 years, all your good is gone.
If you were to go and just take all of his moves in numbers are on the positive. Like, he had more good moves than bad.
I don't think if you count Casey Smith and those, I don't think they are all I don't think it does come out.
I don't know, but when you're looking
and by the way, Gafford and Washington, which are the two he gets, I have a real problem with this one.
Because we were not huge on those at the time.
No, we were not huge on Kyrie. Everybody felt like you said at the time, that was a desperation move where it's like he had to. It wasn't like anything of a genius, personnel move. I don't give him credit for the PJ and Gafford thing to the extent that other people do, because it's like you picked Dak in the 4th round after you wanted Connor Cook and Paxton Lynch, because what you wanted was Kyle Kuzma, and Kyle Kuzma said no, and so then you had to get Gafford in Washington.
You can do that with almost every move in sports,
right?
Bobby.
But his primary move. It's not like he saw the vision of those two are the guys that fit. It was his fallback he had to go to because Kuzma said, "I don't want to play for you."
I disagree.
You can't just pick and choose and cherry pick when and where you want to give credit. If he's the decision maker,
literally you can look at what did he want to do though. Was that something he wanted to do? No, he wanted to do something else for a guy who is not a very good basketball player.
I think you're taking it too literally. He made the moves. He made the moves.
Wait, what am I taking too literally? That doesn't make sense. What am I taking too literally?
I just think you're looking at it too hardcore
binary that's
but he made the moves.
Supposed to look at it.
He made the moves.
I'm not supposed to look at it with nuance. You're supposed to look at it. What did he want to do?
But you should get credit for a backup plan too.
Sure, he gets credit for they had to make moves. That's fine. He can get that. But still, the primary move he wanted, again, it speaks to what is his basketball, which is not very good, because the primary move he wanted would not have been as good.
All right, let's get Bobby real fired up with the defense. It's just the only thing Draymond Green has been able to do besides be a dirty player his entire career. Listen to Draymond defend Nico.
The team that Nico constructed to go win a championship hasn't been on the court. So I find it crazy that everybody's just going to act like Kyrie Irving is this easily replaceable guy. Do you see the Indiana Pacers without Tyrese Halliburton? They look like a completely different team. Yes, they got the number 1 pick. Guess what teams that get the number 1 pick usually look like the next year? Trash. And I know what everybody's going to say, oh, man, their injury history, you knew, you had to wonder that or think that was going to happen. Well, AD for a better part of the last 2 years has been extremely healthy before getting to Dallas. Kyrie Irving, since being in Dallas, has been pretty healthy. So miss me with the injury history stuff and going back 10 years and guys has been healthy the last 2 or 3 years. I don't buy that. And y'all just want to go point the finger at Nico because that was a storyline. Now let's make that a storyline again. That's whack to me. So next year, they come back, that full team that Nico intended to be out there, and they have success. Then what?
This is supposed to be the smartest basketball minds in the game. Talking that stupid, Draymond Green. If I trade my brand new Chevy Traverse for my dad's 79 Corvette.
Oh.
And the Corvette is breaking down and I'm late to work 50% of the time because of my drive on 635, I made a stupid trade. I knew that the car was from 1979. If I buy the Wagyu beef that has the expiration date one day already passed in the store, the day of,
we don't worry about
and
that.
I get sick off of it, I took the major risk of the expiration date.
Right.
How are these people not factoring this in?
It's the same thing. If you start a fire in your house, all of a sudden the house burns down. Like, you can't be really stunned when you start the fire not in the fireplace. It's just like in the house. We're just starting the fire in the house. All of a sudden the house is burnt down. You can't be surprised. But Draymond also, it tracks because Draymond doesn't like European basketball players.
Uh-oh.
So he was probably in favor of the move.
What's the drop here? You're dropping. What are you dropping up?
Then
what?
Then what?
Then what?
Then what?
Then what?
Then what?
So there's Draymond defending. Gilbert Arenas has a defense as well. Voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, will join us at 9 o'clock to talk about the fallout. Did the Cowboys say goodbye to the wrong pass rusher? That's next. And D-Bell, right here on 105.3 The Fan. But
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Basil Lady.
Saffron what?
Nutmeg Megan?
Sweet
No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Ford?
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Did you trade away or let go of the wrong defensive end? Not Micah Parsons, but that one in Seattle. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we do that, I don't think we've shouted this out yet, and it's coming up on Friday. We are going to be doing the final stop this year on the Firehouse Tour this Friday. We're going to be at Plano Fire Station number 5, 5115 West Park Boulevard. So come out, say hey. We'll be out there with Whataburger and giveaways, and it'll be just a wonderful time. All right, so this popped into my head conveniently probably on Sunday when watching DeMarcus Lawrence score 2 touchdowns and continue to just rack things up. That the Cowboys talked about the reason why they let Micah Parsons go in large part was because of it was he couldn't stay in shape reason. It was how much run defense does he play? You know, the run defense, that's a lot to ask of him, and we don't get it consistently enough. DeMarcus Lawrence this year, as a run defender, we're going to go with dreaded PFF for this, but just to have baseline. 114 qualifying edge rushers. DeMarcus Lawrence is 19th in the NFL. He has 6 sacks this season, and he has those 2 touchdowns that he's recovered. And generally during his time here in Dallas, he was a strong run defender, even at the times where his pass rush was not getting home. Always a decent pass rusher, more disruptive than he was game wrecker, but somebody who could get to the passer consistently when he was healthy, and somebody who was going to stop the run just about every time, and somebody who in Seattle right now is being used on the interior too. So he's rushing outside, and then they're kicking him inside to rush from defensive tackle a few times too. The idea of what's your record if you have Micah here? And we've all kicked around like, okay, do you win one of these games? Do you get an extra stop with, Micah there against Green Bay, or do you do this or that? That question has existed. I'm curious, do you think DeMarcus Lawrence would actually lead to a better record for the Cowboys this season than Micah Parsons would?
No.
You don't think it's any different, or you think it's the same difference?
No, Micah maybe one more win in a crucial pass rush moment. And DeMarcus Lawrence, look, the last time I checked, DeMarcus Lawrence was on these defenses too that got a lot of defensive coordinators fired. So no, I grown tired of DeMarcus Lawrence, big talker, hot noise. He was one of the leaders of that group, banged up and hurt a lot as well. So no, I'm not going to have revisionist history over DeMarcus Lawrence because this team got their ass kicked and pushed around in run defense when he was here too.
Did you see the picture G from Jersey tweeted earlier about your favorite player, DeMarvion Overshown?
No.
You might cool on it a little bit.
Yeah,
he's got the Hot Boys chain on.
Yeah,
none of the Hot Boys are left. I don't know where he got the chain from.
It's just it's a continuation. It's like a Nebraska,
mediocrity.
Nebraska where the black shirts.
Dio,
the A&M was the wrecking crew. It doesn't matter what year it was.
DeMarvion, you're too cool for this.
Get rid of the Hot Boys.
Move past it. Come up with something original. Come up with something cool. Stop hanging on to the underachievers.
What is the replacement chain? He's got to have something.
He's got all these stories from back home and the fly swatter and all that.
That's true.
I mean, he's got so many different nicknames. First off, they don't come up with any replacement until you don't suck as a group. You can't have a nickname when you suck. So let's be mediocre and start there, and then you can come up with a nickname. Nobody who stinks nicknames themselves. That's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, the Cowboys did.
Yeah. What if their nickname was the Mediocres?
Gosh, I still remember Kelvin Joseph, and this one did not stick. I still remember Kelvin Joseph trying to nickname them Airplane Mode, the secondary, which was a weird nickname to begin with.
And what's the thought behind that?
It never got explained because everybody was just kind of like, is it no reception?
Yeah, no reception. Yeah, no reception.
What's y'all's answer to Tank?
Yes. I don't. Here's the thing. I do think defenses, if you were to have a guy that is completely a team defensive player, right? Maintaining all the gap integrity they love to yap about, doing all that, I think is more valuable weeks 1 through 17 than an elite, like, hey, I get a sack here or there.
So do you agree with Bobby that Quinnen Williams will be better than Micah Parsons for them?
I don't think it's crazy.
Wow.
Because Quinnen helps
Choppy.
two other positions, too.
I'm not arguing the football point of it. I'm stunned over RJ and his pass rusher takes versus an inside player.
I would I've said I would rather have 11 C plus B minus defensive players than 4 A plus, 3 B minus, and then 4 D, because they're going to pick on the D. Right? You're going to pick on the D players.
Yeah,
so I want the steady.
I think you could say that their record is better with D-Law.
What, do you know because of his agent? You know his agent?
No, that's not it at all. It's because of the fact that he can actually stop the run. They're not able. Teams are not just able to go, we can do whatever we want. They would have to commit to one thing, and that would make them easier to tee off on. It's the same thing we're talking about now with Logan Wilson and Quinnen Williams.
You must have just missed the last seasons when they get pushed around and can't defend any run.
No, I think that what you're talking about is you got to remember Micah was on that side and they ran to his side the majority of the time. If you're talking about you don't have a black hole in the run game, I'm not saying that they're a winning record. I'm saying that one of those games probably flips.
The same impact or more than Micah Parsons?
In terms of on the win-loss record, yeah, I think it's about the same. Maybe a little more.
My God.
Because when you're talking about when you give up both things, when both things are given up and you're not just giving up one of them, if you're giving up one of them, you can tee off on one thing, but that also makes for predictability and allows pass rushers to pin their ears back.
I guarantee you're getting crushed on the fan text over that.
It's kind of mid right now.
Darian on Twitter. Let's talk about Micah Parsons for a second. I'm sure that Marcus Mosher gave him 1,000 grade for PFF the other night after the Eagle game, but he had no sacks and no quarterback hits. I watched the entire game. I barely noticed him. I noticed his speed in the open field, tracking down Jalen Hurts before Jalen would get rid of it. Parsons had no sacks and no quarterback hits the week prior. Ranks 28th among all edge players in run defense grade. And Darian Tolo tweets, Mike is a great player, but trading him made a lot more sense than most people thought. Colin Cowherd then on his radio show said, this is the reputation. Mike is a splash player, a remarkable athletic splash player. He is not good against the run. Well, of course, Micah had to respond. And he came out on X, and he basically said, we just held Saquon to 60 rushing yards. Our only losses have been holding teams to 13 points. Man, please STFU and enjoy great defense. Why do you think teams come into the games that we're going to run the ball in 3rd and long? What effect do you think that is? Please stop giving people mics or listening to trash. Ooh. So that is Micah going back at Colin Cowherd over the defense and his splash reputation.
You're a big PFF guy, Chop.
Yeah.
The last 3 weeks, Micah Parsons' pass rush grade, 65.
Yeah. It's not what you want.
Not what he's paid for.
Not terrible, but not what you want from him.
His run defense grade is 56.
No, I mean, that more tracks with him, though, right?
Cumulatively, he's been a 60.
For the whole year?
For the last 3 weeks.
Oh.
No, for the whole year, he's like a 91. He's way up there. But you mentioned he was what in run defense, like 22nd or something like that? That was pre-Philly. After Philly, he's dropped down to 44th.
And that was another big game moment. I didn't buy into that. I'm starting to buy into it a little bit more. Someone very, very important in California brought that up to us. And
I live here.
What?
I live here, not California.
Just shut up. Brought that up to us in California and said, where is he in big moments? And now it is in my brain.
All right, so let's go over now to the rest of the NFL, because this was insane to me. So over at NFL.com, they polled a bunch of their writers and their contributors to ask them who all is going to make the Super Bowl at the midway point. And the most common answer to win the Super Bowl, 6 people voted for the Buffalo Bills. 5 people voted for the Kansas City Chiefs. And this is the one that blew me away. And this was before this past weekend. 4 people voted for this team to win the Super Bowl, and 2 others voted for them to make it. The Baltimore Ravens received 6 votes to make the Super Bowl, which means a quarter of the NFL.com analysts believe that the under 500 Baltimore Ravens are still going to the Super Bowl.
Listen, Vegas has said for a while that even when they were a 2-win team, they were the favorites in the North. It's crazy to think.
It's not crazy. because Buffalo is susceptible. Every week we're yo-yoing them in and out of our power rankings. New England, there's going to be a prove-it factor in the playoffs.
Kansas City's not even in it.
Kansas City, they're not in the playoffs right now?
No.
Kansas City, right? No one's like, oh my God, dominant force. We thought they were coming on. I don't fear Denver, and I have that same feeling towards the Chargers. And then Indianapolis, people are still going to call them fraudulent. So I don't think it is. I don't think it's as crazy as I originally would.
It's possible. For a quarter of them, though, to pick them to make a Super Bowl is like, well, that's you're talking about them as being like a favorite, like one of the top teams you would consider, which is wild. I mean, like we said, Kansas City not even being in the playoffs right now. 5 people picking them to win it all. The thing that's interesting here is, what is this? This is 6 votes for the Bills, 5 for the Chiefs, 4 for the Ravens. The top 3 likeliest picks to win it, just flat out win the Super Bowl, are all in the AFC. Even as the AFC right now feels like, is Buffalo super consistent?
Right.
Chiefs aren't even in it right now. Ravens aren't even in it right now. Just behind them, 4 votes for the Rams. They're the most popular pick in the NFC. 3 for the Seattle Seahawks. 2 for the Detroit Lions. And then one person, Lance Zierlein, believes the Philadelphia Eagles will win it all.
6, 8, and 10. Those are the 3 teams. That's what the Chiefs, so Bills, Chiefs, and Ravens are ranked in the AFC. 6, 8, and 10.
Wow.
So that's
like overwhelmingly people saying it's one of them that's going to win it all.
Buffalo,
which is nuts.
They would all now obviously if Baltimore gets in, it's because they beat Pittsburgh, so they would get a home game. But the rest of those teams would have to go on the road to win every game.
All the rules are out for this NFL season.
Yeah.
That's why the power rankings are the most insane they have ever been. Final hour, Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. But next, the voice of the Dallas Mavericks on the firing of Nico Harrison, the great Chuck Cooperstein after this.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute thing. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, we have It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
The Fan.
No, it is not Announcer Man, because Kevin Hagden has taken RJ's spot in the final hour. Hump Day edition. Hump Day. On DFW Sports Station. We got Bobby Bell, we got Peyton, we got Aiden, and we have the voice of the Dallas Mavericks to talk about the news of Nico Harrison being fired. Chuck Cooperstein. Awkward timing for RJ because he booked Chuck, but nonetheless, we have Chuck on the D&M Leasing Hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, man. How are you?
The weather got good. Choppy decided he needed tea time.
Yes, literally.
Pretty much.
He's going out to golf right now.
It is for charity, though.
I get it. He could pick up on the fourth hole, though. I mean, it's okay.
That's a great point. Did you ever golf with Choppy?
I have. He can move it. He can really move it.
Yeah.
And at one time, I could move it. I can't anymore.
Chuck, your reaction to the Nico news and how unexpected or expected was it for you?
Well, I mean, I think it was fairly inevitable. I mean, given, everything that's gone on in the last 9 months, and especially how this season started, which is basically a continuation of what happened at the end of last year. I think the one thing that maybe surprised me was, the Mavericks have so many games at home here in this stretch that started the other night. I mean, it's 4 straight. I think 7 of 8 are going to be at home, as part of 13 of 18 to start the year. I thought they might give it another week because Davis is supposed to be back at some point. Lively is supposed to be back at some point in this run. And they'd get a chance at least to see, what it all looks like with all the bigs. I mean, obviously, whatever the vision was that Nico had, I mean, they've never been able to execute that vision because of injuries. Well, all those guys are supposed to be back right now, or at least in the near future. So I guess I'm surprised that they did it before they actually had a chance to really see if it would work. And certainly there were questions as to whether or not it would work. But, they decided to move when they did.
Where did you fall on that philosophy about whether or not it would work? I know you're right. Injuries sabotaged it all. But did you see, the logic of what he was trying to do, or was this flawed from the start?
Well, no, I understand the concept of the two bigs. It's going on everywhere in the NBA. I mean, the Mavericks are definitely not alone in that. The problem I think that they have is that Davis is so much better suited to playing center, and he doesn't want to play center. And, he doesn't want to get banged up for whatever reason. He doesn't want to do it. But his offensive game does not allow for the necessary spacing. I don't know if they necessarily had the right guys to make it work, other than on the defensive end, where they were going to be very good, but quite frankly, already are pretty good, even with them being shorthanded without Davis and Lively. I mean, they're third in the league in defense right now. I understand the concept. I don't know if the execution was going to work. I mean, I guess we saw it for about 32 minutes against Houston last year, right? It worked pretty good in that game. Yeah. I mean, other than that, we don't know.
Coop, is this an example, you think, of, at the end of the day, sports franchises, maybe not literally or on paper or anything else, but at the end of the day, sports franchises really do belong to fan bases. And if a fan base gets unhappy enough, they will make moves to ultimately give into what the fan base is clamoring for?
I'm not going to go that far because I think this was the rare exception. We've never seen a trade like this in the history of sports, at least in the modern history of sports. And maybe if Babe Ruth was sent to the Yankees during the age of the internet, then things would have been different. But this was the most unusual trade that's ever been made. And so there was a far greater opportunity for management to hear the complaints of fans. I mean, fans are always going to complain unless their team ultimately is raising a trophy. So I don't necessarily believe that, especially in the era of major corporate ownership. I just don't see that happening very much. But I think it's still worthy of fans' efforts to make their feelings known. Listen, the only way you can really make your feelings hit ownership is with your decision making. If you decide that you're not going to watch games or going to go to games or going to spend money on merchandise and parking and concessions and all those things that teams rely on, not quite as much as getting $76 billion over the next 11 years from television, but if you're getting hit like that, I mean, businesses will pay attention, and so from that standpoint, this definitely was a win for the fan, but I don't see it as a long-term change of direction as far as how ownership regards the decision-making that they make.
Chuck, how uncomfortable did it get inside the AAC, and did you end up feeling bad for Nico at points?
Well, I felt bad yesterday for sure. I mean, because, listen, most of us anyway have been fired from jobs. Nobody likes getting fired from jobs, and frankly, watching people get fired from jobs is uncomfortable. And it was uncomfortable in the building. I frankly was disappointed in the fans at the end of the game on Monday night when P.J. Washington's trying to make 3 free throws to put the game in overtime, and the fans are chanting. I mean, I'm not going to tell fans how to fan, but that's, to my opinion, not particularly good fandom because the players themselves had nothing to do with the decision that was made.
Do you think that obviously Luka's a great player, but do you think how hot he started the season sped the process up at all, or was this all strictly based on what we saw from the floor from the Mavericks?
I can't think that they were unaware of what Luka was doing. But of course, Luka's missed some games too here at the start of the year. He got hurt, his finger and his ankle and stuff like that. So he missed, I think, 3 games. He's played 7 of the 11 or 6 of the 11. Because I know he's rested a couple of games too. So he's not been out there a whole bunch, but he's spectacular. He's a show, and fans anywhere, not just in Dallas, but fans anywhere, they want to see greatness and they want to be entertained when they're seeing greatness. And that's how Luka plays. And Luka plays with a particular joy that I think, very few players have played with in today's NBA, and frankly, have ever played with. Yeah, he gets mad, he gets frustrated, he wears his heart on his sleeve, and I think fans love that, good, bad, or otherwise. But so I think you can't ignore it, but I think the fact remains is that from the time that the trade was made, Anthony Davis played 14 games, and they just have not gotten any return on the investment at all. And I think that's a concept that the ownership understands, and that's why they made the move they made.
Chuck Cooperstein, the voice of the Mavericks, here with us on 105.3 The Fan. So, Coop, you just referenced game-tying free throws. Crowd is chanting up there while P.J. Washington's there. Brian Windhorst talked about, hey, this was affecting the players, like some of the intensity from the fan base. How much of this decision do you think came down to an internal evaluation of, man, even if we would normally give Nico some extra time to let this play out, this is affecting people on the court too much to let it keep going?
See, I don't know that I agree with that, Bobby.
You're 0 for 2, Bob.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm here to set up the opposite view to set Coop up so he can knock it all down.
Get chop off that third tee.
I don't see that because I guess just being around athletes long enough, I think once the game starts, they are so focused on what they're doing out there that the outside noise comes when they're not playing. And how it affects them in the locker room and things like that. But, I mean, it's not like – the games at the American Airlines Center, except for the opening game against San Antonio, they've all been close games. They're all going to the wire. I mean, they have a chance to win those games, and they haven't done it. So, it's not like, they're walking out there and playing and going like, woe is me, we're getting blown out by 20 here tonight. That just hasn't been the case. So I don't think hearing that, in the course of the game, I don't think that accelerated the decision making at all. I think what accelerated is everything that we've talked about here for the last 10 minutes.
We'll try and see if I'll be 0 for 3 here, Coop. What about the idea of the 9 months after? Forget the actual day the trade's made and forget what happened on the court. How much do you think some of the response and some of the PR issues that existed from this were something where this may have played out differently if the PR answers would have been different?
From Nico?
Just from the organization in general. If they would not have, if the fan base wouldn't have been angered so much by some of the responses, this would have been allowed to have more time.
I think this is an on-court production thing. I mean, look, the Mavericks were 9-18, including the play-in games. After Kyrie got hurt. Okay, so they're 9-18, and now they're 3-8 this year. So you do the math on that. When you have that type of win percentage, stuff happens.
Chuck Cooperstein here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Bobby, stick to football in your 840 segment.
I just let him get 3 swings off. That was Coop hitting 3 home runs.
No, he can do the batter with the Bugs Bunny slow pitch.
Chuck, my question for you is your personal preference and what you think they will do moving forward. What is the plan? Do you stay the course? You wait for AD health, Kyrie to come back, or should this thing be blown up and just built around Flagg?
Well, I mean, ultimately, I think they're going to have to build around Cooper Flagg. I mean, that's, when that happens, I don't know. But again, I don't think it happens until you get a full-time general manager in here. And who that is, I don't know. The speculation is out there. We've all heard the names, and I think they're all legitimate. But I think, they've got to get, first off, if you were going to trade Anthony Davis, you've got to get him back on the floor and have him play and have him be his 25-12 and see if you can rebuild his value. Because right now, I mean, the guy's not played. Guy's played 14 games since last February. I mean, it's not good. I mean, he's got to be able to get on the floor and he's got to be able to perform. And really, frankly, given Kyrie, guy's turned into a beloved figure in this town. I mean, the transformation from what he was considered when he arrived here to what he is right now is one of the more remarkable ones I've ever seen in sports.
Yeah.
And I think fans, from what I can tell, they don't want to lose Kyrie, but they understand if Kyrie wanted to move someplace else and have a better chance to win before his career comes to an end. But I don't know what it looks like. But ultimately it does revolve around Flagg. And if you looked at that game Monday night and how he played, I mean, that's the type of game I think we're going to see from him far more often than we won't see as time goes on. And if you look at, from where he was on opening night and how tentative he was on opening night and then how he's been at times in the first 10 games of the year, and then watch that game last night or Monday night against Milwaukee and see how assertive he was, and especially in the fourth quarter, that was just a phenomenal sign. And not that I'm particularly surprised, but if anything, I'm surprised that it took him that long to assert himself. But I guess also that means he's being a good teammate. He was just looking for his place.
Injury issues and offensive creation issues aside, you talked about the defense. What is it that has helped this defense work so well early in the season while maybe the rest of the team has not?
It's a great question, and I'm not really sure I understand. Now, again, the schedule hasn't been the strongest.
Right.
I mean, they have played Washington twice, and, Washington does turn over the ball like no one's business. And, the Mavericks didn't take advantage of that in the game in Dallas in the second game of the year, but they certainly did the other night in D.C. when they won. The last couple of games, anyway, their rebounding has been significantly better. But I think they operate. It's not like they have any great individual defenders, although I think Flagg could definitely develop into that. He's pretty good right now, but I think he's going to be a lot better, obviously. But I think they really have figured out kind of the team concept, that everybody's on a string. And if one guy falters, then we really have a problem at that end. And I think maybe there's also a knowledge, knowing that their offense has struggled as much as it has, that they've got to be good at that end. And they have been good at that end. And I think that, that should be acknowledged. I mean, you look at the games they've played against Oklahoma City, Houston, and Milwaukee. I mean, 3 of the top 9 offenses, I believe, in the NBA right now. They held Oklahoma City to 101. And a 101 defensive rating. They're at like 122. The Rockets are even a better offensive team. They're averaging like 122 a game. Their offensive rating against the Mavericks was 105.6. And the Bucks, they didn't have a whole lot going on until Giannis decided he was going to take over the game in the fourth quarter, and he did, and he was great. But still, they averaged like right around 118, I think, a game. But their offensive rating was like 105.8. It was their numbers. The Mavericks numbers are really good, and it seems like the better teams that they play, the more dialed in they are. It'll be interesting tonight against Phoenix, which is kind of an average team in the league, but they're a great offensive team. Okay, they're a great shooting team, so I'm really interested to see how that comes to pass. But it's definitely one of the most bizarre things. You look at the overall net rating; the Mavericks are a minus 5.8 in their net rating. They are the only team in the top 20 in the NBA that have a minus net rating. Everybody else is positive. They're the only ones that have, like, with the defensive rating where they are, but they're the only ones that are like a minus net overall, which tells you just how bad their offense is.
Chuck, great stuff as always. Thank you so much for the time. You're always there for us, unlike RJ Choppy. We appreciate it. Have a great call.
Be good, guys. Take care.
Chuck Cooperstein on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Nick Eatman starts getting you set for the race from DallasCowboys.com after this. if Jackson Dart can't pass concussion protocol.
That's the way to go, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see Russ out there.
So done. And then Dan Quinn is going to take over the defensive play calling in D.C.
Can I go back to Jameis for just a second? Over under total number of touchdowns and interceptions for Jameis in that game. 4.5.
I mean, I have to take the under. Oh, touchdowns and picks?
And picks.
Oh, who are they facing?
Irrelevant. For the purposes of this,
they're facing Jameis.
Yeah, it's Jameis versus Jameis.
It is Jameis versus Jameis. Let's bring in Nick Eatman on the D&M Leasing Hotline on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Nick, let's go ahead and just start off with y'all's midseason review over there, and then we'll get into the Raiders, unless there's something from Jerry Jones you heard yesterday that you wanted to comment on.
No, I'm good. We can go into that.
Okay. First one, Dallas Cowboys.
I didn't hear
it. Hey, you're always honest. Best part of the Quinnen Williams trade to you?
For me, I'm trying to remember what I wrote, but I think it was the fact that it's not just for this year. It's obviously for next year, and the fact that he doesn't come right in and is like, all right, in the off-season move and let's get him acquainted to everything. Like, he'll be here. He'll be with these guys. He'll be training with the offseason, all that. So I think you're going to get the best version of him, next year when he's here for a couple more seasons at least. And the fact that, going into training camp, he'll be here the whole offseason. So just the fact that it's not just a Band-Aid fix. It's a permanent move to have him here in the fold.
The guy they desperately need back.
Like Diggs is a guy that they definitely need back. I can't remember if I wrote that.
Man, you like RJ? You were replacing RJ. Was this a couple days ago or last week? You said Malik Hooker.
Hooker, for sure. Oh, I remember. No, that's the thing is when you do these things, I always do this last, and I write it, and then all of a sudden it comes in, and then like Patrick Walker writes, some Diggs or whatever, and then I'm like, oh, I switched it up. Okay. They need some help on secondary regardless. They do need Malik Hooker. They need somebody at safety. I mean, like, he wasn't playing outstanding, but at least, he lines them up right. He gets them I think he helps all of the cornerbacks as well. I think Deron Bland's playing better when they have better play at safety. So they definitely miss that. And that's been a crazy position of just 1 injury, 2 injury, 3, 4 injuries at one point at safety where you're playing guys that, were coming off the practice squad and all that. So, they need some depth at corner and safety, but Malik Hooker needs to be back. If they can get Trayvon back, that'd be great too.
Are you excited that at least according to Jerry, we've pretty much redone the 1989 draft and we've got Derek Thomas and Deion Sanders coming in off injured reserve?
Of course. Yeah. I know what you're saying. They're getting pumped up to be the saviors and all that. As I'm writing something right now about like the big picture, which probably threw you off a little bit, Sean, because usually you have that on Wednesday, and I pushed it back. But
yes,
the Revel hasn't played since week 3 of the 2024 season at East Carolina. So there's no preseason games. None of that. He's going to get thrown in there. I don't think he's going to be playing a ton. I think he'll probably be more special teams. So I'm not counting on him to be a difference maker even this whole season. Overshown, I do think Overshown could come in and provide a spark. But Revel, I think you have to be honest about, just how much he's going to be able to contribute right away.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. I'm going to pull you into a debate that we had at 8:40 that Sean shot me down pretty quickly on. But I have a theory that if DeMarcus Lawrence is here this season, you could bring DeMarcus Lawrence or Micah Parsons and put him on this team this season. I think this team would have been better in the first half of the season with DeMarcus Lawrence than Micah Parsons.
Let him down easy, Nick.
Oh. Wait. This is an either or.
Yep.
I get to have Micah on the team
Who makes a greater
and no Kenny Clark, right?
Or DeMarcus Lawrence and no Kenny Clark. Who makes a bigger difference on them winning games through the first half of the season? I think it's DeMarcus Lawrence.
I love you, Bobby.
0 for 4 after Coop.
Yep.
Here's the thought, Nick. Here's the thought. Micah is going to rush the passer. That's fine. That's great. The problem is they're getting picked apart regardless. If you've got DeMarcus Lawrence here to slow down the run game, then teams have to become more one-dimensional and pick on you throwing the ball, which means they would be able to pin their ears back and rush more effectively.
I
love you, Bobby, but
I hear you, but the way you said Micah Parsons, that's good, that's great. No.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's unbelievable. It's a guy that comes in as a rookie, and next thing you know, this 6-10 football team is now 12-5, 3 years in a row. And if he doesn't get hurt for 4 or 5 games last year, they probably sneak into the playoffs too, because they were the best team rusher the passer when he's there. Because you said, yeah, that's good. But no, Dante Fowler, Sam Williams, those guys, they are better players too. This guy made Carl Lawson into a 5-sack player, and now he's not even in the league. I think Micah brings the guys around him better. I'm sorry. But that's not the case. It's not the case. But, I mean, I'm just saying I think he's more of a difference maker to me.
How interested were you or how fascinating did you find it? We got a question about this on the fan text of the report on Sunday that the Cowboys actually buried a poison pill within the Micah deal to say Green Bay was not allowed to trade him to the NFC East.
I just didn't think. I mean, I hadn't seen the poison pill used, for the Cowboys. I've kind of heard about him. I didn't think it was really a thing. I thought it was kind of more of a myth, so it was like, cool. I mean, I think Green Bay has one too, right? Like Kenny Clark can't be traded to the Lions or something like that. But
yeah,
which is funny. But no, I mean, I don't know. I just,
is that a concern? Do people think Green Bay was going to trade Micah anytime soon?
Right. It's like once you do that, and the money that the structure of the contract, I mean, he's kind of untradeable anyway. So it's almost, that seems kind of like, all right, we'll do it, but we're not trading him. So, and especially like, isn't it just for a couple of years? Like that goes away after about 3 or 4 years. So like you're not trading a player like that anyway. So you can just say we're not trading him at all, and they're not going to because of the massive cap hit that would be.
Nick,
because he's not making $47 million a year right now. There's no way. Like as far as like his cap charge. So which means it's probably 20, 15, 20, something like that, which means if you traded him, all of that backloaded money on this contract is coming to the front. So they're not doing that.
Nick, how awful are the Raiders?
They're not good at all. Can they win this game? Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, six of the 9 quarterbacks they face, the Cowboys have faced, have had their best game against them. So, I mean, Geno Smith is like second most interceptions thrown. He's been sacked as much as anybody. But the Cowboys, until they prove it differently, they are a get right opponent for offenses. Remember, I mean, Denver, they wanted to change the play calling with Sean Payton. I almost said Peyton Russell, but I mean, he could have done it. And with Sean Payton, and the next thing you know, they put up 40 points, and then they go back to 10 against the Raiders. So the Raiders defense obviously did a lot better against Denver than the Cowboys did. So they're not a good team. I would imagine that they get Brock Bowers more involved than they did. I mean, he had 13 targets and 12 catches the week before last, and then he only had one catch for 31 yards, and they didn't get him the ball. So I would imagine they'll get him going. But they're not a good team. But I mean, can they? This is a mini bye for them. They have 11 days rest. They should be ready to go against the Cowboys. First ever game, Cowboys in Vegas. I mean, it'll be a lot of emotions going on. I'm curious to see how the Cowboys kind of handle all of it this week.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Nick Eatman, dynamic as always, DallasCowboys.com.
Sean, do you think that Geno Smith is second in interceptions just because Jameis hasn't really had a chance to fire it up yet?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Jameis may catch him after this weekend. Let's crosstalk with these guys and extend it all. Our final goodbye to Nico. Not really. We'll continue to pour whatever salt on the grave, the wound, as the season continues. But we laugh at Nico next.
What is the biggest problem in today's car market? It's affordability. New vehicles average nearly $48,000.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Jason Robertson, left circle. Wide on the reach. Then feeds. Shot. Step down. Rebound. Twice blocked. Robertson stopped. Hits. He scores. They had to bust down the Ottawa net. And they get it done.
After falling behind 2-0 in the first period, Stars tied the game in the third with a robo power play and won it right there with Victory Plus and the audio. It's Crosstalk with the was it Victory Plus? I'm just guessing.
Yes.
Okay. There it is, the game winner as we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece.
And they deserve to win according to Money Puck.
Well, look, 2 weeks ago,
53%.
Go golf with RJ.
A week and a half ago, we talked with Jim Nill, and one of the things Corey and I talked about was we can't keep falling behind 2-0. Never mind, I was wrong. That strategy has worked out better for them than when they've taken the lead.
That's their MO now
in the game.
Yeah.
So never mind.
Yeah, they're really good at that, and it's if you do it a couple times, you're like, okay, that just happens. But then whenever you do it consistently, that becomes like, all right, we're good at this.
Spittle has the notes. Fourth time that the Stars have been down 2-0 and won this year.
See?
What? Seventh comeback win overall. And Rantanen has been an absolute beast. Everything that you had hoped for. Another 2 points. 23 in 17 games. And he was...
I don't know what I'm reading, Bobby.
Just tell him the expected goals is 2.85 to 2.42. Hey!
Oh, do you not like that? What he's hockey nerding out
for the yes. Keep his mic on.
You don't like expected goals?
No, since 8:40 he's been totally.
He doesn't like analytics.
Totally worthless.
He's
on
a
the
dinosaur.
show.
He could barely find his way around the building the other day.
That's because I don't come up here and disregard my family like you do, and come up here 14 days.
That's fine. Honestly, won't have to worry about that.
Unnecessary. Whoa.
That is. Yeah. I think Rope. He scored a goal a point in every game since he's been back. That's nice. He's important to this team. This entire group is important to this team. And then last night, right there, what 145? I thought they were going to win it. 145 left in the third period. I thought they were going to bury one on the face-off, and then it didn't happen. They went in overtime, and that was fun.
How much FOMO did you have and regret?
Oh, yeah.
That you were not doing your show yesterday when the Nico news hit.
I talked to so many people. I was like, oh, yeah, good call by us. Not coming in, huh? Whoops.
Well,
I didn't know it was going to happen this soon.
Dawson told us on Monday.
He did.
Dawson told us when he came in for Crosstalk on Monday, he was like, as soon as before lunch tomorrow, it's going to happen. And we were like, all right, dude, because, sometimes he's like, I got thoughts. But he had this one nailed down, and that was awesome on his part. There was part of me that was like, damn, I'd love to be there, but I know this is going to be a long-lasting conversation. You guys broke it down this morning really well as y'all were getting into what do you want the next thing to look like, and there's a lot to go on here. But yesterday, I was like, okay, we're finally in a place where we can start looking ahead instead of back at the Luka trade, although that's never going away either. So,
give me Nico's second biggest mistake. Whether it was roster or
alienating the fans,
PR.
The way the PR part was, it was when you're going to start kicking people out of the arena, and telling people you can't tell them to shut up. You got to let them have it. Jerry does that very well.
Yep.
Right? Like he's just like, fine, talk about me. It's fine.
Yeah.
You don't know me. But Nico was like, this is personal, and with each and every one of you. And I think that was the reason. If he'd done some things to gather their love a little more, and then he probably would have had more of an opportunity.
I think that's probably the right answer. The other thing that didn't help was Quentin Grimes taking off on a garbage team right after he got traded. That didn't look super good either.
You guys, I think, are the perfect show to ask this to because you interviewed Jerry every Friday.
Thank you very much.
At 10:30. Yesterday, I tweeted the Mavs fans got this done. Like, this showed the power of a fan base. And Cowboy fans have not been able to do anything close to this.
Because they don't want to.
For 30 years.
Well, but also, there was somebody above Nico.
Yeah.
There's nobody above Jerry, except for God. That's the only... He's told you, he's told us... I will never fire myself. I will do this job. I wanted this job. Day one, when you saw the documentary, I want his job. I want to do everything that guy's doing. So there was nobody there. The fans did get the ear of Dumont. But Jerry's ear, it's like, nah, I appreciate your thoughts.
Yeah, but the efforts...
As he told Kevin, duly noted, I'll jot that one down.
The efforts, Kevin, haven't even been made to the extent that the Mavs fans showed out.
So let me start with this question. Like, just guesstimate. How many Mavs fans are there compared to Cowboys fans? Like 20%? Like, does that sound give or take?
20, like 104 to 2,000.
Okay.
And 7.
All right. And so the issue that you run into there is if your fan base is already smaller to begin with and they mobilize, well, then you're going to hear them louder. Whereas, like, if 20% of the Cowboys fan base mobilized, so, like, theoretically the exact same amount of people, because it felt like just about every single Mavs fan mobilized on this, you're just not going to hear that as much. And then the other thing, and I will believe this until I go to my grave, Cowboys fans, at least a portion of them, love to hate. They wouldn't know what to do with themselves if the Cowboys were winning and they couldn't shovel ass on Jerry. And I don't think there's any Mavericks fans like this. I don't think there's any Mavericks fans that are like, God, I hate when this team would be good. There are Cowboys fans that I think would not know what to do with themselves if you went to back-to-back Super Bowls.
What's your theory on this, Bobby?
Reset the question. Sorry, I got distracted by something.
Were you
I got
reading
distracted
about-
by a text. No, I got distracted by a text.
Were you reading about the political thing that Sean asked about in the break?
I didn't ask about it.
No, was that
Just
the
to
was that the
us.
same thing about the anchors that we were talking about? The reason why he doesn't like certain anchors?
Oh, yeah.
Cowboy fans versus Mavs fans.
They don't
Thank
keep the boat in
God.
place?
Thank God I'm out of here.
In terms of the number
Tomorrow, Friday. Thank God.
In terms of the no, that was the one thing. When you just said 20%, I don't think it's 20%. I don't think Mavs fans are even close to 20% of Cowboys fans. I think it's 5%, maybe.
Okay, so
like if you want to
then-
talk about that,
then the exact same theory.
in terms of like the uproar, why don't they make the, or why aren't they able to make effective demands? Because the guy in charge, if Nico was the owner of the team, Nico would have never fired himself either. If Nico was the owner, Nico stays in place and none of the pressure gets to him.
I think that's given too much of a pass to Cowboy fans for like not even trying.
And that I
But don't
agree
you think
with
they?
that.
I don't think they're like, oh, Jerry's never going to do it, so let's not chant or let's not protest or not.
But
Let's not show
didn't
up.
they try that at, like, for everything we saw in The Gambler? Didn't they try that intensity the first year too? Like in 1989, they were just as.
Well, he just bought the team.
Right,
Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying Nico was here for a year basically under those circumstances and was fired. If Nico was in charge, I think Nico would have held on for 30 years if he wanted to, too. And there's no getting. After a while, fans would get exhausted and just fire Nico would have stopped after a while if they're like, he's never getting rid of himself.
I agree with you, Kevin. I just feel like there's something different in the fabric.
Oh, yeah. No. Well, and think about it. Here's the other reason why. Because I'm one of these people, right? Like, the Rangers and the Cowboys growing up is how I learned sports. You know? And so, like, how many people in this Metroplex can just cut the Mavs out of their life? I think there's a pretty decent amount. How many people who are sports fans can truly cut the Cowboys out of your life? I don't think you can. I can't. Yeah. That's why when people are like, oh, if you're a real fan, you'd quit watching the team. That makes no sense to me, first of all. But also, like, I can't. I realize we told Jerry to his face numerous times how he's doing a poor job with this, but I can't just be like, so I'm out.
Yeah. Corey, what's coming up on today's show?
Guys, it's a busy show. We might have Shoddy today.
Oh.
On a press conference. On Sean's eyes. I just
do
love
not do this again.
if there's one thing.
Now Bobby pays attention when you say that.
I really do enjoy Sean's face.
So does my wife.
We will. Dude, I want to. Your Labubu story this morning. Adrian and I were literally talking about those yesterday and how they said they had them at the gas station across from the old building. Yeah. And she was like, "Those aren't real," and I was like, A, how do you know they're not real? Right. And B, it said we have real Labubus.
Yeah.
And
that craze is over, by the way.
And then this morning, Sean said that Ollie was counting the teeth on them, and he was like, "Nope, that one's fake."
Yeah.
And I was like, "This kid's genius."
He told another little kid that hers was fake. He's Lafufu.
Okay, well, first of all, it sounds like he's inherited some of your demeanor. But secondly,
Whoa.
come on, that's funny.
Oh, I thought you meant like judging Furries.
No, like cutting to the chase.
I thought you meant. I thought you were putting me in that category.
Of cutting to the chase,
Okay,
for God's sake.
I appreciate that.
And secondly, it sounds like he's on track to make detective. All right, if he's already got that keen eye, that's what you want.
Yeah.
That's going to be bad for you, though.
Yeah.
Plus, we celebrate my wife's birthday today.
Wow.
Congratulations.
It's my dog's birthday, too.
It is your dog's birthday.
Are you getting emotional over it?
No, I was laughing and my eyes are watering up.
And it was Basic's birthday yesterday with the Nico news.
Yeah.
That was the best birthday for him.
Is there
He loved
anyone in the room? Really, you two, because I already know Bobby's answer.
No, you don't. I can surprise you.
Well, you surprised me that you just heard that.
That's two things in a row I've heard.
That's good. Is there anyone who doesn't want to blow it up with Anthony Davis immediately on the block?
No, I that's absolutely what I want to do.
Corey?
Man, you got 6 picks with also trading Kyrie this morning. That's what y'all kind of mapped out for me. 6
if you trade Kyrie, don't make it sound like for anybody who's missed it, Kyrie was traded this morning.
And there is nothing that froths at the mouth like picks. They're like, that is just something that gets very exciting.
It's the mystery box.
Oh, absolutely.
So Bassick calls me in the commercial break.
Yep.
And he goes, I don't think you get a first for Anthony Davis. I said, are you telling me that you think Gafford has more value than AD? He goes, with AD's $55 million salary, yes. I think Gafford gets a first. AD gets a second. You have to see Kyrie come back and play. But I'm serious about this. Trade them all.
Yeah. Tank it out for A.J. DeBonsa. Man, let's go ahead and add him to the crew next year. You got the next Tracy McGrady you can add to this team, and let's go.
We agreed on 2 1s for AD the other day. What is it for Gafford? What is it for Kyrie?
Is Gafford a 1?
I think he's a 1.
I think Gafford will get you a 1.
For a team
sure.
that really wants that? Because he's not like an elite scorer or anything.
But he has a moderate contract, I think helps.
And they throw around 1s in the NBA.
And plus, it doesn't
He's
hurt.
an elite defensive player.
It doesn't
And
hurt
he's an
to
elite
restock
dude.
your 2s.
Mikal Bridges went for 4 first-rounders.
Yeah.
4.
All right. Yeah,
2 for AD.
Yeah, 6
I think you
for
can get a first and a
Gafford.
second for Gafford.
A first and a second?
Yeah.
All right, so let's just say 3 1s. And then what about Kyrie? If he comes back and...
How happy is Kyrie? Because Nico was part of the reason for him being here.
That's what Bassick said. How are AD and Kyrie feeling about this?
He is really close with somebody else in the organization, though. Crap,
Jason Kidd.
No, besides Jason Kidd.
White Joseph exclusive.
I'll go double check on that. But no, there is somebody else in the organization that he's really close to going back to Brooklyn, or you could bring in.
Is it the new assistant GM?
Yes.
Matt Riccardi?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I was like, what the hell is his name?
What a way to end the show.
Take that, Coop.
Contributions, homie. Contributions.
The KNC Masterpiece next, right here on 104.
in the gym area, Alec knows, he was there. It never stops flushing. And I don't know, should we tell the building or is that kind of their thing? But it was amazing because...
Like that's a feature of the toilet you think is possible?
It's amazing.
Oh.
You go and it just never sits in the toilet. It just immediately goes down the drain. Nothing sits in there. It was. I loved it. This gym's the best. I also had a Peloton trainer that took me to Thailand. It was cool.
Oh, on the video screen.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, hold on, which Hangover movie is this?
That could have been fun. But yeah, man, good day so far. How are you doing?
I'm hanging in there.
What do you mean hanging in there? 877-881-1053. Kevin needs a little encouragement. Text in your favorite thing that Kevin's ever said.
Is what I need.
The thing your favorite thing Kevin's ever said, whether it be a ridiculous thing that he said that was like that went too far, or
practice.
The time that he told Jerry Jones that he was doing a poor job. I remember that. That was a good one. Whatever it is, or his faith in Tolo Go. You just let Kevin know how you feel right now.
Also, I give you a sneak preview of the Jesus podcast.
Look at that.
Where was the Garden of Eden? So if you have thoughts about that as well, I would love to hear that too. Now, we're probably going to start
probably just outside.
That's too vague.
Okay.
Outside where?
Of God's house.
Is that on the earth?
Oh, that's a good point.
That's what I want to know.
Because we haven't seen a magical apple since, right?
Except in Disney movies.
Because those are poison. Yeah. They get you.
Now, my question to start out here, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Corey. I'm going to turn it over to Alec, but I'm also going to turn it over to the Tolos.
Oh my gosh.
Because I really want to know more about the logic behind this. So Nico's out. Mavericks fans are pumped, unquestionably. But why? This doesn't bring Luka back.
Right.
And so I kind of actually, now that I think about it, I kind of wish I would have asked Bobby a little bit more about this because I know he's big on that as well. I'm not disputing whatsoever that it is unanimous or as close as anything can be to unanimous these days that people are excited that Nico is fired, gone, kaput. But the whole reason people don't like Nico is because he traded away Luka. You still don't have Luka.
Right. And
so I'm really
quite honestly, we really liked Nico a lot until that trade.
I thought he was doing a very good job before that.
He wasn't perfect.
The Gafford and Washington moves.
His moves weren't perfect. But the Gafford and Washington moves were very savvy to make your depth better, make your starting rotation better, and provide defense that Luka needed. It was very reminiscent for me to the Brennan Haywood-Caron Butler trade.
Okay.
Obviously, it was with the Wizards again, too, so that's a weird thing. But adding those two players, it felt like, oh, man, two guys that were on terrible teams that are so excited to be playing for this team now.
Right.
And that's what happened with Caron Butler and Brennan Haywood. They were stoked. Antoine Jameson, kind of the same thing. They were so happy to be in a winning organization. Then this thing became, it's not winning. It didn't win down the stretch. It got into the playoffs, but the thing we were rooting for was for them not to win the playoff game.
Right.
So that they could keep the pick. We were rooting for picks. We had an established thing built already, and you said break it all down. And I think it's more of if you'll follow a great leader, no matter what direction, as long as you believe they have a good plan.
Sure.
And his direction looked like it just started going, the compass started pointing all over the place.
Okay.
And he had nowhere else to go. So Kevin, I'm with you completely on the Luka front, because I would much rather have Luka back and be moving forward with this. And Dumont didn't know enough at the time to tell him no.
Right.
He just was like, sure, this sounds great. You've been here for a while. You know what's going on. Take the lead, man. So the way that all worked, now it looks like Dumont's like, well, obviously that wasn't good enough. I know better about what this fan base wants. We're not getting Luka back, but we got to find a way to hook them back in and send them in a forward direction that gets this thing back to winning.
Now, there's a lot of answers in the fan text, and Alec, I want to go to you after this analogy, which This kind of makes sense to me from the 817. It's like when someone goes to prison for murdering somebody you know. It doesn't get it back, but I see a lot of sense of justice, or from the 945, logic is he hurt us, we want him hurt. Walk me through your thoughts on all of this, Alec.
I understand the whole justice idea, and that's how I felt for a couple of hours. And then it started to set in pretty quickly that, hey, things still aren't good. And it's going to take a lot to get them back to being good. It's going to take players getting healthy. It's going to take them reconstructing in certain ways this roster. It's going to take a lot for this thing that was created, this beautiful roster that was designed for one specific player and built around one specific player. You have to rebuild around a new player now. So whenever that started to kick in, I was like, it's cool and all. Like, I think he deserved to get fired. And I know he said that was the most disrespectful question he's ever been asked. But, time told us that, hey, it was the right question to be asked. But, yeah, I'm glad that it happened. And I'm glad that Patrick Dumont said, hey, that was a mistake. We need to pivot here, and hopefully, I don't know if it's Bob Myers, I don't know who, but whoever steps in next, hopefully they have a better way of leading and a better sense of leadership, because Nico was just power hungry, and I hated the personality, I hated the ego, so I'm hoping we just get somebody likable in now, but now I'm like, okay, it doesn't bring 77 back.
Right.
It doesn't make this roster any more better constructed for Cooper Flagg, for Kyrie Irving, for Anthony Davis. It doesn't make those players healthy. It doesn't make Cooper Flagg score 20 points a night. It's still going to take work, so I'm like, okay, cool. Now go win games.
Okay. Now I think that's probably where I'm at. Corey, this feels like kind of reminiscent of how you feel from the 972. I hated Nico not because of the Luka trade, but because of the smear campaign that was run after he was gone.
Okay, I was about to add, I'm glad you read that, because my question is, if they'd given us a reason, like said, hey, here's the 7 reasons that we are no longer with 77. And they seemed justifiable. Like if they were like, look, man, did y'all not see the finals game against Boston? The kid's immature. We've asked more of him, and he's never been able to grow up since then. He's not going to. We've asked him for 4 years to do these things, and he didn't. Like that sounds like smear campaign.
Yeah.
Because it's one side versus the other. But we got this little nugget from some source that was illegitimate. I don't know if that's the right word. We got multiple little things that never seemed real.
Yeah,
never seemed like it fit any narrative or that they went together. And so if you'd have given me something, maybe I could be like, okay, you know what? I can go with that. But then you never did. You just tried to hide it and be like, this is best. The bold is for the future. And so like that was
fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, and hopefully it does. But he's not the one right now. But it was the tactics afterwards, not the smear campaign, because the smear campaign, it could have been fine if you'd have given me legit things.
Sure.
Something I can bite my teeth into and be like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. We saw things. There were complaints on our part too.
Yeah.
It's not like we were like, Luka's perfect. We were like, man, we really need Luka to do this. We were just patient enough for him to do it. Nico wasn't patient enough. Or from the sounds of Shams, other people in the organization didn't have the patience either, including the head coach, who I don't know if he directly said he's never going to grow up or if he just said, hey, things are kind of tough.
That is a good question.
And it took it from there.
Now, the other thing, because I remember after this happened, I posted, now bring Dirk back into the fold and never alienate him again. And somebody goes, until this happens or ownership sells, I'll never be back. What percentage of people do you think are still out? Because, you have alienated what feels like the most loyal and nice person in the history of sports.
Alec, I seriously think winning is a cure for everything, even Dirk.
Okay.
And right now, that's the thing. That was what Nico hinged this whole thing on, is we're going to win. And whenever we win, they can't say anything to us other than they don't want to be part of what we're doing. And if they don't win, even with Dirk, it's going to be like, okay, now we have to find something else to be furious about. And it's the fact that you're not winning. Winning will cure it. But this team right now does not look constructed to win.
Man, I keep looking back at. I'm looking at all the feedback we're getting, and just a fantastic job. Frankel and Frankel, text line 877-881-1053. I'm shocked at how kind of balanced it out, and I probably should have been because Corey talked about this a lot, about how balanced out it is between not only the Luka trade, but the fallout afterwards. Whether it was the, he's just another guy, or, we honestly didn't know that people were that attached to Luka, which that feels like a crazy thing to say. Or just some people who are like, it was not that you traded Luka, it was the return that you got for him, or lack thereof. And so it feels like that was strike 1, 2, and 3, if you can say. I know they're not all even, but it was not only you traded Luka, what you got back for Luka, but then a huge part of it was how you treated the fan base or how you reacted to everything afterward.
Yeah, and the fact that you didn't win. Like that
Sure.
huge factor there, dude, is so big, which is really interesting because Jerry, the Cowboys just do enough to keep you, right?
Right.
Our record's going to be right there in the middle to keep you going. Are they there or not? And you're like, I don't know.
You know what I would
even though you can see the things you see on the field.
Sure. What I would really love to see, just because I was a Mavs fan, is if Anthony Davis would have stayed healthy and Kyrie would have stayed healthy. Like, how much could that team have rock and rolled, and would that have changed people's perception? It might not have. I'm sure there's plenty of people that were dug in. But, like, if they would have made a run, what would have happened? I know we'll never know, but I would have wanted to see.
They wouldn't have gotten Flagg.
That's true.
But I did want to, Alec, do you remember the night Flagg was drafted? People were like, did you see his face? He did not look happy about that.
Yep.
And I think agents know just as well as anybody dysfunction in a franchise, right? Like, they know what's going on. And I do wonder if he's looking at this thing going, this is what I was drafted into?
Can I give you a great example of that?
I have to deal with this. How long is it? Now, fortunately, he's young.
Yeah.
And just like Alec, young people want to get going real fast. He's doing a great job. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
But Cooper Flagg's probably sitting there going, are we going to waste the first 3 years of my career waiting for me or for them to get this crap together, and I might be out of here by then.
So somebody tweeted out, Cooper Flagg should not have to listen to fire Nico chants when a teammate of his is at the free throw line with the game on the line. Nico Harrison will be a huge distraction and strain on this franchise until he is fired. Get rid of him as soon as possible so we can all move forward. That was retweeted by Cooper Flagg's mom.
Oh!
There is nobody, based on what we've heard and understand, that is closer to Cooper Flagg, both in his personal life and perhaps his professional development, than his mom. So if that's how she felt, doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility that that's exactly how he felt as well.
Whoever the new GM is. Because I don't think he's going to be able to trust Dumont or any other face he sees right now.
What about Michael Finley?
I don't think so. Everybody was aligned, Kevin.
Yeah. That's what they say.
But whoever that person is going to have, that's the first person they have to sell. Forget Anthony Davis, forget all the other veterans on this team. You have to convince Cooper Flagg you are here to build around him. You're going to provide him, you got to give him a timeline. You have to convince him that he is the center of the Mavericks' future. And if he's patient with you, then you'll get this thing built for him. But you got to have a happy Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
Because the other guys, they've seen it. They're veterans. They've been around. They know they can move and go somewhere else. Dallas wants something they can hold on to forever. And just like with Dirk, just like with Pud, like we want those things, right? That we can say are ours. One of the reasons we hate the fact that Luka's not here.
So I can't help but wonder, with the backdrop of a game happening, what, if anything, are fans going to do tonight?
Cheer.
Do you think they'll do the hey, goodbye?
Maybe.
or anything like that? Because you have a game tonight against the Sun.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be very excited, and I hope that, as Dumont asked, because I got a letter from Dumont. Did y'all get I got a personal email from him.
My email!
It was amazing.
We posted it on our Facebook.
I know. Oh, hold on. Was it, hey, Kevin, this is going on, or was it, hey, KNC?
No, but it's very familiar because he only signed his first name.
Oh, okay.
So I felt like we knew each other.
Yeah, I hope that the fans can, I don't think they're going to move past it. They still have villains in the organization. But I hope that they can go, all right, let's turn our attention to, you have fired him. We do want these guys on the court to succeed. We do ultimately. Yeah. Those guys, unless they did go to the GM and said, hey, Luka's got to go.
Right.
Which we've never heard. So, but otherwise, I think those guys on the court deserve that support.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's navigate the NFC East. The Eagles inch closer to breaking the divisional curse, and Cowboys draft fortunes are looking up. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back, and Underdog is the best.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
24/7. Call or text 988. Or to chat, visit texas988.org.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here we go. Snap was low and the kick no chance. And this game belongs to Philadelphia as they win it 10-7.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we are going to navigate the NFC East. Would you like to start? Always choose your own adventure. As we go through the NFC East, would you like the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Commanders, or the Giants?
You know what, Kevin? Flipping the script. Giants.
Okay. So one of the reasons...
The most intriguing team in the entire NFC East.
I mean, they might be. So they are, in fact, promoting Jameis Winston to number 2 quarterback, which means if Jackson Dart remains in the concussion protocol, it will be Jameis Winston time. Over under 4.5 combined touchdowns and interceptions this weekend for Jameis.
Oh,
if he plays.
I'm going to go under because I think it's going to be combined 4.
Okay.
But, man, I could definitely see taking the over very easily.
Okay.
Because that dude can throw a pick. Like, this is, but am I wrong about this? Did you want him to be the backup?
Yeah.
All along anyway to Russell Wilson?
Yeah.
You never wanted to see Jackson Dart? Because I was pulling for Jackson Dart's opportunities. Because I liked him in college. I liked him in Ole Miss.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it this way because I wanted to slow down his potential progress.
Gotcha.
But in terms of, like, their team, you want Jackson Dart for sure. But then Jameis. Russell Wilson's last.
There was also, like, this desire to keep Dable around as long as possible because of the dysfunction there. I get that. But Jameis was also... But I think for the rest of the world, Jameis is the most entertaining option.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart can go out there and have his eye paint and all that stuff and stand there holding his hand like Beyonce or whatever. He can do all those things.
Is that a thing people talk about?
You remember when she did that's what I always think of when he shows his hand. I think of whenever she was like, if you like it, you should have put a ring on it.
I said it.
Soft.
That's about Josh Hamilton's ex-wife, not Beyonce.
Jackson Dart can definitely do that. But Jameis Winston just has to speak in front of the team, and I'm more entertained than I have by most quarterbacks in the NFL.
Well, if you're wondering why, a particular reason why it's not going to be Russ, the final 3 drives for the Giants against the Bears, they ran 12 plays for 7 yards. So, like, that probably
that was the reason he got removed.
I mean, look, you can go to that Chicago game for a lot of reasons. That's why Russ isn't getting the start. Why did Dable get fired? Because this is the 4th game this year that the Giants have led by 10 points that they lost.
Really? Let's go.
I mean, like, isn't it kind of... Do you look at the standings at all and you're like, hold on. If they would have just won the games in which they were ahead by 10 points, which does not feel like a
they'd be
crazy
ahead of the
thing
Cowboys.
to say, they'd be 6-4.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin, if the Cowboys had just won the games that they were supposed to win.
Dude, I do not think there is such a thing.
Is there a game they're supposed to win anymore?
I don't think there's such a thing as a game the Cowboys should win or should lose. I mean that.
I do believe it might have been Bobby that said Vegas is the team that he's like, there's no way you should lose to this. I know he said that also in the past about one of the other games.
No, but see, there's a difference.
But the Cowboys now have proven to you what they are.
I feel like you can say there's one they should win or should not win, but going into it, you're like, it is the Cowboys.
Coin flip.
If you tell me they lose this game and beat the Chiefs, I'd be like, yeah, I guess.
Dude,
I can see that.
It is kind of ridiculous. On my chart of things, I did have them beating the Chiefs and losing some ridiculous games along. Arizona was one of them. The Cowboys, aside from the tie, are exactly at the record I said they should be at this point in the season.
Well, and let's take a look at that game coming up. If you're curious, we'll move to the Cowboys. They have 3.5-point favorites over the Raiders. The over-under 50.5 on that game. But probably of more interest for people. Where do you think the Cowboys draft picks are right now? Because remember, they do have both the first.
I think they were 14 going into the bye.
Okay.
And then the Packers pick, is that 25th?
Well,
31.
I have great news for you. Cowboys have moved up to 12 and 20 right now. 12 and 20. Now, I realize that part of that for the Packers will depend on how they play in the playoffs, and they seem to be good against good teams and terrible against awful teams, so that could be bad for the Cowboys. But right now, you're lined up for pick 12 and pick 20, which I feel like
I think you can work with
based on the trade.
You can do a lot of different things with that. You can give yourself Marcus Spears and DeMarcus Ware.
Yeah, because that was 11 and 20 that year.
Yeah,
right?
you can do something like that. You can say we're going to pair these together and go get somebody that we really covet to be, the replacement for Micah. Essentially, is that could happen, or a variety of things you can do. Now, obviously, Kevin, I think that you and I were both hoping that they would hold on to those picks and figure a way out to get a quarterback for the future.
It's been a rough year for those quarterbacks, man.
They are. I think they're still completely locked in on Dak in the next 3 years being a Super Bowl champion. That's the Cowboys. I think that's where their focus is trying to build the team that can get him to that place.
And you look at that quarterback class, whether it was when Beck was thriving or Nussmeier or Sellers, this has been a brutal year for those quarterbacks. Maybe not Mendoza. Mendoza's done very well.
Pavia, that's our future quarterback?
I don't
We're
know
gonna
about
run the triple option.
It does seem like he already has the swag to go with this team. all right.
He's Johnny Manziel without all the side stuff, right?
Huh.
He's got confidence on the field. He does things that you're like, that is ridiculous.
Sometimes people dislike him because of that.
Yeah.
It feels like he'll fit right in here. All right, do you want the Eagles or the Commanders?
Let's go with the Commanders.
Man, the Commanders are a freaking mess, and we're going to talk all about their defense here. According to ESPN research, this is the second time in franchise history that Washington has lost 4 straight games by 20-plus points. Last time they did that, 1954. It is also the most points they've allowed in a 4-game stretch since, you probably guessed it, 1954.
Norman Van Brocklin?
Yeah.
Thank you.
But he would have been on the other side of the ball.
Okay. Because he was a
actually,
champion,
I think that could be right.
He was the best. Do we look at Washington right now and go, oh, well, they're done. They're toast.
I mean,
for the next couple of years, because we were looking at this thing going, the next 5 to 6 years with Dan Quinn, this thing's unstoppable. And this year could be a blip, or it could be the reality of what they are.
So I think the first thing is you'll look at the next few games and see how their defense looks now that Quinn has, taken over, more hands-on, or calling the plays, however you want to put it. And then it feels impossible to say that going into next year, because in the back of my mind, I'll be like, if Jaden can reboot and stay healthy, then I feel like they got a chance. But we might find out next year that a consistently healthy Jaden Daniels is not a thing. But we'll figure that out later.
You asked last week, and I said I don't think it is a thing.
Yeah, well, then
and I was proven right very quickly because of Dan Quinn's mistake.
Would you like to weigh in on this?
Can I hijack
Mr.
your
Bell?
airwaves?
Yes.
Just to share my conspiracy theory with y'all that Sean and RJ didn't get down with this morning.
Yeah, man, while you're still here, I'd love it.
Okay. So the last 4 weeks, they played the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Seahawks, and the Lions. Okay? Mm-hmm. My conspiracy theory is he knows their defense was bad, and Dan Quinn let Joe Witt get through those games so that then he could fire him and make himself defensive coordinator for Dolphins, Broncos, Vikings, Giants, and looks like he rescued the Commanders' defense.
Why did he bring Joe Witt in just to be the fall guy, or did he think Witt was going to be good? And then
I think he probably
not.
wanted to take over the defense earlier in the year, and he was like, but not till after that stretch.
Okay.
After that stretch, then once I get through there, then I will take over the defense.
That's an interesting theory.
Because if he planned on taking it over all along, he was like, why not let Joe just take the lumps against these 4?
I could kind of see that.
I think it makes sense. That was my conspiracy theory. Back to you guys
Unlike
in the
Chuck
newsroom.
Cooperstein, I will say thumbs up to you.
Thank you.
And one of your theories or questions didn't go the greatest for him this morning. All right. For the Lions, sticking with the Commanders against the Lions, they had 289 yards by halftime and 546 yards by the end of the game. That's a lot. And nuance. That not only is that a lot, that's 100 more yards than Washington. It's more than 100 yards more than Washington had given up to anybody else this season. The previous high, 435. This one, 546. So when I said that's a lot, that's why I wanted to bring you that nuance.
I think there's going to be more.
I can't imagine they give up more than 546 yards in a game the rest of the season. And if they do, well, we got a whole new set of questions.
Hold on real quick, Kevin. Hold on real quick.
Okay.
Let's look at this real quick.
That's a lot of freaking yards, man.
They got the Dolphins next.
I mean, the Dolphins looked unbelievable this last weekend.
Oh, man!
So, who knows? You know what?
I don't think the Broncos are doing it.
Can we create a new segment? Oh, man, or not oh, man? And so, like, we just give a thumbs up or thumbs down to Alec, and he plays the sound effect or doesn't.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Oh man or no man.
Oh.
Or low man.
Oh man or oh no?
Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, because Kevin does oh no.
Yeah.
People come into the Taco Buenos and Uncle Julio's and Freebirds and maybe potentially Arby's. They come into these places all the time and they say, I love when Kevin says, oh no. And they ask you to do the oh no into their face.
No.
They're like, please put your face next to my ear and say it.
That is weird.
All right, so Dolphins, oh man. Broncos.
Oh, that's an oh no.
That's an oh no. Vikings.
Oh no.
If they get their stuff right.
I don't know if J.J. McCarthy's good or not.
Giants with Jameis.
Nope. Oh, actually,
Could
with
be,
Jameis,
it could be 600 yards and 9 interceptions.
That's true. I could see the Giants getting 600 yards and losing by 10 points.
Yeah, they get double teamed by the Eagles late in the season. They get the Eagles twice is basically what that meant. And then the Cowboys. The Cowboys, could they do that?
Yeah, they could do it.
All right. Then I think there's 4 chances, Kevin.
Okay.
Based on our opportunities here. I don't think the Vikings will, or the Eagles will.
And
both times.
The Lions were also averaging 8.8 yards per play before they took Jared Goff out because they're like, who cares?
I really could have used those fantasy points from St. Brown, though.
Sorry about that. Yeah. He shouldn't be punching people out there.
He got punched!
Have you not seen the video posted on Instagram? You like Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
It shows that Amon-Ra St. Brown threw the punch first.
I refuse to believe that. It looked like AI to me.
Okay, well, I think you should prepare just in case he gets suspended.
Looked like AI, and that's what he should argue.
Okay. You know what? That's probably the way of the future. All right. Let's talk about the Eagles, the pressure that they got on Jordan Love on Monday Night Football. Very admirable. 17 of 42 Jordan Love dropbacks ended in a pressure. That's the second highest pressure rate he's faced this year. And when Jordan Love is pressured, he did not fare well. 3 for 12 for 21 yards and got sacked 3 times.
Philly looks good right now. That was even though that game was miserable, they had a confidence about them that I didn't like.
Since you said the game was miserable, it was 0-0 at halftime. That was the first scoreless first half in 2 years in an NFL game.
Really?
Yeah.
In an NFL game? Not like a Monday night game or a
in an NFL game. Ugh. I mean, but was the Chargers game really that different? It was like 3-2 midway through the second quarter.
What a cool score.
That's how all football games used to end. If you're like, hey, is 3-2 scoregami? No. It's happened like 100 times because that's what football games used to end in.
Yeah. Not enough penetrations. That's how they used to decide games back in the day, Kevin.
In high school playoffs. Yeah. That is true.
I want to point out facts.
Thank you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Baseball Nuggets, the rookies and managers of the year, plus MLB makes the smallest gambling policy change possible. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Kurtz puts a swing on one. High and deep to left field. Nick Kurtz with a pinch hit homer. Shern and Bird off the bench. 8-3 A's.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, time for some baseball nuggets. Now let's start with some award winners. Rookie of the Year came out Monday night. Cy Young, Manager of the Year came out last night. For the, I'm so sorry, he did not win.
Do you enjoy saying things like that to me?
Just telling you facts?
Facts that you know will hurt my feelings.
Would you have preferred if I was like, I don't know, maybe, and then
that's funny.
Just not tell you who won?
How about this? You can do the and then tell me who you think should win.
Hold on.
Hold on. 877-881-1053. Do you want the facts from Kevin, or do you want your feelings to be spared?
Okay.
About Bochy.
I have an idea. Let's see if this works. The National League Manager of the Year was, of course, Pat Murphy from the Milwaukee Brewers. That makes a lot of sense. Now over to the American League. We all know who won it. You know it in your heart. So there you go. Now for Rookie of the Year, and I just don't tell you.
Hold on, is there only one Manager of the Year?
No, there is.
There's two?
Yeah.
Who was it? Who was the AL Manager?
Who does it feel like it was?
Boch.
There you go.
AJ Hinch.
What else do you need to know?
Who was it? I want to know the answer.
Oh, you told me you just wanted to not know. It was Stephen Vaught with the Cleveland Guardians.
Good for him.
That race was significantly closer than the National League one. He finished ahead of John Schneider of Toronto and Dan Wilson of Seattle. He is he has now won in back-to-back years. So congratulations to him. First person to do that in actually not that long ago. It was just 4 years ago with Kevin Cash in Tampa.
Kevin, do you mind if I compliment you?
Sure.
I don't know if you noticed this, but we do a lot to distract Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow you're able to keep all the facts together, and I appreciate that, man.
And the facts in your heart.
I don't know about that, but I appreciate.
Now you sound like me.
Yeah, I appreciate the keeping the facts of life all in line.
Now, thank you. That is very nice.
Even if you're potentially sick and not feeling too great right now.
Is that why you want to scoot away from me a little bit? Drake Baldwin, the Braves catcher, was the National League Rookie of the Year, and Corey, you probably could have guessed this in the least surprising vote of the season.
Osuna.
It could have been. You're right. It could have been.
That's who you wanted.
That's true.
Before that season started, as we were in spring training, you were like, I desperately hope that this dude gets some playing time this year.
But the conspiracy mongers and the Associated Press
there you go.
all voted for Nick Kurtz. He was the unanimous AL Rookie of the Year. You know what kind of sucks? If you're Jacob Wilson, he finished second, but his teammate was the unanimous winner. So, it's great for the future of the A's, but aren't you kind of bummed out if you're like, man, I would have been the best if it weren't for this other guy that plays on my team?
Yeah. Yeah. Like the thing, too, there is with most instances, if you have two guys that were contenders for Rookie of the Year, you're thinking to yourself, oh my gosh, we are about to build on something special.
Right.
And then you realize it's the A's. And all they do is trade away people that end up they're like, this is great value for us. We're gonna get so much later that we can. They are the ultimate farm team. This is what the Rangers always were in my mind for the Yankees. They're like, we got good players. We'll eventually trade them to the Yankees, even if we find them in free agency. But that is what Oakland is. So no matter how good they are, they're going to be wearing a different uniform later.
Now tonight is Cy Young. So I think the National League one, I wonder if that one's going to be a little bit closer. But it is thought that Paul Skeens will win his first of potentially many Cy Youngs. And the Pirates GM said, hey, they respect teams asking, but they're not trading Paul Skeens. He said the question always gets asked, and it's always respectful. Teams have to ask the question. I suspect that won't end, but the answer has been consistent. And then he later on said those conversations have been short.
How many years in before it's like, hey, you going to trade Paul Skeens? And the guy on the other side sitting there with a whiskey like, tonight's the night. Let's do it.
I think one more year.
One more year. Wow.
Because, this is realistically, this is only his second full year. So you have her under, cheap control for the next 4 years. But, let's say you decided to trade him, even going into arbitration. I can't fathom the type of haul that you would get for Paul Skeens.
Multiple current big league players.
Oh, yeah.
And two
top. Oh yeah,
and then your top three prospects.
Well, because even if he sets records for arbitration year by year, what would he end up getting? He would get 3 years for $65 million on the open market. Don't you think Paul Skeens would get 8 years, probably $400 million or something bananas like that?
Yeah, and if he gets hit, he gets $700.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, and then the reality of what we've learned over this time, Kevin, is as much as you like the prospects, that they're unknown commodities. Paul Skeens is a known commodity. The only thing with Paul Skeens is if his arm was to get hurt. Other than that, he's proven everything you need to know, so you hit the ground running with him, whereas prospect's value could be nothing, essentially one day. He had
an incredible rookie year, and then he had a better second year, and he's going to win. I assume he's going to win Cy Young.
Do you think that there's any place he'd rather be than shooting commercials, though? Have you ever seen any of his Raising Cane's commercials and stuff where he's just come on, really?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Gets on a podcast with Livy Dunn and he's like,
I'm sure they're the most in love in the world, but man, it looks like that just wears his ass out. It really
I would much rather be throwing a ball right now.
For sure. Now, we talked about Major League Baseball. How are they going to react to the Ortiz and Clase situations? Well, if there's a stand you could take that's softer than this, I don't know what it is. Here's what Major League Baseball has decided to do. They're going to establish, in cooperation with sportsbooks, a $200 betting limit on baseball wagers. Right? I'm sorry, there's more to that sentence. They're going to set a $200 betting limit on baseball wagers centered on individual pitches. Man.
I'm sorry, what?
Way to really take a stand.
So hold on,
gambling.
I can gamble on the first inning of pitches if I want to?
Yes.
$200 per pitch?
Correct.
So let's say it's
because that is now a limit.
That is let's say it's a 14 pitch inning.
Yes.
Which that doesn't seem like, but let's say it's 14 pitches. That's a lot of money.
It is. Now
they took $2,000.
They took another huge step. You can't use those pitch bets in a parlay either. So now you can only parlay on, everything else like walks, strikes, walks, strikeouts, balks, hits given up. So yeah,
HBPs.
Yes. So Major League Baseball.
Can you bet on pop out versus ground out?
I bet there is a specialized place you can do that, but not in the sports books as I understand it.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, so this is their response to two of their players.
It's
potentially going to prison. Is you can't use individual bets as part of individual pitch bets as part of a parlay, and you can only bet $200 per pitch.
It's very soft. It's more Kevin than I thought, though. Like you on Monday or Friday, sometime in this studio, Thursday, I was thinking it was Monday. We were saying there's no way you go this far and then take any steps back.
Right.
And this is at least a couple steps. And I think it's we have to satisfy the books. We have to satisfy ourselves. We have to satisfy a lot of other people here. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry about that. But I think it's a step. Just it's not as drastic of one as I think we all agree needs to be.
I mean, think about it. If you want to right now, you can gamble on who's going to win Cy Young tonight and MVP. So,
I could as a player, I mean this doesn't keep the player from going out there and going, "Oh, hold on, I need to have 3 walks this inning."
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
All I have to do, it's not pitches, which I understand the pitch part of it. It takes a long time to figure that out, right? Hold on, is this... But the walks thing, if I need to get 2 walks in this inning, I can do that very easily.
And we didn't get a chance to mention this earlier because there's been a lot of baseball content going throughout the playoffs. The way too early power rankings from ESPN had the Rangers 18th, and Vegas, in terms of you guessed it, betting odds, have the Rangers at 28-1 to win the World Series. That is tied for 14th. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus celebrating another 2 points for the Stars next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Spice Girl?
Nutmeg maybe? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something?
Network. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors, the famous Alec Medford. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Welcome back.
Man, we missed some big breaking news yesterday, didn't we?
In the Mavericks world.
Yeah, with the Mavericks canning their GM.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't want to alarm you and make you think that you missed anything.
Oh, no, I missed something.
Sorry about that. Now, I was, as I always recommend people do, check out your stuff on DallasCowboys.com. And I want to throw it out there and just make sure I'm getting your idea correct. And then if you want to expand it all, kind of the people were asking, hey, are there other changes that you think we're going to see that have come off the bye? And essentially your main point was, well, you don't have a lot of time, and also you are incorporating 2 brand new players into your defense.
Yeah. I think that they're going to step right up with Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson and get those in the game as soon as possible. Now, I think Wilson starts. Now, we'll know more. Brian Schottenheimer will have a press conference here at 1 o'clock.
Which you can hear right here on the Fan.
Yes, and it'll be his first opportunity to sort of address everything that's gone down since last week when the bye hit. So it'll be interesting to see. Quinnen Williams, we'll see where that one goes. I said if he's not starting, I think by the second series he's in there, or by third down he's in there, right? So I think that those will be changes you see with DeMarvion, Overshown, and Shavon, Revel being added to the 53 coming off of IR return. That's a change. Now, as for scheme and all that stuff, the change to me that has to take place is the offensive line has to play better.
Yeah.
First and foremost. Now, does that mean somebody's starting for somebody else? I don't know that it will be that radical, but we'll know more when they get back into practice tomorrow because they certainly haven't practiced since the bye hit, and so we'll have a better feel for what's going on.
Yeah, and that might be the answer to this question as well. But when you mentioned Revel, he's not going to play on Monday, though, right?
I would doubt that.
Okay.
I would think that, he's been practicing, but the practices have mostly been on the on the practice squad. Or not the practice squad, the scout team. So, yeah, I don't know that he's taken reps yet with the offense. He wouldn't have, you can practice, but I think if you're not playing, they're not going to kind of not waste reps, but use reps that somebody else needs if they're playing. So, yeah, he's got a way to go. I think everybody needs to remember he hadn't played any football since the 3rd week of his college season last year. And that's a long time without playing football. So I don't know that they'll press him to get in and play right away. If he does, maybe special teams. I don't know. But I think with Overshown, kind of according to what Jerry had to say yesterday, that, it sounded like, he's going to do something. It's just a matter of how many snaps I think he gets.
With Revel, can you remind everybody why, what was the reason that the Cowboys were so excited about him and why they've been discussing this? Because we watched the tape on him, we knew that, but a lot of people were like, well, I guess we're just gonna have to wait on this guy. What is it that you think that they're like, man, this is the reason this guy's gonna be so much fun?
Yeah,
for us.
I think just going into his final year at East Carolina, just looking at the past, if he played the whole season and played at the level that he had been playing, he's going to be a first-round draft choice, especially a cornerback at 6'2". I don't know. He's around 200 pounds. When you look at him out there, boy, he looks like not from a weight size, but the height, he looks like a linebacker.
Okay.
So I think they felt like, okay, we're going to get this guy in the 3rd round, but he's got 1st-round talent, and that's why they did take the chance on him of getting back. And if it's not for this year, it certainly would have been for the next year. And, they didn't anticipate that Deron Bland was going to get hurt and miss a couple games, and Trayvon Diggs was going to stay hurt and miss several games. So it was like, okay, well, we're going to plan for the future, not necessarily for him to step right in and play right away as soon as his rehab was completed on the torn ACL.
For the people who are going to watch Quinnen Williams play for the first time here, what will be success for you in game 1? And then after that, what are your expectations for him?
Yeah, I think success would be seeing that big dude in the middle of the defensive line. We can start right there, right?
You think his presence is going to be seen pretty immediately?
I think so. I think you will figure out who he is pretty quickly once he's in the middle of that line. And then I think that, he's a pretty good run stopper. So if the Cowboys are to improve stopping the run, and God knows they need to improve, I think that he would have a big hand in that. But also the effect of rushing the quarterback at his size. They just don't have anybody his size that's that mobile and versatile on the line of scrimmage. So I think if you combine all that, I don't know if there's going to be, I'm sure there's going to be analytics out there of how many tackles or assisted tackles he has per play or all that stuff. I just know that, usually when you make a trade like this and the guy's been in the league, 7 years or so?
Yeah.
It's like, wow, he's a 3-time Pro Bowler, and you're thinking, okay, 2nd, 3rd, 4th year. But no, this was the last 3 years he made the Pro Bowl team in the AFC. So if he can play close to that level or at that level, and he should be rested because he's already had 2 byes this season, I'm thinking, let's go. Get him out there. Play football, and I think you will see the results of his presence on that defensive front. And having said that, so now it's going to be interesting to see what they do, because they were alternating these last 2 games playing in certain situations 5-man lines, right? I think we talked about this the other day. And do they need to keep doing that, or is his presence eating up double teams and be able to defeat double teams, not cause you to put an extra defensive lineman on the field because he's that good? So I'll be interesting to see how they deal with that and how other teams deal with him. That will be interesting.
One thing that we saw yesterday that was kind of a bummer is Wanye Thomas going on the reserve non-football illness list because of, it kind of feels like a setback with the migraines. Is that the way you understand it too?
Yeah, and they needed an open roster spot also, by the way, to put those guys in off the reserve list. So, I think that, he tried to play through it, and I don't know if he suffered repercussions from that or not, or it was like, okay, let's just make sure that we got this thing nipped and give him some time to recover. So, I think that's definitely the reason. But again, if you had to get an opening spot, I think he had a legitimate reason for going on IR or whatever the reserve list is.
Thank you very much for the time, as always, good sir. We will catch up with you again tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Talk to you.
Sorry, Corey, I thought you were saying you had a question.
Oh, it's all right, man.
We'll save that question until tomorrow.
I really wanted to ask that question tomorrow.
Oh.
I really did.
Okay.
That's the one for tomorrow.
Okay, fantastic.
Deeper in the week, baby.
In the meantime, can you go ahead and give me cut number 2, please, good sir? Because we need to talk about those Dallas Stars.
Jason Robertson, left circle. Wide on the reach. Then feeds. Shot. Step down. Rebound. Twice blocked. Robertson stopped. Hits. He scores. They had to bust down the Ottawa net. And they get it done.
I mean,
dude,
he's not wrong. You heard that level of activity leading up to the game-winning goal. First time the Stars have won in Ottawa since 2016.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because my brain told me that last night I heard since 1996, and I was like, that seems like a long time.
Yeah.
And then after the game, Rope said, hey, like, why? Like, what was different tonight? And he said some of the players had a different routine whenever they got here.
Oh.
And they did not ask any further questions in the Victory Plus post-game show, Kevin, with Brian Ray, our good friend.
Hey, come on, Brian.
No, I thought it was smart. They said, we won't mess that up for you then. They don't want to, they don't want the Ottawans to be like, hey, now we know he likes to go to this coffee shop instead.
Okay.
I say coffee shop. But, Kevin, that goal last night, I know immediately afterwards it was like there were people that were saying, hey, they're going to protest this because maybe there was some interference and some stuff going on with Rope's. I watched it as many times as I could. Their skates never touched intentionally or even unintentionally. And the thing I loved the most about it was Miro had a couple of shots there and then was like, screw it, I can't make this shot, and dished it off, and it still didn't go in until finally Rope collected it and put it up on the Gatorade bottle. That was an awesome little series right there of things. That was like 12 shots, it felt like, in one moment. But it was very intense. I thought they should have won it with about a minute 35, minute 45 left in the third period. But for them to come back that way. And the other thing, too, I got a note early in the game, Otter's the problem, time to make the transition happen. Then he goes off and reels off like 20 straight stops. I was like, this is good. I don't know, man. He's sterling sometimes.
Okay, so let's talk about that because, and Alec can tell you this, when I was sending audio cuts, I said, hey, can you get us a couple from the Star Senators game, which at this point look like they're not going to be good because the Senators had a goal in the first minute. Mm-hmm. They had 4 shots on goal at a point when the Stars had 0. And yes, you're right, Oettinger responsible for that first goal. But the game did flatten out and even out a lot after the first period. And I thought Otter was outstanding for the rest of regulation and then also going into overtime. But that does just kind of feel like sometimes that's what you get. You get a period with him when you're like, what the hell? And then you get 2 that you're like, oh yeah, that's my Otter wall.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe I'm a little too murky because 99 gave us a championship. It just didn't feel like you had windows that were this open with Belfour.
Right.
And with Otter, it's like you're going to get moments of elite play.
Agreed.
But you're going to have these other moments where you're like, why can you not do that for 3 straight periods on every single night? And that's tough to ask. It's a tough season, but this Stars team does have this ability, though, to say we are not going home.
Look, that third period felt like the optimized Dallas Stars, because not only did you put the goal on the board from Robertson to get to overtime, you outshot the Senators 16-6, so your defense looked a lot sturdier. Oettinger did make the stops when he had the opportunity, but I have changed my opinion early in the season. I told you falling down 2-0 is a terrible strategy. Well, it turns out that's the best strategy for the Stars because when they take the lead, they don't really seem to do a good job of holding it. However, believe it or not, this is the 4th time this year that they have only played 17 games.
Okay.
This is the 4th time this year they've fallen behind 2-0 and won.
Yes.
A fourth of the time in their games, they've fallen behind 2-0 and still won. And I know there was, I believe, at least one other game where they were down 2-0 and they still got a point out of it, which is a baffling strategy, yet here we are.
I don't know if it was the entire game, but did you notice Miko late in the game establishing a physical presence?
I could see that.
He was putting elbows into people, clearing people up against boards to make space for himself to make passes. And Kevin, this team has never, I don't remember the last time it was noted as a physical monster.
Sure.
It's always been they're a very skilled, fast team, and they can score on you in a hurry. But that mindset right there, and I hope Gulletson is like creating more of that, because if they can play with that physical style and keep the skill involved with what Mikko Rantanen actually is, and he's got to be the one to do it too. Like, he's got to be at the top forefront of it all, right?
So,
man, also give some love to Robertson, your boy, for that goal that he scored. That was gorgeous.
But you mentioned Mikko. We need to throw Miro in there as well. So Mikko Rantanen, 23 points in the aforementioned 17 games, and then for Miro, how many assists do you think he has in the last 4 games?
6.
10. He has 10 assists in the last 4 games. And if you want to be like, well, he had 4 assists in the loss to Anaheim, I hear you.
Yeah.
But last night,
4.
last night he had 2. Game before, 2. Game before, 2. His
so
10
he's setting
assists,
the table for a lot of people.
Yes, which is exactly. I don't need him to be a goal scorer. Nope. If he's a point creator to go along with everything else that he does, that's fine.
And Kevin, you know what that does? This is just as we talk about gravity with Jake Ferguson, with CeeDee Lamb, with Pickens, and we talk about gravity with Miro can happen that way. I'm setting the table for people, but guess what? Don't sleep on me.
Yeah.
Because I can also put it in the back of the net as well. And so that's right now, this is a positive thing for him until he finds his groove in scoring. You say you don't need him to. We don't. But
I don't need him to score goals.
But he can whenever people say, well, now we know he's going elsewhere. He can go, okay, I have the space to make it happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus more proof that Joe Mazzulla is insane. Next on The Fan. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know you've been waiting all show. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053. Thanks, Corey.
He was there.
That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day, plus more audio proof that Joe Mazzulla is a psycho. We will hear from his star player on the Celtics, Derek White, in just a little bit. Corey.
I just want to tell you that now I also refer to you as the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, out in the world. Man. Whenever I talk about our show, I do introduce it as Kevin Hageland, myself, and the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. I always say that,
like
Alec Medford, and people are like, "Oh, I've heard that before." So there you go.
See, so
There's
the people,
part of the they.
Yeah, the people who say, I've never heard it. Who says it? Part of the collective they is Corey Majors. Mm-hmm. So he just proved everything that I needed to hear. We're going to get to the question of the day here in just a minute, but because we are not going to base it off the National Day calendar, I want to remind everybody, because of course everybody knows this, is National French Dip Day, National Chicken Soup Day.
Oh, chicken soup's great.
And then this one is so specific.
For the soul.
Yeah.
And I love it. National Pizza with the Works Except Anchovies Day. You're doing too much there. I kind of love it, but you're doing too much.
Has
there.
the Works ever been also anchovies?
Not that I'm aware of.
I've never seen like on the like it's always been an ad.
Yeah.
Or it's on another pizza, but it's always mushrooms is what I usually have taken off the Works pizza for Adrian, not for me. I love mushrooms.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. I will not be sharing pizza with you. But guys, I have a bit of an anecdote to share with you for today's question of the day. I promise it leads into the question. Bear with me. So I was with the lady last night for Veterans Day, right? Because she served.
Hey, Corey, I tried to call Alec, and he texted me, he's like, I'm not at home right now. But that was all the information he volunteered at the time. And now we learn that was a smart decision by you.
Yeah. The phone stays in the pocket, especially after the show these days.
Even during that?
Specific reason.
Is that the only thing that stayed in your pocket?
All right. Anyways, so she is relatively new to the state, and she also served in the military. And I saw Pluckers was doing free meals for veterans. So I said, hey, we should go there. You haven't been there before. So we went to the one in Plano, Corey.
I'm going to pause you right there, Alec.
Okay.
That's a manopause right there.
Okay. That is obviously hilarious. But also, was Alec only trying to honor his lady? I don't really know how we're classifying this yet. Or was he also trying to save some money?
How?
Because he said they went to the Pluckers so she could eat for free.
Oh, yeah. That's smart.
I mean, it's nice, but yeah, she had a whole list of places she wanted to go to get the free stuff.
There's a whole franchise.
Oh, okay.
There's a whole franchise.
Yeah, it was her idea.
Yeah, there's a whole franchise honoring her.
Exactly.
It's true.
So he just took part in the franchise doing that. I like this, though. Our boss man Tim Collins, on his birthday, he has like 3 Jersey Mike's coupons or something like that.
Awesome.
I should have said that out loud.
Oh.
He's gonna be upset.
I want some now.
But like he's smart like that. I never take advantage of those. That's smart on her part. I like that.
Yeah. So like Smoothie King was in the mix too at some point, but yeah, there was a whole list, and I threw that out there because Pluckers is my favorite sit-down restaurant. So I was like, you have to go there. You have to go there. And shout out to them, by the way. They're doing free meals for TSA and FAA employees through Thanksgiving because of the shutdown.
Yeah.
So they
that
do
is really nice.
They do really cool stuff like that to help some of our essential workers and whatnot. Love what they do for the community.
Did she walk away like as impressed as you'd hoped?
Yes. She kind of ribbed me at first, like maybe a 6 out of 10. And then she laughed and she was like, no, it was great. But she knows I have strong feelings about it. But we were going to pay. And she was going for the military ID and everything to show to get the free meal and whatnot. And the bartender, we were sitting at the bar, he disappears and he's like, I'm going to go get the discount applied and we're going to make sure that everything's good to go. He disappears. He comes back and he says, y'all are good. And we're like, why? Like, I didn't give you my card. And he was like, the guy next to you covered you. You're good. And he just turns around and he says, thank you for your service. Have a good night. Doesn't say anything else. And I'm like, huh. And we went our separate ways. So thank you to the kind older gentleman at the Plano Pluckers that covered our stuff because she served in the military.
That's how we do it in Plano.
Yeah.
Man.
That Plano money.
There.
Yeah. So,
and plus, you guys finally got to pluck.
Yeah.
All right.
Together.
All right. Anyways.
That's Corey's fault.
She texted me.
That is 100% Corey's fault.
That's what you wrote?
What did she eat?
Don't worry about that.
We're not getting into full details.
What was the meal? What was
She is 100% listening right now, too.
Well,
so,
yeah, but yes, that is exactly what he wrote.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, so, thanks. We need the help as much as we can get at all times.
All the time.
All the time. We're always new listeners every few minutes, you know. I wanted to pose the question to you guys and to the listeners. What is the last way that you paid it forward or a way that you plan on paying it forward? 877-881-1053, because it's always super gratifying, right? You know, it's always fun.
Yesterday, I bought somebody stamps. Okay.
That is so specific.
Because
you got their stamps?
Because it happened. And now, I know people, the naysayers, will tell you there was no mail yesterday, but... So I went into the post office because I was going to send somebody a flag. I'm out, though, if you're going to ask for one now.
Dang it.
But the lady in front of me didn't quite know how to work the machine. And then the lady behind me came in and she was like, oh, no, is the post office closed? I need stamps. And I was like, I'm pretty sure you can buy stamps through the machine. And she was like, I only need 2. And I was like, you know what? I'll help her out. And bought her stamps while I was sending my thing.
You, dude. That's awesome.
So there you go.
I like that.
I did not think this would come up, but this is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah. Shout out to stamps, man.
A couple things recently. I did get an order. It might have been for y'all, but there was an order of Tiff Street's cookies at our last building. And when I got downstairs, I think it may have been my birthday. I know the Twolos sent me some. Thank you very much. I love them. Mm-hmm. But there was another order that got sent. And as I was leaving, I was like, man, this is a lot of cookies. And Miss Gwen downstairs was like, hey, you have some cookies here. And I was like, I'll tell you what, I've had so many cookies today. Will you take them? And she was like, my grandbabies are going to be so happy. And the next morning, she was like, they ate them so fast. But last week... I was standing in line at the grocery store, and it was me and Carter, my son Carter. We're standing in line, and there's a lady in front of us, and she's got her big grocery cart. And all of a sudden, she sees the number on the bill, on the cash register, and she starts putting things back. Oh. And I'm sitting there watching her go, okay, now what does that get me to? All right, now what does that get me to? And she was an older woman, and I was sitting there kind of just watching this, and I just went, hey, put all of that back in her basket. I got it. And
that's heartwarming.
I really needed her to be out of the way in the in the line.
It is slightly less heartwarming now.
The easiest way to do that was just to take care of that for her, because otherwise I could have been there. I don't know how long, you know.
Yeah.
But I did. Carter was like, "Dad, that was really cool," and I was like, "Look, man, if it can get us out of the store faster."
You did not. Did you really say that to him?
No, I didn't.
Oh my gosh, that would be terrible.
But he I did see it. I wasn't trying to do something in front of him on purpose.
Yeah.
I really did. In my heart, it struck a chord with me, and I wanted to help take care, help her out. She could not have been more thankful, and she was
she needed it.
And I was like, hey, don't you go live life, go enjoy. If I can, I will. I can't always, right? Like that's the other thing too. I can't always, but if I can, I will, and I did, and Carter got something out of it, and she did too. So, and we got to get home faster, so that was nice.
Yeah, that's the point of emphasis for Corey.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to keep hammering home that part or not.
Kevin, you're gonna like this. I love this specifically too because of our hobbies. From the 972, I gave away an entire binder of Pokemon cards to a kid to start his collection at the Dallas Card Show.
I am really glad that you said that. They always do fun giveaways at the Dallas Card Show. But you know what? For Friday, for Taco Bueno in Burleson, I have some card things that I was going to put up for Peace-a-thon, but we have too damn many things. And so I'm going to give some of these things away at Taco Bueno on Friday.
Okay, so I need to find a way to show up to Taco Bueno
you'll be
on
fine.
Friday.
You already got a card thing from me.
I know I did, but hey, wealth is health in my mind. But from the 214, Corey, you made me spit out my coffee. Let's see.
It's just the way you deadpan delivered also, and I really needed her to get out of my way.
I saw she was struggling, but man, I needed to get home. I kind of respect it in a weird way. Another card show story from the 682. As a lifelong wrestling fan, I saw a kid looking at a pack of wrestling cards at the Dallas Card Show on Saturday, so I bought it for him.
I'm telling you, you'll be amazed at how that sticks with people. And I bet that kid remembers that for a long time, and I bet sometime in the future he does something kind of similar to pay it forward because he remembers that.
Yeah, and I love seeing those moments at the card show and stuff, seeing the kids' eyes light up when they do get a nice expensive pack or box or something because somebody either bought it for them, like dad or something, or a random stranger. I love that, the excitement that's running around. There's some great responses coming in that I'm going to have to get to during the break. Was a tip left behind? Yes, from the 214, because of course I have morals. But we are going to hear from Derek White real quick because every athlete with some sort of name has a podcast now, and I think this name is objectively awesome. It's called the White Noise Pod.
Oh, that is nice. That is cool.
So Derek White talking about what Joe Mazzulla does in practice to get them ready for games, but sounds more like war.
So it was me and Peyton, and we're going, and then Joe's like, play the music, and next thing you know, it's just machine guns just going off. No. I'm like, what is going on? And so we're just the entire time we did this drill, just the machine guns were going off nonstop, and that's kind of how we started practice.
It was 10 minutes straight.
Zigzags. Defense, picking up full and stuff like that. And so he's like, play the music, and then next thing you know, you're in a war zone for real. Yeah, it was unbelievable.
So he plays machine gun sounds to start practice.
All right.
To set the tone.
Two things. Did he say for 10 minutes straight?
Yeah.
And also, props to doing the machine gun noise to really take that story to the next level.
That is great storytelling right there, and it's going to get me to listen to the podcast more because honestly, I don't care about the Celtics. If anything, I hate them. I love Joe Mazzulla because he is a weirdo, and I want more stories. I want more Joe Mazzulla stories in my life.
I get it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, real NFL stats that sound fake, next on The Fan.
Our goal is to...
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freak,
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Second and goal here. Play pass. Stafford looking, flow. Oh, Davis Allen. Touchdown Rams.
Can't see Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Well, that was a good one. Now, it probably won't surprise you to know that DeMarcus Lawrence has won Defensive Player of the Week. What was a little surprising to me is this is only the second time he's ever won it.
Really?
The only other time he won it was in 2017 with the Cowboys, but it makes sense. He scored 2 touchdowns, which matched the entirety of his career before that, and 2 touchdowns.
When he was being drafted, I remember watching him and going, ooh, there's some really fun things about this player.
Right.
He turned into more of a steady presence than I ever thought.
Yeah.
But never into what I considered a superstar. And I think those superstars have weeks upon weeks of those where they get that award. But steady presence guys just seem to kind of be forgotten a lot of times because they aren't doing all those things.
Yeah.
And you really have to watch. Like, you really have to watch a guy to know. But that is awesome for him. It's unfortunate for us that he goes off and does that.
Danielle Hunter was the AFC Player of the Week defensively. On the offensive front, you probably could have figured this out. Jahmyr Gibbs and Jonathan Taylor. So some kick-ass running backing right there.
Dude, is this the running back golden age for us?
This feels like the year.
Since Emmett and Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders, like this feels like some of the best. Well, I guess last year.
Yeah, I was going to say, last year you saw a crazy season from Saquon. This year you're seeing a crazy season from Jonathan Taylor. That's a little bit different in terms of why it's crazy with the touchdowns going bananas, but still pretty freaking awesome, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's, I guess, the consistency. You know, we had Emmett for how many years in a row that he was just at the top of the league.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't seem like
decade.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that, you know, ever again. There where you'll have a decade of dominance in the top 2 or 3.
Yeah.
You know, like Saquon had a great year last year. He's having kind of a dud this year.
Yes.
And that's just a weird thing. And James Cook stays consistent.
The judge in the Antonio Brown case has put him on house arrest pending the trial for attempted murder. He did plead not guilty to that for what it's worth. Just wanted to throw that out in the world. And then you mentioned this, but I think it was off air. So in case we haven't mentioned it on air yet, Marvin Harrison Jr. is in fact out this week because he is getting appendicitis surgery.
Alec, did you say he wants to? No. That's not an easy thing to recover from. We saw Corey Seager go through that.
Yeah.
And
so when we say a week, just be prepared.
Yeah, I mean, like, just think about all the things he has to do. Corey Seager has to twist his body.
Right.
This dude has to twist his body and get hit.
Yes, in that exact spot.
Yeah. So I think he might be a couple weeks.
Okay.
Or more.
Now, I have, by the way, Travis Hunter, he is also out for the year. He is out for the year, season-ending knee surgery. That news came out yesterday. Still wanted to throw it out there, just like Asante Samuel Jr. signing with the Steelers.
We never got the full effect of Travis Hunter this year.
Correct.
Will we ever?
I mean,
is it just too much on a man's body?
So I do wonder if you didn't go full out, like really playing both sides of the ball, like to the full capacity that maybe we expected, and you got injured, how quick the team is going to be like, hey,
go do that again, yeah.
Or let's push it even further.
Ramp it up.
Yeah, maybe not. All right. I've got some real NFL stats that sound like they're fake. Matthew Stafford. By the way,
he's real.
He is real. For Peace-a-thon,
Thank you.
we have 2 autographed and certified Matthew Stafford photos, as well as 2 autographed and certified Matthew Stafford footballs.
Matthew Stafford, if he winds up MVP this year, goes deep in the playoffs, are you looking at his entire career differently?
Yes, absolutely.
His early career was really good.
No, you're right.
There's no success. He's almost having John Elway type ending to his career.
Now, consider this, because I think this fact goes into that exact thing.
And hold on, one other. I'm sorry, real quick. Because you guys are big in the card, I like cards. You guys know more.
He has seen a renaissance,
values,
yes.
All right.
But it could go further. Consider this. Since he played his first NFL game, this is the first time Matthew Stafford has been 500 as a starter. He is 115, 115, and 1. So
because of Detroit.
Since he played his first game, which they lost, he has not been 500.
So he's never been above 500.
Correct.
Wow.
And so, to your point about revisiting, well, he comes from what at the time had been a historical losing franchise.
Yes. Which is good right now.
Yes.
They're good right now.
And in the meantime, what has he done? Come to a new place, and in 5 years, he would have won a Super Bowl and an MVP? Like, he was also the fastest to get to 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 yards.
And he's doing it on the entertainment mecca of the, in LA.
Yes.
Against the Niners in a good division. Like, all these things, very fascinating about where I guess that's proof of don't give up on somebody's career.
Sure.
Especially yourself. If you're in a bad situation, maybe you can change the place at some point. This is a really good sign for people out there to be like, man, there's no hope.
Now, I've got another wild stat to go with that. At 231 starts, that is the most starts by a quarterback before reaching 500 since 1950. Why 1950? Because that's the year they first started keeping track of those stats.
Really?
Yes. So as far as we know...
When football began?
That part is not true.
Thank you.
All right. But I find this stat even crazier. We're talking about Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor leads the NFL in points scored with 104. He is the only non-kicker in the top 15. The next highest...
Because they score, like, they get 3 points per, and they can do... Okay.
And kickers, they're point
They're constantly
machines.
getting a point.
Exactly.
Yes.
The next highest non-kicker is Josh Jacobs and Jahmyr Gibbs at 60. Jonathan Taylor has 104. So I realize...
Impressive.
But when we're talking about... I realize it's a quarterback award. But when we're talking about MVP... That is freaking bananas. And remember,
how many games in are they? I'm sorry.
10.
10? So
I believe that is correct.
10 something points a game?
Yes.
Wow. That's the impressive part, is that he's giving you 10 points a game.
And so when we're talking about MVP, I just think you should consider he has 44 more points than any non-kicker in the league. That's crazy.
He should get...
and remember, you only get 6 points for the touchdown. Like, that other point goes to the kicker.
Yeah.
Assuming you kick it.
He should get, unless he's the kicker, yeah.
That could happen.
That'd be awesome. I want to see that again one day.
Okay.
It's like our best kicker is also our running back.
Okay. We'll work on that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd hold my breath for that. Now, let's go to Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle started the GoFundMe for the Support My Fines, and then he put or Children's Home Society of North Carolina. That has now raised over $44,000.
Wow.
And do you know who the highest donation is from?
Alec?
It's not from Alec. Dang it. It is from L and Keegan Michael Key.
Oh, yeah.
Because obviously that is a playoff of one of their sketches.
Yeah, that's really cool. I like that.
It is really cool. So they're raising a lot of money for the Children's Home Society of North Carolina.
And he's a huge football fan, too.
Yeah, and how could you not want
Yeah.
to participate in something where the guy was like, "No, I followed your advice of only doing the 2 pumps to not get flagged, and then I did get flagged
Still got it.
and did get fined." And I just think that is
I love it. I love it.
top-notch bit right there. By the way, next NFL coach to get fired once we saw Daboll's out the door, who would you guess it is?
I mean, it was Mike McDaniels for a while.
He's only 4th now.
Okay. Stefanski?
Kevin Stefanski is 5th.
Dang.
Raheem Morris.
Oh, things are taking a turn there.
You think about what a colossal disappointment the Falcons have been so far. You know who's second on the list? Pete Carroll.
Already?
I would be a little bit more surprised.
Old
by
man
that.
Carroll, huh?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL Overreaction or Reality right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard."
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
That leaves a lot of space, Alec, for general ideas of what good bit means. I think that they will be a good bit better. I really do, because you have more talent in the middle of your defense than you've had. You have a linebacker who I still think has something left in him. And Kenneth Murray, as much as I wanted him to be really good, he never quite had consistency in his career of being good. Logan Wilson has had a stretch of like 5 years of being the same dude. So there's something about that left in there. Now, Eric Kendricks last year had moments of being like, damn, he's really good still. But then there was also moments where you're like, you know what, he is older.
Right.
And I think you're going to get some of that from Logan Wilson. There are going to be moments where he can't do what his body thinks he should, his brain thinks his body should do. But I think that you're going to have, by God, you better have better communication. But you better have better communication. That better be one of the first things that Logan Wilson says, I have to do this better in the room. And he needs to walk into that room and ask those questions. Guys, what's been wrong? Don't be afraid of walking in and doing that. Don't be like, I got to figure some things out. No, man, you're this late in the season. You got to hit the ground running. So I think I think that's reality.
I would also say reality, because I do appreciate the verbiage that you used, because I could say a good bit better is that you give up 10 less rushing yards per game. Yeah. So, and I would take that as a win if we're being honest, because I still don't think the defense is going to be good at the end of the year, but I do think there will be noticeable differences. And to Corey's point, I think communication is going to be one of the things that you notice that is different, because I remember, I want to say it was last week or the week before on Cowboys Crosstalk, Leighton Vander Esch was on, and he said he blames straight up most of the issues that the defense has had on the linebackers. He was like, it's all about communication. It's all about knowing where you're supposed to be. When you see shifts in the offense, you need to tell people, hey, check in or out of this coverage. Make sure you're lined up in the right gap. Make sure you're right in the right zone. And he said that's just not happening. It's a lot of stagnant nature. And Logan Wilson is a true Mike linebacker. He is the guy that usually sets the defense, the field general, just like LVE did when he was here. So I do think that's going to help. And then, hey, multi-time all-pro defensive tackle. What have we been asking for years and years and years and years? A true run-stopping defensive tackle. And some interesting stuff, I want to say it was from John Owning on Twitter. Some of the differences in his technique, Quinnen Williams, when he had Aaron Whitecotton coaching him versus not. Early on this season with the Jets, his stance that he lines up in completely different. Under Whitecotton, a more upright athletic stance, and it led to some of his better pass rush numbers. His pass rush numbers are down this year because his mechanics are off, because his guy came to Dallas. He's back with his guy. I think you're going to see both of those guys look better than they did at the beginning of this season.
Two things, Kevin, if you don't mind me stealing a couple minutes here.
Sure.
Or maybe just 1 minute, depending on how long I take to set this up. One, LeBron James is being assigned to the G League,
awesome.
Which is the weirdest thing I think I've ever said. His first full
play with
practice.
his son.
It's weird. And two, Alec is going to be on Crosstalk tonight, the Cowboys
What?
Crosstalk. Yeah,
Really?
He's going to be on tonight. And who's your special guest tonight?
Who is? Already forgot.
It's Corey Proctor.
It is Corey Proctor, yes.
So make sure to be listening to the Cowboys
That's with no
Crosstalk.
E, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He spells it the incorrect
He's
way.
entertaining as hell, man. Yes, that is the correct. Thank you.
No, that's not what he said. He said he spells it the incorrect way.
I think he said correct.
Nope, it's incorrect. And it's a great day for me. I get to do radio twice with two dudes named Corey.
Are you going to tell him that he spells his name wrong?
Sure.
Okay.
I hope he punches you.
Nate will protect
I hope he does not.
I would never hope that before, but today, for this one instance.
Now, can we agree to keep this a political free zone in terms of partisanship?
Oh, no.
I don't know, man. That depends on you.
Okay.
I don't know why I said that.
Okay.
But a lot of this weighs on you now.
Okay, this is a bipartisan question.
Bipartisan show?
President Trump was on with McAfee. Shut up. You shut up.
What are you doing here?
He said, I do have to say, and I'll probably get myself in a little trouble for this, I hate the new kickoff in football. And you can tell it's him in this next part. I think it's so terrible. I think it's so demeaning, and I think it hurts the game. It hurts the pageantry. I told this to Roger Goodell. Overreaction or reality? You really like the new-ish NFL kickoff rule. I think I do.
First off, shouldn't he be doing something else with his time?
It's always the way.
I'm just joking.
It's like Romo. Where are you going to Cabo?
Yeah, exactly. You do your job all the time. How's it demeaning? The kickers?
I think they're saying it's demeaning because you slow down like the runway, I guess, and so it will lower the physicality. I don't think that. But I bet he's not alone.
I've been very adamant that I'd like the kicking game to not exist, so I'm okay with that.
And you have.
I would.
Brandon Aubrey.
They don't even punt. The only time I really want a kicker is whenever they're gonna, score points to win a game like that. Have a kicker for one moment. That's it. I like it. I think it's a reality, Kevin. I've liked the kickoff rules. I feel like we've gotten some returns that we didn't expect this year.
I agree.
And that's the thing. Like, you have to add more excitement to every element of the game, and they did, I felt.
I'd say reality, too, because, one, there have been some exciting returns already, but, two, people have been asking, a specific group of people have been asking for ways to make the kicker's job more difficult. And now, based on the landing zone and where the ball actually travels on the kickoff, that can be huge in a late game scenario. After you score a touchdown or a field goal and you kick off, if you don't make it inside the landing zone and you give them a free 10 yards, that could be huge in terms of keeping a game within reach or within winning reach for you if you're in the lead. You could give up a lead late in the game because your kicker screwed up. So I do like that. We saw it against Carolina. I know I don't want to, beat a dead horse. We lost. But their kicker is really good at the dirty kickoff, as they call it. It's like a knuckleball, where that thing is unpredictable. He knows it's going to hit inside the landing zone every single time. But after that, who knows where it's going to go? It's amazing. I think it's cool that we're adding elements that are challenging certain positions, but it's also giving us exciting football at the same time. I like it.
NFL overreaction or reality, the winner of this weekend's Chiefs-Broncos game will win the AFC West.
Oh, man, I think that's a reality.
In your face, Chargers.
The Chargers will figure out a way to flop it, I don't know. I hope that one or two Chargers fan out there doesn't take offense to that. I think the Broncos have a steady hand on it, even though they only seem to play one quarter per game that really matters to them.
I don't disagree with that at all.
But I think they have the defensive talent to keep themselves there. I don't know if the Chiefs can make up enough ground, though. That's the thing, like the part of the question. I think it's the Broncos can keep it if they win. I don't know if the Chiefs can make up enough ground. But I'm ready to watch it.
So they do play the Broncos twice.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, that's another part of it. Now I'm ready to watch it. That's my most fun game of the year right now.
Alec, I'm going to kick it over to you for that same question, but there's a bonus question attached as well.
This is a bunch of crap. I don't get bonus questions.
It'll come back around to you.
Whatever.
It is borderline, if not flat out disrespectful, that the Chiefs, who have a record 3 games worse than the Broncos and are on the road, are favored by 3.5 points in this game.
Ooh.
Is that how Vegas works?
Sure.
Okay.
Vegas works.
But see, I think Vegas is also telling you the Chiefs are just a flat out better team regardless of the record.
And that's what I'm thinking too. So I'm going to say overreaction to the second question. I think they're just saying, look, they got Rashee Rice back. Everything seems to be figuring itself out. They got an offensive lineman back that they really needed. Like, everything's opening up for that offense, so I don't think it's disrespect. I think it's crazy just to read on paper, but I don't think it's disrespectful. In other scenarios, sure, for other teams, but the Chiefs are just playing that good right now. I'd say reality to the initial question, just because the Broncos have been so wildly inconsistent.
Yeah.
When I thought that it was going to be a 21-plus point per game team. every single week. I thought Bo Nix was going to have at least 2 or 3 passing touchdowns per game, but there are times that offense just looks completely lost. The defense is as great as ever. They play the best football of any defense every single week. But that offense worries me at times. Sometimes Bo Nix really looks like the college Bo Nix, where it's like, he's making some boneheaded decisions.
Yes.
And then there's other times where he makes an immaculate throw down the field, and you're like, okay, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the AFC. So it's a confusing team. So I'd say, yeah, if they win that game, they probably deserve to win the division.
Kevin, from the 858, is San Diego. So my second team is the Chargers, they say. But they want to say, how dare you, Corey? But the Chargers are the A&M football of the NFL.
Oh, come on.
Choke when they're not supposed to.
Hey, we're having a generational season. Just let me have this.
This year I believe in the Aggies.
Tap the sign.
I don't know what that means, but I believe in them, and I'm proud and happy for you. But I still don't believe in the Chargers yet.
And I think the Chiefs coming off the bye might have something to do with this as well. Overreaction or reality? This is definitely a Kevin question. You might not agree with this. You think it would be hilarious if the Browns got the number 1 pick and drafted another quarterback?
You asked me this last week.
And I wanted to gauge your response.
And I say last week, it was Monday.
Because I think it would be hilarious.
I do too. I would hate it for another quarterback.
Sure.
Like, are we at 35 right now?
Something like that.
The number's insane. Clevelandites.
You know, Alec thinks Gabriel's trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Shador hasn't even gotten his shot yet. What if he never got to play and they drafted a quarterback? What if he never got to play this year?
That is the exact scenario I think could play out, which is yet another reason that this bizarre franchise makes it hilarious.
Yeah. It would be hilarious. I would hate it for another human to have to endure that.
I get that.
Yeah. I think that would be awesome, objectively. So I'll go with Corey here. I hate the concept for another quarterback to get their career essentially wasted, but I do think that would be the most Browns thing ever, that they don't let Shador touch the field before they say we're just going to take the best quarterback available. And I think it's been beyond time to start raising questions of, why does Andrew Berry still have a job as the GM of the Browns? He has not been good at this.
Because Paul left.
Yeah, and exactly.
Yes.
That's the way that baseball go. But I think ever since the Myles Garrett deal, we should have had a louder conversation about what is he really doing here.
Right.
Like, Andrew Berry is not good at evaluating talent outside of Myles Garrett, which anybody with 2 working eyes could tell you that Myles Garrett was going to be a stud in the NFL.
I knew that when I saw him as a sophomore in high school.
Exactly. So I can't even give him credit for that. His team sucked, so they got a really good player. And I think it's going to happen again.
Now let's continue to be spicy here. NFL overreaction or reality. The Buffalo Bills and their fan base should be panicking.
About the losses?
Let me give you a little bit more context. Buffalo Bills are 2-3 in their last 5 games.
Yep.
That includes losses to the Falcons and the Dolphins, who are a combined 4-13 in their other games.
Yeah, you can't not take teams like that serious.
You see what happened.
And on top of that, you know that they are giving everything they got. Like they're trying to win games. They're doing everything they can. You have to take them in that way as well. I would be very concerned.
They have a lot of injuries.
Probably
too.
After the second one, Kevin, you know me enough that I would probably be like, it's time to panic. But I would be very concerned. So yeah, I think panic is definitely there. But I think they say as long as Josh Allen's healthy, we have a chance. And I think that's something they can hang their hat on. So I think they're okay. I don't think they're panicking.
I'd say reality, they should be. And I think some of them are starting to, not as much as they should. I think they really should be because, like Corey said, you can hang your hat on the fact that you have the reigning NFL MVP. But that's going to be their excuse every single time. That is their excuse that they didn't want to give up any draft capital at the trade deadline to go get him some help. They see how beat up their defense is. They didn't want to go make a Logan Wilson move. They didn't want to give up a 7th-round pick to go get somebody that will play for them. Like, they didn't want to do any of that. They didn't try to help. So I think they're going to be too confident in that idea that, well, we got Josh Allen. And they're going to keep losing games in stupid ways against bad teams. So I would panic.
Dude, by the way, the Bills play the Bucs this weekend. This weekend is a monster NFL slate. I think this is by far the best slate of NFL games, and we'll talk about another one of those tomorrow. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the GM is gone, but the Mavs still have a lot of work to do. So what's next? Plus, let's get your bold predictions for the second half of the NFL season. Next on The Fan.
Eats has Lola food products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Drive, Brandon Williams pushes the tempo. Najee, Cooper! With a foul! Electrifying American Airlines Center! The Mavericks run the floor. Najee puts it up on a platter, and Cooper puts it on Carlo's head.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, right now, I kind of want to dive into something else with the Mavs and Nico and everything. The GM's gone, but the Mavericks still have a lot of work to do. So what's next? Is the first thing naming an official full-time GM, or do you think they're just going to ride with the tandem of interim GMs? Do you think they need to go get Dennis Lindsay back? Like, where's this going?
Okay, Kevin, I want honest answers from everybody here.
Okay.
And 877-881-1053, also this. Your interest level in this team, I know for the job we have to pay attention.
Yeah.
I'm not watching as intently as I've wanted to. And it's not because Luka's not there.
Right.
But that's not the main factor. I think that there are some entertaining pieces on this team. But when I've turned the games on, I've just been grossed out by a lot of the things I see. And I want to see a good Cooper Flagg.
Sure.
It's just I feel like I see sloppy basketball. I feel like I'm not seeing a good team unit yet. And I don't feel entertained by the product. So that's a disconnect I have. Somehow they got to get me to be excited about the product again.
See, and I
don't think a GM is going to be the key to that.
And that's fair. Like, you don't feel like people are tuning in because they're like, let's see what the GM does.
No.
So we're going to kick it to Alec. We're going to kick it to the fan text as well, because I think I am the wrong person to ask that question to, because I am super duper invested in this team. But that's also because
Cooper Flagg.
You have Cooper Flagg.
Emotionally or financially?
Both.
Which one matters more?
It's emotionally
Okay.
first.
All right.
So, like, Alec knows you open a lot of Topps basketball, but I opened a lot of Topps basketball because I just wanted Cooper Flagg cards. Not so I could flip them, just so I could have them.
And you do that.
Yeah,
for sure. You're the one. Mike's a unique collector. You're a unique collector. You've always said collect what you like.
Yes.
And that's always been important to me.
So it's far more emotional than anything.
And is it because you want to see a Duke player do well, or is it because you think this guy has the trajectory of greatness.
That one.
Okay.
I mean, Coach K talked about it.
And so you want to watch the entirety of greatness as it goes.
Yeah, it was the same way I felt about Grant Hill. Now, I know like Grant Hill's career got derailed by injuries and everything, but when I saw him play, I was like, this dude can do everything. He has the potential to just be all-time unbelievable. And you saw that from some of his play. I truly believe Cooper Flagg has the chance to be like an all-time unbelievable player. Now, you can watch this set of games and be like, oh, he's not there yet, or you don't think he's going to be. Like, I've already seen somebody texting in, it was like, Cooper Flagg will never be a generational player. I just feel like that is a foolish statement.
Especially this
Either way, I think it'd be a foolish statement to say he'll definitely be a generational player.
Yeah.
It's been like 5 minutes. Now, will I throw out...
You also think that term's used very loosely.
Yeah, exactly. Because we've talked about this before. People say Luka's a generational player. What generation? He's not the best player in basketball now.
Why?
Well, I mean, Jokic is better than him.
Why?
I mean, part of the reason is because he doesn't play defense, and that is one difference.
Well, the reality is he doesn't have an MVP
exactly.
on his
or a
ledger
title
yet either.
or anything like that yet. And so, will he be a generational player, Luka? Absolutely, he could be. But just people say...
You're going to look back and look at numbers and be like, oh my God, what did this dude
say
do?
that way too early.
Like, we look at Oscar Robertson's numbers at the time. How many championships does Oscar Robertson have?
See, and that actually is a really good question. I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the MVPs on it either that go along with it, but like, was he generational? Because we look back at his numbers and go, oh my God, this is the best player on the court night in, night out.
You know, that's a really good question because, like, I wonder if whenever people hear Wilt over Bill Russell, they're like, are you out of your mind? Every time it came down to nut cutting time, like, Bill Russell got the job done. So I don't know. Like, I don't know how people in future generations will feel about this. But, like...
Was James Harden a generational player?
See, and that's...
Because if you don't think that Luka's generational, then you don't know ball from the 7-6-3. And I think if you look at the numbers and watch James Harden, you're like, that's a great player.
Yeah.
Do I think generational in the group of LeBron and KD and Steph? Like, he's in the same time as those guys. And he put up great numbers, but he wasn't generational.
And see,
Luka is an amazing talent.
And that's where I guess, and I promise we'll move on to the next part. Because, like, I think that text in the 763 is silly. Like, you didn't actually listen to what we were saying whatsoever, is I would think generational would just be the one person. But from the 940, I mean, when I hear generational player, I think, like, the top 5 players of a generation. And then it gets boiled down to, like, how do you define that? Because right now, would Jokic be in there? Would Giannis be in there? Would Steph be in there? And then, like, so what's your time frame look like? My point is, I have a hard time saying that somebody's going to be generational when they have 0 MVPs and 0 titles. Luka can absolutely be that. If he told me he's going to finish his career with 3 MVPs and 3 titles, I'd be like, I could see that. Mm-hmm. And so, absolutely. So I think for that person who texted in, like, you're not really hearing what I was trying to say about generational, but I think Cooper Flagg has that potential. Okay, that's great. Let's say he does become eventually generational. With who? Who else is going to be on your team? Anthony Davis? Kyrie Irving? By the time Cooper Flagg would truly fulfill whatever you think his actual potential is, they're not going to be able to run with him. Mm-hmm. And that's one thing I don't understand about the construction of this team.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, the first thing they have to do for me is get my entertainment value back. Get me re-interested in this team. I will be at some point. It'll happen. Winning is a key for that.
Okay, quick question to that then.
Then we can start looking at the future of this team around Cooper Flagg.
How much leeway, if any, are you going to give the team since they got rid of Nico?
Same team that was there before.
Okay.
Like, start winning.
And that's
or make a bold move. I've been told, I don't know if you heard it, Alec, fortune does favor the bold, but make a bold move now.
Man, it's unfortunate for him that we're going to have that cut forever.
Forever.
Right? He didn't even make a whole year.
After
the trade,
line.
and he made he only made like a few months after that trade.
Yeah,
fortune favors
or
the
after
bold.
that line.
Thank
Yes,
you, Nico.
exactly.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
So for Cooper Flagg, you probably saw his best game against Milwaukee. He had 26 points. By the way, tied with LeBron James for the youngest player in the history of basketball to have 25 plus points in an NBA game.
Nice.
So there's that. Great.
Is LeBron generational?
And see. For sure. LeBron's probably the second or third best player of all time.
I like, and I'm sorry to keep interrupting this, but somebody said, I look at it as the single individual player of that time. Mike, Kobe, LeBron, whoever's next.
Okay. And see, and that's the thing. Like, I just think people in general, and I'll get off my soapbox, have gotten really lazy when they say generational. Because it's like, oh, Micah Parsons is generational. Maybe. But he's not even
Myles Garrett exists.
Yeah, he's not even the best defensive player right now. And so, like, those are the things that I just think sometimes are a little silly.
Use the word elite talent.
See, there
that's
you
different.
go.
That's different.
Exactly. And that's why the person who said, like, he's generational in terms of, like, I think at the top 5 of a decade. Okay, then that's fine. And I think that changes the whole dynamic. You need to trade Anthony Davis. But then the issue becomes, because we talked with Chuck Cooperstein earlier when I was you were here.
No, yeah, I was.
Filling in with Sean and RJ and me and Bobby. Is
Aiden.
How long does it take to reestablish his value? Because that's one of the things that Coop said. And the look on your face is what I want to capitalize on. Is you need to get him back on the court to reestablish his value. How long does that take for somebody who has like such a
history of injury?
Exactly. Because let's say Anthony Davis comes back. Let's say he comes back in the next game. That won't be the case, but he comes back in the game after that. And for 15 straight games, he has 30 points and 15 rebounds a game. That doesn't do it, right?
Honestly, with those things, you need the team that has the picks, right?
Yes.
That also is in a position to potentially win a championship. That also is in a place where they need that one player. The window for an Anthony Davis trade to be successful for you,
right,
is very small. It's not like you have a whole group of people that you're like, all right, guys, bidding starts now. Get your best in by 1 p.m. and we're good to go. This is we got to find the right team because Anthony Davis is a limited commodity health-wise.
And what I worry about then is he needs to play the rest of the year injury-free to have that value going into the offseason. Okay, so what does that do for you then? It helps you in the long term, but that's 1 year down on the Cooper Flagg calendar or whatever, or that's 1 year of stagnant basketball. Like, look, maybe AD and Kyrie come back and everything clicks and it's all magical, and I would love to see that. But don't you think it's far more likely that you'll get to the end of the season and be like, we were fine, lost in the play-in or whatever?
He had a whole offseason, and it looked like he was still trying to figure out who was on his team.
And so that's troubling because I wonder if he's one of your 2 biggest assets, what does he possibly bring you in return? And then maybe more importantly, how long does it take to establish that? And unfortunately, your other biggest asset would be Kyrie Irving. Well, I don't get the sense that Kyrie Irving wants to go anywhere. And then the issue that you run into with that is he is also coming off an injury. And so it's going to take time well beyond the trade deadline this year to determine what he can still do.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the start of it. Now, unfortunately, I have more not great news.
What is he doing here, Alec? Why does he keep doing this in the middle of this segment?
Okay, you know what? I learned my lesson from earlier.
Also, before you say this, I'm sorry. Take a break real quick, Kevin. Alec, we've looked at you many times and then started back into a different conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What is it for you that you would like to see them, like what first steps could they take for you?
I think you need to address some of the now proven to be mistakes that you made in adding to this roster, which I know it's going to be hard to find somebody that wants to take the money, but Clay, doesn't really do anything for me anymore. Anthony Davis, like Kevin said, find a way, manufacture a way to reestablish his value, start trying to get some semblance of either money back or assets to say, we had the number 1 overall pick last year. His name is Cooper Flagg. We build around him. And to Nico's credit, he built a team around Luka. Find somebody, whether it's Michael Finley, whether whoever's out on the street to be a GM that's going to say, yes, I have a plan to make sure that Cooper Flagg is not going to be our point guard every single day, that he's going to be playing at the 2 or 3 where he knows he is going to thrive. We know he is going to thrive. Yes. Start showing us a plan. I know this year is not going to be what we want it to be, but start showing us that we have an idea of what it's supposed to look like, and we're going to try to install that over the next 2 to 3 years because you have a larger window now with a younger franchise star.
Now I'm gonna take the advice I got from Corey at the beginning of the show, and I hope you guys all understand how this is going to play out. Can you imagine if you were a team that had 2 aging veterans that ran into a lot of injury problems, and they were under contract for not only this year, but also next year, and then the year after that, which would now be the 2027-28 season, they both have player options, which they could trigger and cost you a combined $105.2 million that season. Now, can you also imagine being that very same team that only has control of this year's first-round pick, and then they do not have a first-round pick again without any protections or swaps till 2031, and that same team also doesn't have a second-round pick until 2030. Now, I'm not saying what team that is, but if you could imagine what team that is. Hey, look, Detroit's got their superstar that they want to build around. Now, I know that this is probably not going to be what people want to hear, but do you not trade out, whether it's Kyrie, Anthony Davis, whoever, for, as Alec was saying, maybe some other teams' monetary things that they want to get out from under, or maybe...
Oh, to give yourself better options in free agency?
Yes.
Okay.
But also to give yourself better options to maybe not be that great again and let the natural course of Cooper take whatever direction it's going to go.
I hate that for him.
I know.
I hate that for him.
I know.
You're gonna have to struggle like all the other rookies, bro.
And you won't like this either, but if you're looking for like a magical basketball world in which we live in, watch some BYU basketball, because AJ DeBonsa is another player that some people think has the potential to be, we'll go back to the word that we used to start it off with, generational. And some people think he's the next Tracy McGrady, however you want to quantify that. But the issue is, I know everybody is excited that Nico is out, and I get that. But you have Cooper Flagg, and you have the next to worst record in the Western Conference. And because of the way Nico built this thing, you do not have control of your second-round pick till 2030. And after this draft, your fate in the first round belongs to another team in 27, 28, 29, and 30. Plus, you have Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving under contract this year, next year, and if they choose to use their player options, the year after that. So you're going to have to be creative as all get out. One of the things that I can imagine is if you take another team's problem player, but their money comes off the books sooner. That is a potential that you can go and maybe do a little something in free agency. But you're hamstrung by a whole lot of things, Corey, that when you say, I want to see better and more entertaining basketball, your options to get that short term are tough, and long term, they're probably worse.
Yeah, and like the only entertaining factor then is going to be Cooper from the 214. When they all get healthy and play together and gel, I'm going to be the first to hear what comes out of y'all's mouth.
Here, I'll give you a preview.
Let me explain something real quick. I was with you, and Anthony Davis started the season with an injury.
Yeah.
that is an injury from overuse of his ankle. Like that's the Like I was like, okay, man, dude, when this thing gets rolling, when Kyrie gets back, I cannot wait. And then the first thing was Anthony Davis is hurt again, and I was like, I can't keep doing this to myself, believing that that's going to happen. It just doesn't work for me.
And I don't understand now. I don't think I've ever understood the idea of saying what is actually happening, meaning you're against a team. Oh, look, we were all born and raised in the Metroplex. What I'm going to say is, holy crap, how badass is this team that you can now have the backcourt you desired, and Kyrie Irving and Cooper Flagg and Anthony Davis is out there kicking ass, and your three-headed monster is smashing everybody in the league. That's exactly what I'm going to say. I'm telling you the information that's in front of you now. Accept it or don't. But that doesn't change the reality of the situation that you're in.
Somebody said, they understand the narrative of trading players away, but what if they blossom? My only thing is these are veterans. A lot of the pieces that you're willing to trade away are aged veterans that have already blossomed, or are their only path is maybe a year of good, another year, maybe two, and then starting the decline.
But the good news is that's what you sell, right?
Exactly. Yeah. The other question, though, Kevin, is from the 469, would you ever consider trading Cooper Flagg?
So
I say no.
Yeah, tell me.
And the reason is because of the promise of the future. Like, that's the reason I say no. I know what the talent is. I do have the question, because I don't know. What is the value of a number 1 overall pick that is looking good? Like, he's not a superstar. He's not going to get you. I don't think he's going to get you 4 number 1 picks.
I think he would.
You think he would?
Just for the record,
first-round picks?
100%.
And he only cost you 1.
I think he could get you 4 first-round picks and multiple pick swaps. That's how desired.
Now that Nico's gone?
Yeah, yes. Otherwise, you'd trade him for, hey, let's get Jonah Heim. Sorry, buddy. But that felt rude. I know that felt rude to Jonah Heim. I apologize for that. I think he is that coveted in the NBA. And like I said, he just tied LeBron for the quickest to score that many points. Okay. So I don't think anything.
But not 4 number 1 overalls.
No, because you couldn't guarantee that either. But, so here's the issue with that. That's why everybody was mad to begin with. Let's say you would have gotten Anthony Davis and your 4 number 1 picks, right? Plenty of people still would have been mad because what's the best that you can hope that number 1 pick becomes? Luka. And you already had the thing that's impossible to find. That's the person that without a doubt is a franchise player that can lead you think, to where you want to be. Chet Holmgren is awesome, but he ain't Shea, and this is the same thing. The Rockets made a move. Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun, whoever you think is the dude that could take you to the promised land. They were like, we also need Kevin Durant. It is so hard to find that player that you're like, let's put everything on their back and see what they can do. If the Mavs think that's Cooper Flagg, and a lot of people around the league do, it would be stupid to trade him, just like so many people will tell you it was stupid to trade Luka when you had him.
The 972, you can get unlimited first-round picks. You may never find a Luka or a Cooper again.
And that is very true.
So the question started this was, now that they've done this, what should they do next? How much of wait and see if that helps factors into this for you?
I don't think. This is where we'll go into just my opinion.
Do you think that Dumont already knows enough about this team, or do you think he's like, I need to see what it's like whenever these people aren't down his throat?
Okay, so let's play that out to its maybe
like what's a real home court advantage like?
Yeah, right. I was going to say let's play this out to its logical conclusion, but that's not fair. Let's play this out to what I think the conclusion is. All right? Anthony Davis comes back. He is as healthy as you can imagine. Same with Gafford, same with Lively, and then same with Kyrie Irving. All right? That's a kick-ass group right there. I don't think Cooper Flagg is ready to carry what you need him to carry to be a championship level team and player. All right, when will he be ready? 2, 3 years? What happens then? Well, now you have contract issues with Lively. You're going to go through the same thing with Gafford all over again. And Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving are probably too old to play anywhere near that level. So even in the best health scenario, this team doesn't make sense to me. You have to pick. To me, trading Cooper or youth movement. Right now. I think those are the only logical two ways to go, or else you're just going to...
Trade deadline's in February?
Yes. Oh, so like not today, but in the next couple of months.
Because that's part of me, and we were discussing how long can AD play healthy at a high level for his value to be up?
Yeah.
Maybe 2 months. Maybe 2 months is enough for somebody to go, dude, he looks right now. They got him back on track. He, whatever it is, maybe that's it. But I think right now, I've changed my mind on what I want them to do right now. What's next? I want them to turn... it's not really changing my mind. It's the same thing I said earlier. I want them to win. Start turning that thing back into, let's look like a team out there.
Okay.
Let's play some team basketball. I don't know what was keeping y'all from it before. Was it really just the fact that Nico Harrison was sitting in the stands overlooking everything?
To be fair, I have not factored in the toll that listening to that crap every single day. So I probably should. And then the other thing is, and I know you're big on this, let's say they do start to win and you get into the play-in, maybe even the real playoffs.
That's fun.
How valuable is that to Cooper Flagg?
Huge. I got to prepare differently. I'd rather see him in a playoff series than a play-in game, because a play-in game is a coin flip.
Sure.
Like, you come out hot and all of a sudden you've run away with the game. You saw it happen. But a playoff series, you have to go rest and prepare. Like, that's different to me. So I would love for that to happen for him, and that would be significant, because that's very similar to let's let him find the bathroom. He needs to be comfortable with understanding how... He's never been in a playoff.
Yeah, true.
He's never had a 4, 5, 7 games in a series where he's had to go from the same team over and over preparing to stop him.
Yeah, because in the NCAA tournament, they played 5 games, every single one. This is a different opponent.
I would love for that to be a thing, for them to get there and have this playoff opportunity. And then maybe during the offseason, it's time to trade some of these older contracts. Instead of at the All-Star break. Maybe that's a good thing, is let these veterans get him there. Let him guide him there and get that experience so he can be the one to guide the next generation.
And I understand. There does seem to be a group. It's like, wait till he's healthy. AD, that is. And let's see what happens. And I'm with you. But then you also have to wait for Lively to get healthy and Kyrie to get healthy. My concern is, no matter how much I hope that is the case, and Cooper Flagg's the third on your championship team. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's too much, right? To hope that they'll all be healthy for a long...
Well, to hope that.
Yeah, I can hope that.
Even to hope it's a lot.
Yeah.
But the more I think about this now, the more I want this team to do something together for the rest of this year. Not provide us a false hope of the future, but to have a real, whoever is going to be that next GM, have a real vision of, no, we need to get in the playoffs for this. Also, it's going to help our trade value in the offseason if some of these guys get there.
Look, that's one of the reasons I think, whether it's Nembhard, whether it's Williams, there are other young players on this team that it's fun to see what do they have. But that would only be if you're not trying to actively win games.
Yeah.
Like right now, I'm sure they're trying to actively win games. But you're 3-8. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to kind of try them out and see what you got and figure out, oh yeah, this could be our future backup point guard.
They're trying to win minutes. Actually, that's how small it is for the. I want to say this though. Luka's never coming back.
I would be stunned if that happened in the next decade.
Ever. All right? And even if he came back, you ever broken up with a girl and then gotten back together with her and you're like, oh, yeah.
That's why.
Like, there was a lot of really great things that happened in our bedroom. Because you can have good talks in the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
But
you know how women are.
Unless you poke your wife in the eye.
But as PJ Washington just said, you know how, like, all those things that drove me nuts before, they're back. Like, listen, I loved it. Luka was thoroughly entertaining. He was awesome. I know for a fact, though, that dude would walk back in and complain about something. I would be like, "Oh, you're kidding me!"
And I will continue to wonder that till the end of time. You're not going to be able to prove it one way or another. But this cyborg six-pack version of Luka you're seeing right now, everyone is projecting that that's what it would be here. And to your point,
it wasn't.
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, perhaps the C Block starring Corey Majors, or maybe we'll hear from Brian Schottenheimer. Next on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 682. I'm a student from the Hockey Guys college class.
What?
Thank you. He promised to give us that extra credit. Boom, that was from Monday. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, and they did get the extra credit? How many points of extra credit is that? Was it like 2 points? On their final grade, or was this for a test?
Don't know why you're looking at me as if I have the answer to that question.
Alec just shrugged his shoulders, too. What's up with you guys?
Don't look at me. I'm not an educator.
That's a good point.
Man, I'm proud of you.
Your
move
move now, Corey.
You put me in a position that I cannot come out of that one. All right, guys. I have a question, but I feel like as we're waiting, listen, when Brian Schottenheimer takes the podium, I will cede my time immediately because he has not talked since the end of the bye week. This is a very important time. I'm looking. I want to hear what he has to say. He is, for all the things that Brian Schottenheimer is and is not, he is a very good communicator.
Yeah.
And he's very genuine, it seems. Every time we've ever been around him, he's very genuine. So I definitely want to hear what he has to say. As for until then, though, let's go ahead and rock out with some level of concern. Oh, man! It's true.
It's me every time.
I wanted to start with cut 4 from our cut sheet, if that's okay. This is Jerry Jones on yesterday morning, as he is every Tuesday at 8:30. He comes on with us at 10:30 on Fridays. This is Jerry Jones on if his new defensive players will be plug and play.
No, they're going to hit the ground running. Certainly, we've got their teammates that are there as well. And so you say, well, is there going to be competition? The answer is there's always competition. But in the case of our linebacker, he'll fit right in. He understands our system, plays it, has been in and out of it his entire career. The main thing is his instincts. He's got the ability to read the play and get up in the gap, which I think will be real additive to our defense. And then, of course, immediately we're going to get the help that we need with that rotation. I'm excited about our 3 defensive tackles in there and the kind of rotation that we can have. It should be immediately impactful on our defense.
A lot of things I really liked about that whole clip right there. One, he said hit the ground running, which is a term I used with him the last time we talked to him. So, Kevin, he said he would take what you said as a good note and jot it down. Clearly, he used one of my terms, and I appreciate that, Jerry.
That's fair.
The other thing was, did you hear Chris Arnold say,
I did.
God, it's so nice to hear his voice. It always is.
Got you down.
All right, now let's go into the level of concern. What is your level of concern that these two hit the ground running?
It's low. I hate to say it. It's medium for Quinnen Williams, and it doesn't exist that much it doesn't really exist for Logan Wilson.
Because the expectations are low already?
Yeah, exactly. The worst defense in the league was like, yeah, that's fine. You can have him. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he's going to make that big of a difference. I hope he does.
Williams? Wilson. Okay, all right. And Alec, I know you're paying attention to multiple things right now, but...
I'm a man of many talents, Majors. I'd say level of concern for both of them is low.
Okay.
I don't think one is higher or lower than the other because I think they're both going to fit in well. I don't have crazy expectations for Wilson, but I think he's going to fit in very well. I think he is what they needed. And then Quinnen Williams is a 4-time Pro Bowler. I don't have to really build upon that. He's really good at what he does. He's back with the coach that made him a dominant force in the NFL. I think they're going to fit in well, and I think they'll make an impact somewhat soon.
Okay. I'm scared for the people that don't watch the game for Quinnen Williams. Because offensive linemen and defensive linemen, Kevin, like we watch these guys a lot.
Right.
because like this is what we do.
Yes.
But a lot of people will go look at a stat box and go, I didn't see him do anything. And you're like, did you know what? And this is always a very difficult thing because a coach or a player is going to be like, well, do you know what his responsibility is? And that's where I am right now.
I gotcha.
That's why I want this question is going to keep being asked over and over to the people that are involved. What does success look like for Quinnen Williams?
Take a look at run stops to start with, or run stuffs, because that is a statistic. But also, take a look at the success of your linebackers, because I think those stats might tell you more.
Yeah, I think that factor right there of did he hold up double teams, and after those double teams were held up, was Logan Wilson able to fill a gap? And that's why the film tells you so much when you're watching the game. It tells you so much because you can see it.
Trust the tape.
Those numbers right there are very, very important. When it comes to Logan Wilson, just the successes of stops is going to be like go back to what Broadus said about Shamar James and yes, he has a lot of tackles, but did those tackles happen because the play was right there?
Right.
You have to make those. Now, Can you be a Superman? Can you go do the next thing? Can you go be a playmaker? And Logan Wilson, can he fill that gap that Kenneth Murray couldn't? Can he see the things and anticipate the things that Kenneth Murray wasn't? I appreciate the attempted, you know what? Let's cede everything to Brian Schottenheimer right now.
Take a few moments and offer my condolences to Marshawn's family, Catalina, his girlfriend, and we had an opportunity last night to celebrate Marshawn's life, tell some stories, share, laugh, cry. Marshawn loved the words "one love." So we talked a lot about love as we grieve. And I just got a chance to really share a couple of things that I'll miss the most about Marshawn. Those top couple things was he had the most playful spirit of any young man I've been around. His smile could take you to your knees. And in terms of him as an athlete, no one had a better motor than him. So my heart is heavy. Our team's heart is heavy. We don't move on, but we do move forward. Open up to questions.
Calvin.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How do you help your team, the staff, just kind of heal and try to, as you said, move forward?
Yeah, it's a process. There's been a lot of conversations with people that are clearly more of an expert than I am in dealing with grief. We've started the process in terms of Monday. The way we set up the schedule was I wanted just to, the problem, this happened, we're all in the bye, right? So you're making phone calls to people and you're trying to make sense of things, and you're not together. And we're always going to be stronger together. We are stronger together. So Monday we set it up to where we had a chance to be together and share and talk. And, we, of course, offered some people that can help us sort through what we're feeling and the emotions of what we're feeling. And yesterday we had what we call a brotherhood breakfast, where we just sat down for about 45 minutes and we just ate together and we just shared and we talked and laughed, cried. And then last night I think the vigil was beautifully done. It was difficult, as you can imagine. A couple of our players spoke, but it's the one thing that Catalina, his girlfriend, it was very important to her. And, of course, these guys are incredible. And so they showed up in droves to be there to support her.
Have you talked to any other coaches? I mean, do you have mentors? I don't know if you called DQ or Mike or you Coach Spurrier about what do I do? How do I help?
Yeah, I've talked to multiple people. I've talked to coaches. I've talked to trained psychologists I've talked to. We've got a great relationship with O2X. They're, former, special operations people. They deal with this, more so than we do on the battlefield and off the battlefield. And but there's no playbook. There's really not. And so that's where the late nights come in. And but the biggest thing for me is being strong for our football team. We've got an incredible locker room. That's where the culture of what we're trying to build. We are bonded more than any of us ever could have thought.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Could you just take us back to that night? And we haven't really had a chance to talk to you about how you found out and your initial emotions and what you were doing and what did you do?
Yeah, Clarence, I'm going to be limited with the details. I apologize. I know you guys have to ask those questions. It's been a week now, but the biggest thing was got a phone call, and of course we were in the moment. We had reason to be concerned about Marshawn, and so we moved forward with what we thought was the best plan of attack. And a little while later we got word, and I think I'll leave it at that. It's just difficult to talk about still, and but I'm very, very proud of our guys and the way they've handled this. We had a Zoom meeting on Thursday where guys could get on, and it was very heartfelt, some of the emotions, and it's a strong group, man. It's a strong group of young men, and they're leaning on one another. And one thing I've learned that's interesting is, when you talk to some of the experts, you guys probably do it as well, right? Hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm good. And their sense is that's not the right question. It's, what are you feeling? So that was pretty powerful for me.
I know you guys are doing the helmet decals. Are you going to leave it the locker as is? I mean, how do you? I know it's just beginning. You're still trying to get these answers. And how you?
Yeah. Again, we're going to honor Marshawn, his family, a number of different ways. The organization have been amazing. We've started the Marshawn Nealon Memorial Fund, where we can all give and support Catalina, and she's pregnant, and so we want to make sure she's taken care of and the baby's taken care of for the rest of their lives. Our guys it's very important to them and to us. With the other decisions, he's still part of the team, and there'll be decisions that are made, but that won't be made just by me. That'll be made by me and the leadership of this group, and we'll make the right decision. But yeah, we've got time to make those decisions.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. Football players and coaches, you guys can compartmentalize things and able to strive through things. How do you drive through something like this? How do you get through something like this?
One day at a time. Because I think it's going to hit everybody different. I literally wasn't sure I could get through my part of last night speaking at his candlelight vigil, and I did. You just take it one day at a time, and you don't have to have all the answers. We don't have all the answers. We probably won't have all the answers, but you lean into one another. You love on one another. I go back to, the culture and the guys in that locker room will be okay because of the strength that they draw from one another. And we've got some guys that have been through this. I've never been through something like this, this close, that hits this close to home. There's guys that I can draw from with their experiences, and everybody deals with it different. Some guys getting out on the grass is going to be the best thing in the world for them. Some guys getting out on the grass is going to be painful, and that's okay. And we're going to give each other grace and time. But I do promise you this, these guys we'll be ready to play against the Raiders. And we will honor Marshawn with how we play, not just against the Raiders, but for the rest of the season.
You talk about the culture that you've built and the talks you've had with guys, and I'm sure everybody does. Have you said, what did I miss? What could I have done? What could I have seen during
Of course. I mean, those questions are natural. You try not to think about them. But when you're having very open and authentic conversations with these guys, the pain is real. The questions are real. But again, the more you talk to the experts, the people that deal with this, all the time, they say a lot of times you're never going to know, and so, but I'd be lying if I said to you, I don't wake up in the middle of the night or when I'm on the phone talking to one of these guys, have those thoughts like you do.
John Machado with The Athletic. I just wondering, I know you mentioned the One Love part at the beginning, but is there any other type, maybe a moment that stands out to you, your first time being around Marshawn, or just maybe around the facility or during a game or something that you're just thinking of, that you've been thinking about lately?
There's a lot of them. Again, I think I was able to share last night, so we do these, when O2X came in, we did these surveys, and so you got a chance to, you ask the players different questions and try to get to know them on a deeper level, and all the players and coaches fill them out, and just the maturity of Marshawn and the way he spoke and the way he talked about, work ethic and discipline and maturity, and was really, really powerful for me. I think I probably go back to, his touchdown the other night, because just the excitement on his face, and it was a huge part in that game for us, gave us a potential for a momentum swing. But when you talk about practice players and the way they work, from a OTA to a walkthrough to a game to whatever, you'd be hard pressed to ask anybody in that locker room if anybody worked harder than Marshawn.
And then just what were your thoughts when you see that teams around the league, they're doing like moments of silence, things like that? Just what were your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a special league, guys. I mean, we're blessed to be a part of this league. The outpouring of support for not just me, but our players and ownership, and that's what we love about this league, and that's what we love about this small fraternity of people that we get to be involved with. And if I could show you my phone right now, just the text message that you get from people just showing you love and support and prayer, and that's a big thing for me right now. Spend a lot of time in prayer and looking for answers. But yeah, the National Football League it's an amazing fraternity, and I feel blessed, and I know our players do, to be a part of it because of the support that we're receiving. But we do this together. We like I said, we don't move on, but we do move forward, and we do that together, and we do that by locking arms and working and grieving and growing and processing together.
Nick Harrison, for Star Telegram. Whether it be talking to guys on this team, his family, or just thinking back, is there any story that you've learned over the course of the last week about Marshawn that stood out as you talk about his genuine love, that part of it?
I'll share this. His high school coach is a guy by the name of Brandon Kimball, and in Marshawn's survey that he filled out, he talked about, we asked who, 3 H's: hero, highlight, hardship. And his hero was Coach Kimball. And Coach Kimball spoke last night. I got a chance to visit with him, very emotional. His reasoning for that Coach Kimball was his hero was because he always looked out for him. And I think it shows you as a coach. I thanked him, number one, for that. I thought it was important that he heard that from me. And I also challenged our coaches to understand the impact that we're allowed and blessed and fortunate to have to impact these young men. And not just as football players, but as husbands, fathers, Christians. And so I think the fact that he chose his high school coach shows you the value of relationships to Marshawn and how much he loves the game of football and how much he loved people.
How valuable are the resources that have come in? The league had said on Thursday morning that they sent counseling resources to you guys. How valuable have those resources been? And are they still in the building?
Yes. Again, the league's been great. Our in-house people have been outstanding. We're doing it together, but we feel like we've got incredible support. But at the same time, it's us working through this together, and it's us showing us grace. We're a week out, right? Today's a week out, and it's not going to get easier. It's going to get different, and but I think the plan of getting out on the grass tomorrow and running around a little bit will be, like I said, therapeutic for some of these guys, and for some of the guys that are hurting, that's okay too.
Tom
Yars, DallasCowboys.com. You mentioned the culture and your leaders during this time. For some of the guys who have unfortunately dealt with this before, like Dak and Solomon, how big have they been for your group throughout the past week?
I mean, those are two of the best leaders in the league, in my opinion. We're fortunate to have them. Unfortunately, they're able to talk about something that has been very devastating for them in their past, and but it's not just them. I think we were able to have some breakout sessions on Monday where we were able to share, and there's a lot of emotions, and I'm not going to get into the details of those things, but it was hard to hear the pain that some of these guys are dealing with. But it was also very uplifting to hear the strength from other guys. And that's the beauty of a team, right? Like when one side of the ball is playing good, the other side of the ball has to pick them up. When one guy's hurting, someone else has to pick them up. If the head coach is hurting, someone's got to pick me up. And I won't. I'm hurting. And these guys have picked me up. And I've picked them up, and that's what we're going to continue to do because we love one another, and it's what a family does.
Joe
Wade, Dallas Morning News. Kind of on that note, you have a lot of people look to you in this kind of situation. How do you check in on yourself and check in on some of the other coaches people are looking to them to make sure they're also doing okay?
Constantly, yeah. I mean, it's constant. I think. I think it's a little bit like a doctor where you're making the rounds. You just identifying, okay, I need to talk to this guy. When it broke, I tried to get to every player I could get to. And guys have been great sharing. I always ask before I get off a call or from talking to a guy, hey, anybody I need to be concerned about or whatnot. And guys I think that's the thing I'm most proud of that we've built is the culture where guys are able to be real and have hard conversations. And I would change it if I could, that we're going through this. But I think that this group of young men are very strong, and they're going to lean into one another, and we'll be okay.
Patrick.
Hey, Coach. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. First and foremost, I'm sorry for the loss, obviously. For those inside the building, know very well the Cowboys and the resources they put into mental health. And then, of course, you have guys that do work in the community as well, Dak Solomon and so many others. But for the fans that are wondering, what are some of those examples of the resources internally that you guys have for players to be able to come to and voice themselves? I don't know if there's any that you could share for the general public just to let fans know that, hey, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to get into specifics, details, Patrick, but believe me, there's a team of people. I think we had, 7, grief specialists, I guess you would say, in the building the other day for those breakout sessions, talking to the players, letting them share. as you can imagine, like you guys can guess, some guys are more open right now than others. Some guys, it's still very raw. Some guys, they don't want to speak or share. We're asking the right questions to get them to share so that we can help process all the different emotions. But it's been incredible, the support system that we've had, just from our operations people to the support staff, to the doctors, to the trainers, to people that have reached out. I mean, it's nonstop. We want for nothing, but we still miss our brother, Marshawn.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, you said you've never really gone through something like this before. How do you feel like going through something like this will affect or mold just the way you are as a coach and person going forward?
I told the players the other day, and I mean it, they're going to probably get tired of it, but I'm going to always tell them how much I love them. And I do. I love them. I care about them. Probably never be the same, to be honest with you. I'm a people person anyways, but, the one thing that helped, I think, a lot of these guys about being on the bye when this happened was most of them were with people that they loved and cared about. They were with family members. I know I hugged my kids and my wife, and that helps soothe the pain for a little bit.
Deuce. Mike Ducey, Fox 4. As you mentioned, there's no playbook for a coach to try to help his team through this situation. How do you allow your team to grieve, maybe even encourage them to grieve, while also stressing the importance of preparing for the job they have to do?
Yeah, I think that's where the strength and character of your football team comes in, Deuce. I think, at the end of the day, we have to work back to a regular routine. And that's what we're going to do. We will move forward. The one benefit of playing on Monday night is we've been given a little bit more time to grieve. That grieving process is not over. There's going to be things that affect us differently, throughout the next couple weeks. But we understand our best way to honor Marshawn on the field is by how we play. And that's something that we get to control. And I think the guys are excited about that.
How much are you leaning on?
There you go. An understandably emotional Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're the KNC Masterpiece, and coming up next, we will try to lighten the mood just a little bit with some My Buddy's an Idiot. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name is Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair in your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
That's
the most missed shots. Really?
Yes. The previous record in a game was Kobe Bryant, who had missed 30 shots in 2002.
Was that a game that he scored like 85?
He did score 41, but 41 on 47 shots is not what you want. So it's tough because, like, is Cade an idiot, or did he still have a triple-double with 46 points and he broke a Kobe record?
I don't know.
That's probably not the record you want.
That's an interesting question. We don't care about efficiency anymore.
No.
In the NBA.
Okay, how is Luka doing so far?
I heard Bobby say he's 49-9.
Yeah, he's badass, except he's the worst three-point shooter in the league. If you look at percentage and volume, he is the worst three-point shooter in the league. But
which when Antoine Walker played,
yes,
and he was like, I'm a volume scorer, a volume shooter.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I need lots of shots to get lots of points.
Right.
And we were like, but that's not Dirk. No. Dirk needs few shots. Like Dirk can score 21 of 21 tonight. That's how he does. And we don't care about that. And I don't know exactly when that changed because nobody wanted Antoine Walker because of that.
Right.
Was it Harden? I'm not sure Harden's percentages. It seems like Harden, he gets lots of points, lots of everything.
That dogged Kobe for a minute, too, I feel
Was
like.
it Westbrook? Who got all the numbers.
Right.
But was he an efficient guy? Efficiency doesn't matter like it used to because defense isn't played the same way that it was. And so, in my opinion, that might be a different thing. We might want to drill in on that a little bit more at some point. But it feels like because we can score 140 points on a given night, let's just try to, no matter how many shots we missed. We want more opportunities. Let's speed the game up. Let's get as many buckets as we can, which is entertaining as hell. It is thoroughly entertaining. It's not Spurs and Pistons playing in the finals back in the day where they're like, if we get 80, this was a great game.
That was the worst. Now, we don't normally do this. I wanted to hit a couple of things coming back from the shoddy presser. From the 214, I love you, Corey, and I love you, Kevin. From the 254, I just want to say I love you guys, not just KNC, but everyone at the Fan. You've handled this difficult situation with amazing grace. And all of that spawns from so many people seem to be so impressed, myself included, with how Brian Schottenheimer was trying to navigate through this situation and answer all the questions the best he could. It's an S situation across the board, but I think he represented the Cowboys very well right there.
By doing what?
By facing the questions and giving human responses. Yeah. Yes. That's what I think all the time. And that's one of the things that I hate when somebody puts out an apology statement.
Yeah.
I think it's so stupid. Somebody maybe wrote that for you or you wrote it down on a sheet of paper. I want to hear your voice. I want to see you. I want to know how you really feel. Are you really sorry about what happened? And so again, it's a crap situation, but Shoddy went out there and he was just a person who lost somebody he was close to,
Yeah.
And
that's people say how we've handled it.
Right.
There's only one. I had a conversation the other day where I felt like I was going to have to do a sales pitch, and I literally told them, I was like, I'm not a salesman. I'm sorry. I can't.
Right.
I cannot sell you anything, but I can tell you exactly what I think, and I only know how to be what I am.
Right.
And all the things, my silly things that I say are me. They're human. They're part of me. You said one day that you're not sure our bosses really understand the Corey experience still after almost 14 years of this.
Fact.
But that's I can only be who I am. And I think we are, whenever something like this happens, the first thing we think is, how are you feeling?
Yeah.
I love that he said that. Not how are you doing? What are you feeling?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Some days I do. I can tell by looking at Kevin. Hey, man, you based on the fact that you almost punched through that table just now, are you feeling all right?
Right.
Or something else. And I think that is an important thing for all of us and look, we're the only ones in this together, all of us as humans. Yeah. So we gotta look out for each other.
Yeah. So I just really like that. And also, as an aside, Cristiano Ronaldo said that the next World Cup will definitely be his last with Portugal, in case you really wanted to know that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that's a very cute pet. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, wait, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Russell flings it out. Davis rims in a three.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I want to start our crosstalk by apologizing to Gavin Dawson for not taking his words of warning urgently enough. You told us in our crosstalk.
You did.
We were on Nico Fire Watch, and I was like, that feels a little early. And like about 12 hours later, give or take, is when the news started to trickle out. So thank you to DNM Leasing for setting this up, and I apologize for not like taking how urgent you were trying to make it for us and putting that into action.
Well, I got one, and it'd been a while, so I was due. But I really want to salute the fans for everything they did and, making sure this happened and not letting the opportunity slip through on Monday night.
Yeah.
Fourth quarter was pivotal.
With the game on the line, and you're like, and then Cooper Flagg's mom was retweeting. People were complaining about that same thing. And it just felt like, it really did feel like power of the people right there in getting this done.
Yeah, the entire thing has, absolutely. I mean, that is a late game situation within a point or two.
Yep.
And it's like, here's PJ Washington at the free throw line, and nobody's actually concerned with the game at hand. It's all about the big picture situation. And I love the way the Mavs fans have handled all this. It's been beautiful.
Now, speaking of the big picture, Corey, try not to listen to this part. You are still a team that has your first-round pick and that doesn't have outright control of another first-round pick until 2031. Mm-hmm. You don't have a second-round pick until 2030. You have Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving under contract this year and the next year, and then the year after that, there's player options, which you could have them making a combined like $110 million. Big picture, there is a lot of work to do.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of work to do. I do not side with the fans. I think it's desperately clinging to what that miracle feeling was when you made the conference finals, and then you're back in the finals, and everything appeared to be heading in a great direction. And it's hard to break away from that. It took me 2 seasons of Rangers failure to sort of acknowledge that. Wow, we're not going back to that point in time.
Right.
So I get it from Mavs fans, and that one game that they had last year where Anthony Davis was incredible, had one of the best halves of basketball you'll ever see.
Amazing.
It made the appetite it seemed legitimate, like, hey, we could actually do this. But I think there is a slight probability that you could pull it together and everybody'd stay healthy, but I put it in the low single percentiles.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking maybe 5.
I mean, your much better probability is to acknowledge that we're not going to get it done with these guys and trade them before all of their value is gone, and you're stuck with them. Like this is a situation that's going to expire in the next 12 to 18 months at the latest.
So we were kicking that around. How long does it take to rebuild or put together tangible Anthony Davis trade value? Because, I mean, he has some value one way or another, but like, it feels like you need to get him back out on the court to build that up. But what does that really prove if he plays for 2 months and you're like, yeah, that's great? Like,
I think the risk of injury is far greater than his loss of value because he's only averaged 20 points and 9 rebounds and is currently injured.
So would you not put him back out there?
No, I'm not going to play him again.
Ooh,
yeah,
spicy. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think the risk of him getting a more catastrophic injury upon return, yes, very much so there with the calf strain, and we've seen with the Achilles tendon issues all throughout the NBA. And for a guy his size, his age, already dealing with some level of calf strain, I kind of lean with Dawson here. Like, you just got to hope you can get whatever you can get for him at this point, because if you do run him out there for an extended period of time, it's only a matter of time. Even if it's not the big injury, it's just another soft tissue, whatever it is, day to day. We'll see him in a week. We'll see him in a couple of weeks. I think you just got to bite the bullet right now for whatever it is that you can actually get for him. And I don't know. I'm interested to see what that is.
There's always somebody out there that will trade 2 1s for Rick Meyer.
Yeah.
There's always an idiot out there.
Yeah.
And so what you have to hope is you call the right idiot is what you got to do. And so
at least our idiot's not making the call anymore.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's a good point. There's always going to be somebody out there that thinks they can. And so to me, I don't know. I would be very unlikely to trade for a guy that I haven't seen play.
Yeah.
That's my problem. I will give you something, but I will give you more value if I could see him play.
For how long? How long do you need to see it for? A week? A month?
I need him. I need him to line up and play like 2-3 weeks is what I need to see him play.
All right. I can't do that. I'm just going to have to take whatever you're willing to offer. I'm going to somebody else because the Achilles tendonitis that could be, we just saw Halliburton, and 5 years before that we saw KD. I can't risk this.
How does Kyrie factor into that kind of same logic of thinking? Like,
Kyrie's a little bit older. I don't know if his value is as high. But yeah, I think absolutely you want to move on from Kyrie Irving as well because you need players that match his timeline. And I think he might be able to get decent assets back for Kyrie Irving from a contender. Contenders, especially, you have an NFL draft perspective towards this. And it's like, well, a first rounder, like the NBA condenses 4 NFL rounds into 1 round.
Yeah.
And by the time you are past pick 12 or something, it's not worth jack squat. So I think a lot of teams would be willing to give you a 1 if they're lacking playmaking to have Kyrie Irving join their team, and I think you could get 2 1s for Anthony Davis.
Corey will be glad to hear this. It's another student from the 817. This is a student from the hockey professor, and he did give us the double extra credit that y'all mentioned.
Let's go.
We really appreciate that. Best radio station out there.
What was the points, though?
Boom.
Like, what was it? Was it 1 or was it 10 points? So you got 5 and now you got 10? I mean, I'm happy that we were able to help this class out. And now they're going to go on and be great professionals. Some of them were borderline failing, and now they're passing, and that makes me feel good.
Have you guys ever gone back to your alma maters and talked to radio people about your life and what you've done?
I did. I went back to UNT night when Spittle. Okay, I went to Hank Dickinson's class, but not Brian Adams.
Yeah, see, no, I got invited to the North Texas thing, and I told the people there, I said, there's absolutely nothing I studied that got me my job.
You studied dudes. What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying. I said,
you objectified dudes for years on end, and bang, you prospered.
If you go out there and you get fired from your profession, then they will make you a radio TV guy. So I said, if any of you guys can do that, that's your best path to getting into sports.
I like it.
Yeah.
That's a sound strategy.
Yeah.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program?
Everybody looked at me like, you're got to be kidding me.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
Yeah.
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We got a couple of guests coming up, including Bobby Marks at 4 o'clock. The front office insider will get his thoughts on, Davis, Irving, everything. But Danny Cannell's going to join us at 6 to talk college football.
I love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
So I think it's win now and then set yourself up to win in the future as well. J.K. and I, we've had a vision and the culture that we want to create since we've been here. And the players that we're bringing in, we believe exemplify that. And, we think defense wins championships. And we're bringing in one of the best two-way players in the league. Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison, you didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf. Home-baked, yeast-perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both. You showed your ass all while growing into a giant, power-hungry, dumpster juice-guzzling warlord. Sure, we'll just dial 1-800-GENERATIONAL TALENT and order another Luka, won't we? As if the gods run a bakery delivery service you snatched forever from our hands. We'll be the ones sweeping up the crumbs while you disappear into uselessness. But at least we'll never have to see that poo-eating, know-it-all, stubborn grin again. And for that, one tiny mercy, we thank you, you unemployed dictator. I'm not done! The N in Nico stands for negligence of the highest order. Broadus, what's the I in Nico stand for? In over his head! What's the C in Nico stand for, Dawson?
See you next Tuesday.
Clown show!
Okay.
What's the O in Nico stand for, Broadus? Out of touch. What's the N in Nico stand for? No first-round picks for a half-decade. I don't think we have any second-rounders either. I'm going to need an IV after this. What's the I in Nico stand for, Dawson?
Idiot.
Ill-fitted for anything other than a straitjacket. What's the C in Nico stand for, Broadus? Calories matter more than titles.
All right.
What's the O in Nico stand for, you ask? Oppenheimer, explosions of stupidity. That's what the O in Nico stands for, Dawson. What's the N in Nico stand for?
Negligent.
Never getting a job again.
Ooh.
What's the I in Nico stand for, Broadus? I'm Nico Harrison, and I'm a dum-dum. What's the C stand for in Nico Dawson?
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Championship castrator. What's the O in Nico stand for, Broadus? Ostrich face! You know it just as well as I do! What's the N in Nico stand for? NBA failure of a generation. The I think Anthony Davis will be better and healthier and skinnier than Luka. What's the Z in Nico stand for? Crapped on the big D. What's the O in Nico stand for? One-way ticket to Bleep Hole Island. The I, intermittent fasting. The N, 9 months too late. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Oh!
Am I done? Probably not.
Probably not. No.
I hope not.
I don't think so. Doesn't appear to be.
The tank's empty, boys. The tank is empty. Okay, the towel's thrown in, and that's all I got. I don't think I have a voice. That was something. That's an instant G-Bag of the Day nominee. And I don't think I could listen to that every day all week.
That might be 5 times right there.
I don't know what it is. Might be instant G-Bag of the Year nominee. I'll tell you what it was.
Might be the winner.
It was therapeutic, boys. That was something.
Okay.
It's great to be back, huh? It's good to see y'all.
Good to see you.
It is great to see you yesterday.
Yeah.
It is great. Yes. Missed you yesterday, too. It was an amazing start to the day.
Yes.
As I woke up, shortly thereafter, looked at my phone. Broadus was texting, saying your sources were indicating that Nico was going to be fired at 10 a.m. Within 45 minutes or so, Shams had come in and confirmed that. And, I woke up with sort of this butterfly feeling in my stomach going, is this going to be the day? Didn't happen last night. Is it going to happen today? And I was so relieved and then excited, and then thinking about what comes next. It was an incredibly historic day, and a day that I think we all needed to move forward.
Yeah, and thank you for acknowledging. Yeah, as soon as it's one of those things. When Shams was talking about the whole with Luka and getting a text and getting it, and you're kind of trying to okay, is this real? Am I getting butt cracked here and all that?
Yeah.
And all I could think of okay, I'm just going to tell my guys and see what happens. And you're like Dawson. You're like, go break it, man.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, you want to break this?
Dawson's like, Broadus, you got to go break this.
Well,
thing.
I could tell you had to be at least 95% sure in your head, just by the way that you phrased the text and stuff and your sources.
I was, and then I asked McMahon. I'm not the best.
Yeah.
I dabble in the basketball world, but when I got that text, I got it to you guys, and then I said, let me see if I can get McMahon to confirm this. And McMahon's like, hey, man, I'm working on the same thing. I'll let you know, kind of a thing.
You tracked it down before he did.
Yeah, so he and I were kind of on the same page. And I was like, well, let me know if you hear something. Yeah. And then I kind of let it go, and then Shams came out with his stuff and all that. So I could have been, for one day, I could have been a basketball expert, but I just didn't get it done.
But you kind of understand that unless you are in the business breaking news, it's usually not worth it to be first.
Very, very fortunate that people were willing to say, hey, by the way, your general manager's about to get fired. So, yeah.
It happened, and now we talk about what happens next at 877-881-1053. I can't rule out that they're going to try to, make a run at being healthy because they have.
Oh, they are
3.5 months or 3 months until the NBA trade deadline. Like, time is on their side right now, and it does make sense. I think this is what you had to do, though, to have legitimate forks in the road and to be able to consider all of your options. So I salute Patrick Dumont, even though it was a half-assed letter, to the fan base. I didn't really see enough contrition or taking responsibility, but it's clear that Dumont realizes now how big of a mistake that it was, and that he can never let things happen this way ever again. So I'll take that as a win.
If Dumont would have come out in the letter and said and taken the full responsibility of, I allowed this trade to happen.
Yeah.
Would Maverick fans, they would still be really mad at him.
Yeah.
But does it buy him the, okay, I'm going to let you try and make this right. And you might not ever make it right.
Yeah.
But I think I've always learned that if you totally F something up, admit you were part, I'll admit the 3 bad 5 and 11 years. It was awful. And we were awful at evaluating players then, and didn't help the Cowboy fans at all. But and it's not to make me feel better, but I'll admit it. And I wonder if Patrick Dumont, I wonder if he ever had the thought about, what, I signed off on this deal. I didn't know any better, but I signed off on it. And so I'm going to promise you as Mavs fans, I'm going to try and make this right. I'm sorry we lost this guy. It's my fault, but I'm going to try and be better. I'm going to try and get us the best general manager, and I'm going to try and put this organization back on track to where it needs to be.
He's probably trying internally to just blame it on Nico and have him be a fall guy and have it be a clean break off.
Yeah.
And I get that, but being extra accountable, taking responsibility, is going to endear you back to fans more than this. It comes off as political. It comes off as corporate, the message that he had and self-protecting.
Yeah, I just, to me, if you stand up there and say, hey, I'm one of the reasons why this thing got messed up,
Yeah.
I think people are more understanding. Do they forgive you? Sure. But, but do they also think, well, yeah, you're the idiot until you do something to put this thing back together?
Yeah.
He'll always be known as the owner. And to be honest with you guys, I don't think he knew any better. I don't think he had anybody that he could go lean on. I think Nico scared him to the point of, well, don't talk to Mark about this.
Yeah.
But there's people in the front office that signed off on this too.
Yeah.
There are people in this front office that should have stood up and said, and there were some coaches from what I understood that stood up. There were 4 different coaches that I was talking to some people about. I'm like, because I was curious. Now, I couldn't get where Jason Kidd. I wouldn't get that. But I could get, there were 4 coaches that said, no.
They tried to cut it off?
Tried to cut it off. But everybody in the front office was going with it.
And are all those coaches gone now?
2 of the 4 are gone right now, and 2 are still here. So that just shows you, though, that there's people in the building that were willing to stand up. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah.
Who are the people that were going to stand up and say no? I think Patrick DeMond didn't have anybody to stand up or ask. And maybe if he did, if he asked Michael Finley, hey, Michael, do you think that we should do this? Do you think we should really do this? And if he goes, yeah, we should. If he's doing that to protect his job with Nico, it's shame on him. He should be shown the door with Nico. Everybody that thought it was a great idea to trade Luka Doncic in the front office should be gone too.
Yeah.
They all should be. They all should be.
But we don't know who that is, We don't know if they were or were not pro letting go of Nico. That's my issue when the fans are saying this isn't enough.
Not Nico, Luka.
Yeah, Luka's what I meant to say. For some reason I've been off on names.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But we don't know that anybody else was pro trading Luka. And if that's the case, I can't assume or lump them in or say based on my gut, I feel like if I'm Patrick Dumont.
There's people in the building that could tell you that who was for and against.
Really?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like I said, Jared Dudley was a not
against.
They had a guy Brogheimer was another guy. They have an analytics guy, Gelfand, who is one of the best analytics guy in the league. I got wind that Sean Sweeney was a no on that. They had coaches that were like, wait, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? But it seems like to me the front office, once the cat got out of the bag in the organization, that you had some guys, and I don't know any gals that were lining up, but you always have to assume there were some people that maybe had an opinion.
Yeah.
But there were people in the organization that were going on with with Nico on this, and there are people in the coaching staff that were like, I don't think we should do this. It's a terrible idea. That to me, I'd like to know where Jason Kidd stood on this one.
Yeah.
Because if he stood with Nico on this one, then I know he just signed an extension.
Yeah.
But you've got to move on from people that said yes, and that's like with Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones, and they're saying it was unanimous in this organization that we get rid of Micah Parsons. I know there are people in the organization that are going to stand up and say, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget Sean Payton when in the whole thing with Drew Henson. I know it's not on the level of Nico and all that, but I remember Sean Payton standing up with Drew Henson and saying, guys, this guy can't play. What are we doing? We can't. Don't worry about it, Sean. You just coach him up. And,
yeah.
Okay. All right, fine. I'm just going to tell you.
Yeah. I mean, I would just add that without Nico, Luka would not have been traded. Nico was the guy going to meet with Rob Pelinka. He's the guy that got this thing done. I think things got, unfortunately, very toxic between the Mavericks and Luka. And everybody that Luka liked from the time that he got here at 18 years old had been pushed out of the organization. It's not dissimilar, actually, to George Pickens with the Steelers. The Steelers have an issue managing high-end talent, whether it's Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell, Devin Bush, George Pickens. Like Mike Tomlin in that organization is trying to fit them in their blue-collar steelworker box, and if you have any personality traits outside of that, you're independent. Then they are going to make you feel like you don't fit in. You know, and I think for that reason, Luka started behaving in a way that wasn't ideal as a teammate and as an employee. And so I understand people could be like, wow, Luka doesn't really mess with us. I don't enjoy working with him. He won't talk to me. He won't make eye contact with me because, you know, of where the relationship had deteriorated. So, but I can't blame any of those people for feeling a way about Luka in an interpersonal working relationship. You know, what I'm focused on is you got rid of the guy who made this thing happen, and horrible decision making that goes along with it.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like, though, that to me the way that Nico went about and removing Mark Cuban from the whole situation.
Yeah,
you know, he had to systematically get rid of people to make this happen.
Yeah,
Casey Smith, you know, he had to move away from people had to move on from people to make this happen, and man, that's pretty diabolical.
It is. But the Nico Harrison era is over, and now an entire Pandora's box of options sitting ahead of them. We have Mavs trade targets coming up at 2:40. There's already a short list of teams that might be interested in Anthony Davis to get this party started. We got the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10. Chief, have you recovered? Where are you taking us?
Yes, I need a cigarette. National French Dip Day and the most dippable foods of all time. 877-881-1053. That's next year in the nation. But
amazing intro to the show. G-Bag of the Year. JC Flex 11 on Twitter. That had to have been the greatest thing I've ever listened to on the station. Salute to everybody for making us part of your day. 651 Chief definitely did a great. Salute. Yeah, I was trying to find a place to like give you a chief. You know, like they used to cheer for Robert Parrish. Yes. But he was absolutely on fire. If you missed it, you can go back and listen to the top of the show with the Odyssey app or with YouTube or Twitch. It's time now to get the champ in here and then off to the top 10. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. I believe this is day one, going for two of this championship audio. Some student broadcasters right here in their bag. Christ School. We're going to Asheville, North Carolina. This is a boarding and day school for boys. There was a putback dunk to win the game, and I know old boy that dunked it is feeling good. Ain't it like a putback dunk already? Now to win the game is crazy.
The Greenies have a chance to win this game. Here we go. Inbound to Goodlow. He'll go the other way. Will they call a timeout? Tries to steal it. Goodlow. Ellis a three. No good. Oh my God! 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 It's over! Oh my God! Greenies win! Holy crap! A walk-off win! Greenies fifth! I've ever seen in my life! I'm lost for words! Holy crap! Oh my goodness! It takes a miracle for me not to cuss there!
Yeah.
What a finish! 66 Christ School!
Come on!
64 Vanderbilt Academy! Your Greenies are taking this one home! Christ School will not be denied! A walk-off winner! They're all over the place, having a ball! Load up the bus! Greenies win! That's tough! That's a murder! Absolute cinema ending! Patty! You are a madman! The greatest thing I've ever seen on a basketball court at the high school level.
And no one knows what it was. Not a single person within ear's reach knows what happened there.
Nope. I just realized it was going to overtime even if they missed.
Yeah.
That's sports passion right there.
Yeah, that was good.
Future play-by-play guys. And nice job by the coach to draw it up to get that shot off early, so if there was an offensive rebound, there would be time to put it back in. Obviously, the dunk did it, the putback dunk.
Look at Dawson trying to show off, trying to get that Mavericks job. He's going to be talking extra basketball today. He's going to be Mr. Basketball Man today. Watch, bro.
I'm ready. Where do I apply? It's time now to get Wolchuk's Top 10 of 220. Here's our chief with Zach's broadcast responsibilities.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. It is National French Dip Day, which I know is big in the Broaddus household.
Very big.
Probably got reservations for you in a French dip collision course at 7:30 this evening.
Not this evening, no. I do love a good French dip, though. You have to do it the right way.
There's no question.
Can't half-ass that thing.
And I think the right way is on a cheddar bagel.
Ah.
Yeah.
Explain.
You get that cheddar plug right in the center of that bagel.
Okay.
But there's just something about the way that bagel holds it together.
Oh, the softness
the
of
hoagie roll
right.
gets too soft and it starts dissolving. You find pieces of it in the au jus at the end.
No, you got to be careful. That's why you do your own bread. You make your own bread on this one.
Touche.
Yeah.
Wow, making your own bread is that's a commitment. And I got respect for it at a high level.
I'll tell you, I've seen people do the whole thing making, like, they do just hamburgers or cheeseburgers and make everything but like the lettuce and tomato. But
Slaughter the cow.
They do the cheese. They ground the beef. They make the bun. They make the mayonnaise. They make the mustard. I've seen guys do this on YouTube from scratch. Make burgers from scratch.
Well, that's a person you want to be friends with, right?
Yeah.
There. That is absolutely the guy.
Nothing wrong with trying to do stuff from scratch.
I'll go from frozen patty to better burger in 35 minutes. Just, I believe that's my style.
I believe you. All right, so we have, in honor of National French Dip Day, we have the most dippable food items of all time. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite thing to dip? Just so you know, even though it is French Dip Sandwich Day. Comes in number 18 on the list.
Yeah.
That's an oversight.
That seems a little crazy to me. This is brought to you by American citizens voting on this exact subject. Anybody want to lob out some
I want to ask Lucius something though. Lucius, how about the Italian beef sandwich? Do you dip the whole sandwich? You ever done that?
Nope, I'm not a dipper of sandwiches.
Okay.
In that little whatever you call it. I'm not doing that.
I've seen like those Italian
It feels
beef.
soggy. It feels weird.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying.
Now, I will dip my sandwich in some ranch.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's people that do the French dip, but take the whole sandwich
and plunge the whole thing?
The whole thing into the dip and bring it out.
Huh.
That's that's a Chicago kind of thing.
It's a lot of au jus right there.
Yeah.
Maybe in a 16-ounce glass.
Yeah.
I go grilled cheese and tomato soup. You know? That's good.
Yeah.
Oreos in milk.
Yes,
or maybe
thank
just
you.
cookies in general in milk.
Yeah,
tortilla
cookies in
chips.
general.
Tortilla chips.
Tortilla chips. Spoiler alert.
Queso,
That's
salsa. Yeah, it could be number one.
Ruffles, French onion dip.
Okay, see?
Chicken wing and ranch.
Yes.
Veggies and ranch.
I mean, you guys are hitting it, okay? You have found your groove, all right? This is exactly what we're going for here. And I was wondering about the distinction between the tortilla chip and then like the ruffly ripple chips, right?
Right.
And the list makes a distinction. So we will go ahead and barrel on into it. Now, again, the French dip, which we are honoring.
Number 18, huh?
18 on the list.
Yep.
18 on the list. Yeah. Chocolate chip cookie is even behind it at 19.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know. I guess maybe the older I've gotten, I feel like I'm doing less dipping of the cookie and just bite and sip, right? Bite and sip. If I want that milk, I'll just do it that way. I don't necessarily need to do the soaking the way maybe I used to.
I'm not a milk person. With you just give me the chocolate chip cookie. I don't need to dip it in milk.
Okay.
I'm not. It's not that
it needs the milk.
Like
I just
fried
think it wants
eggs.
it.
It's like the fried egg thing with me. I just don't do the milk thing.
Can give you a sour stomach. I might have become a little lactose intolerant, but I cannot do Oreos without the milk because they're too crunchy.
The crunch factor. Yeah, you like to soften that thing up a little bit. I hear you. Okay, so let's see. We got churros coming in on the text, doing a little churro dip situation.
You put that in that caramel stuff or ice cream?
Sometimes you're dipping it. Yeah, what are you dipping your churros in?
That's exactly what I want to know.
I think the caramel, because some of them will have it where it's sort of infused.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Where it's like it's kind of in it.
I don't know we're dipping it in.
If you have a non-caramel infused, I think you're dipping it in caramel. I think you are. I think it's either infused with the caramel or you're dipping it in there. That would be my only guess.
I'm interested to hear this.
Unless you're ice cream scooping it, which I'd be here for. I just don't know about the vitality of the churro and its ability to really get after the ice cream. You know, I don't know. Apples outside looking in, Fritos outside looking in, celery, cucumbers, and strawberries all on the outside looking in of the most dippable food items in the history of the world.
How many of hundreds of millions of dollars of strawberries have been sold with chocolate?
Yeah.
I mean, that seems very like it would not be in the top 10.
It is a little crazy, but I think a lot of times
seriously, you go buy individually strawberries dipped in chocolate, you're gonna have to have a seventh job.
Agreed. Yeah.
It's
half the reason why you picked up all those podcasts.
Tell me about it.
And I respect that.
Thank you.
Apples and caramel coming in hot, pretzels and cheese coming in hot, donuts and coffee coming in hot. You got
that's from like old dudes like me. If you're dipping your like donuts and coffee, that's an old man.
That's a police officer move if I've ever seen one.
Wow, it's a good way to ruin a donut.
That's a stakeout.
Yeah, that's an old folk thing right there, old country folk thing.
All right,
don't sleep on the chicken strips and the nacho cheese. Don't sleep.
Okay.
I was thinking chicken strip and gravy.
See, because
those are great too. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the steak fingers.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. The steak finger basket from DQ with the you dip it in that
gravy.
Gravy.
Into some mashed potatoes with white gravy.
There you go. There you go.
You can't. It's hard to beat that, man. Yeah. It really is hard to beat that. Yeah.
I'm surprised they're going to come up with 10 things better than what we've listed so far. All these honorable mentions.
Watch number 4 will be something we absolutely hate. It'll be broccoli and something.
Well, number 10 is the onion ring.
Okay.
Dipping it in what?
Ketchup. I think a lot of people are going ketchup.
I used to just pour the ketchup on them joints.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the first dip is tough when it's a full circle. You got to get that bite, then create some angles for yourself into the dipper.
I've played to substitute barbecue sauce for the onion rings instead of ketchup.
Oh, okay.
So like you're eating you're eating a sliced beef sandwich, Lucius, and then it's got the sauce on the side kind of thing. I'm like kind of wiping it up with the onion ring. Yeah. That's what I'm going with, more than ketchup.
214's dipping the churro in Nutella. I'm here for it.
There you go. It's chocolate, right? And it with chocolate. Yeah, okay.
There are some chocolate options out there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Type 2.
Here's the thing about your sugar stick. You can actually dip it into a sugar liquid as well. Number 9 is the pretzel. Now, you could go with the crunchy pretzel, of course, or you can go with the soft pretzel, dipping it into the cheese or the mustard.
The
soft pretzel.
Yeah. The grainy mustard, I think, is really good.
I don't think I've ever dunked a hard pretzel into anything. Really? All right. Because, I mean, I look like that French onion dip or something like that, or like maybe like a buffalo chicken dip or whatever. You go pretzels with it. You know, it's an option. It's an option.
Not a good one.
Not a good one. Number 8 is pita bread.
Okay.
Because aren't you only eating pita bread if you're dipping it into something?
Yeah.
Like you're rarely just eating pita bread, right?
Yeah.
People do it all the time.
But hummus.
The hummus, yeah. Hummus is exactly right.
By the way, there's allegedly, and I met the owner, and so I'll take his word for
Greek
it.
place in the corner here?
It's in...
On Forest Lane.
I don't know exactly where it is. I just know it's Maya's, Maya's, the best hummus in the state.
We'll see about that.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
There's on Forest Lane, right by where you take the on Merritt, when you come on off Merritt, there's a Greek place right there in the corner. Right there next to what's our place? The Smoothie King.
Yes, Smoothie King?
Yeah.
Okay, that's where it's
that's
at.
right over there by the Mike's Chicken.
There you go.
Okay, so I'm looking at Modern Maya's Mediterranean. Apparently, it's the greatest hummus known to man.
Okay.
So, Modern Maya's Mediterranean.
The new
Tip of the cap to
chickpeas
that
are going
guy.
to be so good.
We got some good food over here, bro. You talking about Mike's Chicken's right there, and you talking about, come on, bro.
Yeah. I mean, on my
Zalots
exit...
is down the street.
Zalots, bro. There's an In-N-Out a half mile away.
Good food
The only
over
thing
here,
that would
man.
make it better is if we had a Whataburger.
My old buffet was just down the road, too.
Oh, Chinese?
Yeah.
China buffet?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, number 7. This is where we're going to get frustrated, but it is true, right? The carrot?
Yes, I'm here for that. Dip the carrot in ranch. It's amazing.
Yeah. Dip abilities.
I think it's a quit.
Dip abilities on high. Number 6 is the chicken wing. Okay.
Okay, now we're rallied.
We're back in the good graces.
Chicken wing / chicken nugget.
See, it doesn't slash it there, but I would say, nuggets, tendies, all that, I think, totally applicable. Number 5 is just simply bread. Just bread in general.
Okay.
You're dipping bread into soups. You're dipping bread into different oils and whatnot, aren't you? I mean,
the best is the naan.
Naan bread.
That's when I think the taste buds are.
Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama. There's a place called Dreamland Barbecue, one of the most famous barbecue places in Alabama, and they put a loaf of bread, white bread, on the table with dishes of barbecue sauce.
Damn right.
So they want you just to fold the bread and dip it in the bread. That's your appetizer.
How about that?
That's how they start. They put a whole loaf of white bread out there.
Jeez.
And that's what you eat before you get your meal.
Just prep your body.
Yeah.
My dad would not allow us to eat any bread. When they took us out to eat, no, don't eat them rolls.
Oh, no. How do you
Save
not
that
eat
for the
rolls?
food.
Yeah.
You don't want to get full on the bread.
It's the filler.
Yeah,
How
for
do you
the
not
steak,
eat
you eat it.
rolls? Oh.
Certain places, though, you just can't deny it.
The Outback bread.
Outback
Oh my
bread.
gosh, yes.
That like the brown one? Is that like the chocolate looking
What's
one?
Sawgrass got working? They got some kind of Jack Daniels bread, I think.
I think they might. Yeah.
The Texas Roadhouse rolls.
Yeah,
How do you pass that?
I at least got to take 5 to go, Dad.
And then like a Babe's chicken biscuits with the butter and the honey.
Yes.
Like it's just sometimes you have no choice. Let's see. Number 4 is the mozzarella sticks. Come on now.
Yes.
You're dipping those.
Wow.
You're
Yeah,
always
with the
dipping
marinara.
those.
If the marinara sucks, I might not.
Might just eat it raw.
But your preference is to do the dip.
You try it one time. If the marinara's got a sour kind of taste to it, sometimes I can't go there.
Keep the stick out of there.
Yeah.
Number 3, ruffle chips.
Ruffles guy.
Hey, no, that's some wisdom right there you just dropped on us, brothers.
What's that?
Everything you just said about the mott sticks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just dropped some wisdom on us. Pay attention.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Applicable.
Yeah.
Keep it safe.
Yeah. Thanks, Lucius.
Number 2 is French fries. I mean, come on.
There's something better than French fries?
Number 1 is, in fact, the tortilla chip.
Oh, that makes
which
sense.
is
Yeah.
And the hot
really
sauce, right,
all that
Dawson?
it's for. Yeah, the hot sauce.
Yeah, the hot sauce.
That's
hot
it.
sauce.
Maybe some guac.
And I got this. Dawson looked at me like, "What the hell are you talking? You know, the hot sauce. They put it on the table. Yeah, it's called salsa, Broadus. Jesus.
He's such a food know-it-all, but was calling salsa hot sauce up until about 12 months ago.
It was
Dipping it in Tabasco.
He got tired of me. He looked at me one day and says, "Shut up." I mean, my God.
Okay, we got to run, Nation. We'll shut up and we'll step aside. We'll come back with the top 5 trade possibilities if the Mavs do want to put Anthony Davis out there on the market. What could they get? It's next here on The Fan. I want to check.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
strip in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Alrighty, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We're going to go around the Mavs here, and actually Chief has the first story for us.
Yeah, it looks like Tim McMahon has a story on ESPN right now alleging that Patrick Dumont has requested medical data to make sure Anthony Davis is, quote, not at risk of aggravating his left calf strain. He will be out until Dumont feels comfortable with it, and he is out for tonight's game.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's good to know. I wonder how much of that medical situation, the frustration with how the Kyrie story went, the lively trajectory has played out, and then this Anthony Davis kind of contributed to him thinking, okay, Nico is trying too hard to get guys back in here, and he wanted a training staff that would listen to him and ask guys to play through injury because of the Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant lore that was rattling around in his head. And I wonder if Dumont felt like, dude, you're going to get another one of our star players hurt here by pushing him. We saw what happened with Halliburton and Kevin Durant, so that's a very interesting storyline. And as I said during Crosstalk, if it was up to me, I'm not playing Anthony Davis again because I need his trade value to save the fact that we don't have control of a first-round pick from 2027 through 2031.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Unless you're getting people on the phone with you that are really trying to lowball you in a ridiculous way, then you may have to reevaluate things. But yes, in a perfect world, I don't want him getting any more injured. And every single second that he is on the hardwood, there is extreme likelihood that he's going to pull up limp in some way.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, if you're getting lowballed, I guess I would just let it play out a couple of months and see which teams take injuries or feel like they're a big man away. Like, Anthony Davis might still be the second best defensive big man in the league behind Wembanyama. But to your point, if we get to, is it February 5th or something like that, the trade deadline? If we get to that day and I'm still getting lowballed, as long as I can get expiring contracts and like a late first round pick or something, anything to justify it, a young player, I think just getting off of that contract, having expiring deals hit, freeing up our future flexibility would probably end up being worth it for me. But is Zach Lowe with the report says teams have started internal discussions about pursuing a trade for Davis. Quote, there's going to be Anthony Davis trade talks of some seriousness. Whether they result in a deal or not is impossible to say. And then the Ringer posted 5 Anthony Davis trade rumors that might be crazy enough to work. You tell me as you listen to this. Let me throw this out. There is a growing disconnect between Paolo Banchero and the head coach Jamal Mosley in Orlando, raising concerns with them. That's per Grant Afseth, and that would be one of those that you'd put almost everything not named Cooper Flagg on the table to try to get to pair up Banchero and Cooper Flagg. That could be a lot of fun. But okay, to the Hornets. For Anthony Davis, the Mavs could get Miles Bridges, Colin Sexton, and 3 future first-round picks, including the Mavs' 2027 first-rounder, says the Ringer. If that offer ever does come through, I think you put them on hold and then you scream hallelujah and you do a lap around the facility and then you come back in there and you say, yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and do that with you. But to recoup 3 first-round picks is probably a pipe dream at this point, isn't it? But somehow, I guess the Hornets have their 2027 from the P.J. Washington trade a couple of years back.
Yes.
And Daniel Gafford coming in.
Yeah. One of those trades, I guess, in this scenario, or one of those picks would be just the Mavs 2027 first rounder that they had already traded away.
And that might be very good. At this point, if you could get that back, that might be a top 10 pick. Like, you're probably heading for a top 10 pick this year, and if you could get your 2027 first rounder back, just that one alone would be enough for me if I'm the Mavs, because I'm going to settle into a pretty keen tank mode here, where we're going to do our best to surround Cooper Flagg with competent players, veteran players, but we're not in any real big hurry to win right now. If I was in charge, it'll be interesting to see how they look at this. Somebody made a really interesting point today that for new owners, maybe this was in Tim McMahon's piece, it's rare that they are willing to wave the white flag because they're new, they want to win, maybe they're a little bit naive, and they want to continue to push for it. The Kings for Zach LaVine, Keon Ellis, who's like a 6'4" backup guard, and a 2027 first-round pick, pairing Sabonis with Davis. It would fix their interior defense quite a bit and give them a shot to shuffle the deck. But I think Sacramento's going to end up being sellers more than...
yeah, they got the same record as you. They're right down there near the bottom of the table.
I don't think they'd want Anthony Davis. How about the Bulls? That's where AD is from. The Bulls would also get D'Angelo Russell in this hypothetical scenario. The Mavs would get Nikola Vucevic, one of the best centers in the game, Kevin Huerter, Kobe White, and Chicago's unprotected first-round pick in 2029. And all three of those players are on expiring contracts, so you would have immediate flexibility there with the salary cap. I think that one might be the least attractive of the options. To the Raptors for R.J. Barrett, Jakob Poeltl, and 2 future first-round picks. That could definitely work. The Pistons, Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson for 23-year-old Jaden Ivey, who's 15 to 17 a game as a guard. Tobias Harris, aging wing, still 14 and 6. Ron Holland from Duncanville, just 20 years old, and Isaiah Stewart, who's like a power forward who could, shoot the ball, give you some rebounding and defense in there. The Phoenix Suns are looking to trade as well. They have Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen, who could both help. I guess you'd be maybe looking at Phoenix if you wanted to trade Davis and still get veterans back to maybe rebalance your roster and give you a chance to still compete this year. But at 877-881-1053, how would you play it? Do you want to tear this thing down, or do you want to try to keep it together? I think a lot of Mavs fans out there are disappointed by the Nico firing because they think this represents that we're going to tear down mode. They want to. They believe AD plus Kyrie could fulfill the vision of Nico. What do you think the chances of that happening would be? I put it in the mid single percentiles, maybe 4 or 5%. You could stay healthy and go on a compelling run.
Yeah, that's just a touch above 0%. Would be where I'd be at on that. You cannot trust the health of these guys. I don't know how that's why any one of these teams that would be foolishly trading for Anthony Davis, I would be so ticked if I was a fan of one of those teams. Like, why are you taking a chance, a $54 million player who is inevitably going to get hurt?
Yeah,
I don't understand why any team would want to do that, and so I'm all about trying to get whatever you can get for him right now, because I just do not see him staying healthy and this offense just magically going from the worst in the league by a pretty fair margin to all of a sudden it's gonna become championship caliber, like championship caliber. Give me a break, dude.
Yeah, you got to bring Kyrie Irving at 34 years old back from an ACL, his second major knee injury of his career. And we saw how he was neutralized in 2 of the 4 series in the finals runs. Like, once you get deep into the playoffs, like, the size of your point guard matters quite a bit. And that's why Luka was so damn effective in the playoffs, because even great defense couldn't really take him away from what he wanted to do most of the time.
I reached out to a guy in the league that I know, and I asked him about Anthony Davis, if he was tradable. His answer was, he just got back to me. He says he's semi-tradable if you have to find a desperate team, Dawson.
Yeah.
Like Sacramento, you said them, or maybe Miami. Somebody who wants to take a big swing at this thing. But he needs to get his big ass in shape and get out there and play so people can see him. He said in all likelihood you could get something for him, but if you were looking at it, did we win the trade? It's probably not a great situation for that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be expecting that it's any sort of a boom to the future. It's just whatever we can get for him now and get his contract off the books. But really what you're looking for is, and maybe a team like Miami last year when Butler was there, a team that has championship aspirations, but they're on the other side of 30, and they're thinking, we're not going to win the championship without Anthony Davis, but if we give these expiring contracts and our future draft picks up, then maybe that could push us over the top. But it's got to be a team that's desperate to me and still thinking they're contenders to sort of be able to thread that needle. And, it's tough to imagine. That's why I think they have to jump at any opportunity that comes down the pike for him over the next 3 months and not be too much of sticklers for for trying to get back incredible value. Okay, we got some NFC East news. What's going on with this guy bailing from the champs a week after they traded for him? As we got 1 hour down all the way till 7 o'clock tonight here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Tim McMahon reporting that Patrick Dumont is looking for clarity on the health risk of Anthony Davis playing with that Achilles tendonitis, doesn't want to push it. Why do you think he's doing that? Is that to preserve trade value? Is that because he's nervous that the union is going to have a grievance against the Mavs for pushing injured players back? Like, that's really interesting. And it's not a good sign for Nico, who I don't think will ever work in a big capacity in the NBA again. But for this training staff that was clearing Anthony Davis, like, isn't the next step to say we got to fire this other training staff that Nico hired again because he wanted a bunch of yes men that would push guys out of the court?
Yeah.
I mean, either way, it's not good.
No, anybody that Nico handpicked to be in part of this organization, I would have no problem saying sayonara to. Why is Dumont doing this? I think for the most part, it's to protect the asset that is Anthony Davis, whether it be for this team and keeping him healthy so that you can try and go win with him if that's the plan, or to preserve the ability to actually trade him. But in no world does it make sense to rush Anthony Davis back at his age, his size, and his injury history for November basketball.
Yeah. This is so early, though. I think it's within the realm of reality and probabilities that they're looking to hit the fast-forward button on remaking the roster, remaking the front office, and giving the fans a fresh start. And I don't know, as long as Anthony Davis is here and in and out of games, if there's going to be a full break-off. Like, obviously, the Fire Nico chants are gone. A lot of the toxicity is gone. I feel bad for these players reading some of these stories, like how much they loathed having to come home where they felt like the fans didn't want to root for him. Hopefully it clips that out. But until Anthony Davis is playing for another basketball team and getting injured for another basketball team, I think there's going to be a significant portion of the fans that still have a massive amount of angst. And it would make sense that they'd want a clean cutoff and a fresh start. Yeah. Let's go around the NFC East. Brian, you got something else on that?
No,
okay.
I was just going to say the one guy you do want to try and move then is Anthony Davis. I mean, and I think Dumont's actually doing something smart here. You know, to get the full medical report about him. And maybe he's got some feelers out there that people have already said, listen, if you want to do something since Nico's gone, if you want to do something, Finley, Riccardi, one of those guys somebody might have called the interim GMs and said, hey, now that Nico's gone, we'd be interested in taking Anthony Davis off your hands. And so he's making sure that he's completely healthy. So, in fact, that they can move on. So this seems like, to me, a very, very smart move on his part.
I mean, it might be that he wants to get Anthony Davis out there, but doesn't want any torn Achilles risk when he does
exactly.
so. Because if your sources are saying we want to see him play for a couple of weeks before the trade value could be out there, then I understand that. But we absolutely cannot put him out there and then have him suffer another injury. Let me say this just real quick before we get you some around the NFC East news. People are trying to give me credit for speaking this into existence, like I spoke the Micah Parsons trade into existence by browbeating Stephen Jones at training camp over their approach to these contracts. I didn't have anything to do with this. I wish I could take credit. This all comes down to the fans, their relentless passion, the way that they brought it, what they sacrificed in order to make this happen. And then it just became clear, after working in sports radio, I can't believe this, coming up on 26 years, when you get a groundswell and a temperature change quickly and a number of insiders echoing it, it felt like the eventuality had been flung well into it. So I tip my cap to the fans and then the insiders like Tim McMahon and those boys that, Mark Stein, that really let us know, right, and alerted us in that way that something was coming down.
Yeah, big shout out to Mavs fans for the way that they united on this and were unwavering.
Yeah.
No matter the situation. No, an offseason's not going to cool it down and, okay, let's all be kumbaya and start a new season. No, the problem is huge, and until it's out of here, our voices are going to be heard.
Where was the dude that went up to Nico when he was at a happy hour on a patio? Was that in Lubbock? Like, that played a role, I feel.
Yeah.
And you have Mark Cuban telling you to be quiet last year, and you're like, nope, we know how we feel about this, and we're not stopping until we get the pound of flesh. And it's that kind of sports passion that really became undeniable. Like, if you think about what would have happened if fans had just been like, hey, we got Cooper Flagg, it's going to be fine eventually, we just need to get Kyrie Irving healthy, and we'll see what happens. If that had been the tone, then Nico Harrison would absolutely still be in the front office, and who knows what could have happened from there. Okay, we'll talk more about this coming up in, 5-10 minutes, something like that. But Jair Alexander stepping away from the NFL.
Yeah.
This was the story yesterday. I guess he did not travel with the team to play the Packers in Monday Night Football, deciding to step away in order to focus on getting right physically and mentally amid his ongoing recovery from offseason knee surgery. So that's a hit for the Eagles. The 28-year-old informing the Eagles of his decision yesterday. He told reporters last week that it's the best he's felt all year when he was just acquired for the Baltimore Ravens. I just
maybe not mentally.
Maybe not mentally. Maybe this is an off the field type of thing that you got to take some time away and get right. Yeah. And in light of what happened last week with Marshawn Nealon, you never know what sort of mental health battles, like the amount of pressure, the success of making it to the NFL and the money after the initial excitement, it becomes a struggle. And a lot of these guys, they're battling for a spot on the roster. They're battling to start. You got the fans and the media, everybody on social media talking about how they didn't make this play or that play. And then when you actually are good like Jair Alexander was, you have a little bit of a fall off, and all of a sudden the world is just raining hell down upon you. So it can be a tough spot to be. Hopefully Jair Alexander can get right, whatever it takes. But I guess if it had to happen on one team, not bad that it happened on the Eagles. But I just don't think he could play well anymore. Like looking,
he's struggling.
Yeah.
He's struggling. Yeah,
maybe this was a result of Philly saying, "Yeah, we acquired you, but we can't really activate you, and don't really know how we're going to use you to help our team right now." Okay, the Giants are going to start Jameis Winston against the Packers. That's right. That's the decision for Mike Kafka. Took over in the interim. 31-year-old to be playing in his first game since he played for the Browns last season, Week 15. Remember the Snow Angel game against Pittsburgh? The Giants intend for Winston to be their backup behind Jackson Dart next season. He signed for 2 years and $8 million, so Winston's the guy. Since Russell's benching, he has appeared in 3 games when Jackson Dart had a concussion or mop-up duty or whatever. He completed 4 of 9 passes for 53 yards with 0 touchdowns and 3 sacks in that time. So it is the end of Russell Wilson in New York, and it could very well be the end of his career. I can't imagine another team wanted to bring in Russell Wilson at this point. But
yeah, not even another team, but also even just like Russell Wilson.
Yeah,
wouldn't you want to be done too?
Yeah.
This is not fun, dude.
I think you'd have to be self-aware, of how bad it is. And you never know. Like delusional athlete syndrome is a thing. And maybe Russell Wilson skews more towards the more delusional than not. Certainly, it's felt that way at times throughout his career. Lack of self-awareness, like the plane story of people trying to sleep and he's doing calisthenics in the aisle. It's just, you don't know. You don't know with Russell Wilson. Maybe he'll play another 5 years and be happy holding the clipboard. Telling Sierra, it's cool, honey, my chance is coming. Sure. But this is fun, I think, with Winston playing against the Packers, because if it comes together, I think the Giants could beat Green Bay, but it wouldn't have happened with Russell Wilson. I think New York's the perfect team to upset Green Bay, and they are having a crisis up there, thinking we might have to fire Matt LaFleur, and our offense is broken. Another game under 20 points. I mean, that game was under 10 points.
Yeah.
And Philly was so confident late. They're throwing the ball with under 5 minutes to go, thinking it's fine. You can have the ball back, and I know they had a chance there for the late 62-yarder to tie it up, but Philly had good reason for being confident and a little careless with the clock late.
Well, Ed Policy is the new president. He took over from Mark Murphy, and there was talk that were a couple of guys like Ed had not, he'd not hired Matt LaFleur, nor he had hired the general manager up there, so Brian Gutekunst. And so that's one of the reasons why they say Goody went for a big swing with the Micah Parsons thing, because he felt like that he might be on the hot seat, and if he didn't do anything to kind of change the fortunes, maybe go on a little bit deeper run in the playoffs and stuff, that maybe that Ed Policy, the new president, would make a change. And so there's people that believe that that's just not the Green Bay way to go and make a big swing and get 2 first-round picks. So but here's the head coach. He's in the same kind of situation. The GM and the head coach both by now having to deal with a brand new president that really has no loyalty to them.
So they're sitting there at 5-3-1, and I feel like the book is out on how you beat them. You get pressure without blitzing, you play coverage, and then you hope Winston gets you to 20 points and I think New York sets up well to go do exactly that. Yeah. If you can tackle well, you also have to get Jacobs on the ground and not let him get a bunch of yards after contact, but that's doable. Okay, and then speaking of the Giants, the topic's out there. Should the Steelers trade head coach Mike Tomlin, who might be running out of time, to Pittsburgh? And do you think the Giants would give up draft compensation to get a coach? We've had 7 coach trades in the history of the NFL, most of this century. I think 5 or 6 of them have come this century. So we get one every 3 or 4 years or so. They haven't won a playoff game since 2016. That would be surprising to me if the Steelers could get compensation for Mike Tomlin. But, I mean, the streak of non-losing seasons, the Super Bowl champion, and the leader of men component with him. Remember when Jerry and Steven had that conversation? Like, what do you want? Do you want X's and O's, a schematic genius, or a leader of men? And Jerry was like, I want the leader, and Steven was like, I want the X's and O's. You would have to find the owner who wants the leader of men and will leave the tactics to the coordinators. And I guess Tomlin could still be a guy that would have that much value?
Yeah, I absolutely believe that you could trade Mike Tomlin and get something for him. I do. I think he's that well respected around the league. You look at his body of work, the longevity, the consistency, all those years of winning seasons. Trust me, you could do far worse than Mike Tomlin. And what do you say? Give up a second, third round pick. I'm not saying you do what the Raiders gave up or what Tampa gave up for John Gruden or something.
That was crazy. 2 1s and $8 million.
Yeah, well, but you could probably pull a 2 or a 3 from somebody right there. If you're a team that really, if you're the Cleveland Browns, think about that whole thing. Within the division stuff, the consistency that Tomlin's shown. I mean, you're better off, giving that pick up for that guy than you are making the pick.
Yeah.
So I think there absolutely is ways to give compensation for this guy and get him, and you're going to get consistency is what you're going to get.
And I wonder, too, it's probably a little bit semantics. I'm sure the Steelers would confirm with Tomlin that he was down for this. But when a player gets traded, a player doesn't get to sign off on the deal. Does a coach?
Well, they would probably.
Or is the team just like, hey, bro, sorry to tell you,
either fired or
you're gone now.
Well, the Rooney family could walk into Tomlin and they could they've known each other for so long. 16, 17 years now? They've all
19.
worked together. Is it 19?
19 years.
19 years. Okay, well, I was off 3 years. After 19 years, you could kind of look at the other one and say, it's time. Mm-hmm. Hey, listen, I have an opportunity to maybe send you to the New York Giants. You interested in that? Mm-hmm. And he would say, yeah, it'd probably be a good opportunity, fresh start for me. Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy. You guys.
Somebody wants you.
Yeah, somebody wants you, and you guys stuck with me. I mean, look at the history of the Steelers. Chuck Noll, and then Bill Cowher, and Mike Tomlin. They had 3 coaches since the 1960s.
Yeah,
think about that.
It's insane.
Yeah, and so there's teams out there that change coaches every week. It seems like. So yeah, I think there's a level of respect that the Rooney family would do Mike Tomlin right, but they're also got to look at it from their own standpoint. Is they got to do what's best for their team. And if somebody were to offer a second-round pick, whether it be the Giants or one of these teams, the Dolphins, then you owe it you owe it to yourself to try and get the best deal you can.
I do think if you're a team trading for Mike Tomlin, you want to make sure you got your quarterback.
Oh yeah, and an OC.
I mean, he just has had no ability to get that position figured out in Pittsburgh. Yeah. And part of it is because he usually does a touch too much winning in order to really have a great opportunity at a great prospect. But, man, if you're the Giants, you better feel like Jackson Dart is your guy. In Miami, we all know Tua is not that guy. Does Mike Tomlin have it in him to be able to get the court? We just haven't seen him do it.
Yeah, there's that, and then he hasn't drafted a defensive Pro Bowler since 2017. They're bottom of the league right now in drafting successful defensive players. So a lot of it is living off the past the TJ Watt acquisition right before that, and Cam Hayward, and then a lot of trades and signings. But they're wondering in Pittsburgh if he has lost his fastball and how much the scheme has changed. To listen to Schottenheimer talk about how important self-scouting is in the analytics and how they inform you on what you should be doing or what you've done too much. If you're not really digging into that, I think as an organization, you're significantly behind the 8-ball right now. So there's just so much that goes on with it, and it's one of the big reasons I'm so optimistic about what Shottie's ultimately going to be able to do here if they can get the right players. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we got Cowboys Twitter coming up. Top tweets going viral. Speaking of Shottie, how did he sound today as he addressed reporters for the first time since the passing of Marshawn Nealon? That's coming up next year on The Fan.
But Tolos, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work, and that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. I mean, whether or not you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Truly unprecedented stuff here at Advanced Hair. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. They're absolutely fantastic. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR, and just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Are you stuck waiting on hold for hours just to reach the IRS, or worse, still waiting for a response to a letter you sent the IRS last year? The IRS may be slow, but your tax problems can get worse daily. I'm Dallas attorney Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney. We help Texans take back control fast. Frozen accounts, garnished wages, unfiled returns, we've seen it all, and we know what works. Call my office now for a free confidential consultation at 972-484-0TAX or visit myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Are you ready for some football? The Dallas Cowboys have some smoking news. They've partnered with Dickey's Barbecue to bring you the best barbecue sausage for game day. That's right, Dickey's Barbecue is handcrafted, the official sausage of the Dallas Cowboys. They're delicious jalapeno pepper jack sausage. It's bold, flavorful, and a sure win. Come try this new fan favorite at a Cowboys game or event at AT&T Stadium. Again, try Dickey's Barbecue Pit. Slow smoked, legit Texas barbecue since 1941.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. After working hard to keep you cool this summer, your HVAC system is filled with dirt, dust, and debris. And that's the number one cause of heater failures. Call the On-Time Experts today and get their fall tune-up. Normally $199 for just $59. Your system will get a thorough cleaning and maintenance, and you'll get a stay warm guarantee plus peace of mind this winter. Book your appointment now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Chop here, my good friends over at Johnson Fitness and Wellness, and they have expanded their line of top home fitness equipment and wellness brands, including Peloton. Right now, you step into their stores, you try Peloton's newest cross-training Bike Plus, Tread, and Tread Plus with help from certified fitness experts, and they've added the Tonal 2, the ultimate strength training system, plus new massage chairs from leading brands like Osaki and Panasonic for your workout, fitness, recovery, and relaxation in more than 100 stores nationwide. 15 right here in Texas, 7 right here in DFW. Johnson Fitness and Wellness, the largest specialty fitness retailer in the country. They carry everything from treadmills, ellipticals, rowers, bikes, strength equipment, the largest selection of massage chairs in the state. And with their expert staff to guide you, it's easy to find the right equipment for your goals, your space, and your budget. Check out their inventory. Find that store online. JohnsonFitness.com. That's JohnsonFitness.com.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more. You are worth more, and your car is worth more at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step? Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Just step in, and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tolos, we're back on the road for 105.3 The Fans Friday Football Feast. Come join me. I'm Kevin and Corey broadcasting live from the official home, from the official taco of the Dallas Cowboys, Taco Bueno, at 1528 Brown Trail in Bedford from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming Cowboys game and doing giveaways every hour. This week, come feast on a whole lot of platter. And don't forget to get your free taco after every Cowboys win. Come see us at Taco Bueno at 1528 Brown Trail in Bedford this Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Tolbert Garage Door.
There may be other garage door companies on the radio, but nobody does it like Tolbert Garage Door. This is Colby. Shout out to all the Tolos out there. Free on-site estimates, great prices, and even better customer service. Visit TolbertGarageDoor.com to book your service today.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Just never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. You got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Are you previewing the Raiders for us already?
Yes, got the Raiders offense for you. There's a couple of players you need to know about and an offensive line that maybe you can do something with.
All right. Sounds like a feast for Ezeraku. Here, maybe a breakout multi-sack game could be in the cards. You'll find out more with Broadus coming up in about 20 minutes here in Krusty's Corner. Bradley Beal's going to have season-ending hip surgery there for the Clippers, so another tough break for them. Yeah.
Bro, they moved on from Norman Powell for Bradley Beal. Powell's been awesome this year.
He's a bucket.
And he was
dude.
awesome last year.
Yeah.
I have no idea. They just are like, whatever name is kind of a headline star level name, like a household basketball name.
Yeah.
We'll take it. Honestly, I'd be giving them a call about Anthony Davis.
Yeah, dude, that's a great idea.
I mean,
yeah, the Knicks used to be the team that you'd call to try to dump, big name stars who were on the other side of 30 and might have baggage.
Yeah,
Maybe it's the Clippers now.
Supposedly that Ballmer and then Lawrence Frank, the president of basketball operations, and Lou were going to have this big powwow. And everybody's kind of like saying, yeah, Lou's on the hot seat, but everybody's going, well, Lawrence Frank. Some of the stupid moves he's made there with the Clippers and assembled that team. So, they were talking about, there's people around the league said, Lou, I think they won 50 games last year and went through all the things that they went through. And they're like, guy deserves like a raise for how he navigated all that. And you're going to fire him? That's the big question out west should be about Lawrence Frank and what he's done.
Yeah, and we'll talk more about where Anthony Davis might fit in these trade deadline plans here before too long. But Cowboys Twitter, Shoddy was up there at his presser today. You heard it at 1 o'clock right here on The Fan. If you want to go back and listen to all that with the YouTube app or Odyssey or something, it's worth your time. You know, he was talking about how they took yesterday to tell stories and commiserate over the loss, and a lot of guys had some great things to say. He said at the end they're bonded more than anybody can believe on their experiences here over the last week. He says, my heart is heavy. Our hearts are heavy. We don't move on, but we move forward. And then Marshawn loved the words one love. So we talked about love as we grieve. That was sort of the quotes that went viral from Shoddy's presser. He said the Marshawn Nealon Memorial Fund has been started to help his girlfriend, Catalina, who is pregnant, to make sure the family is taken care of. Just sad, you know, and to me, it really puts the focus on how confusing and desperate, people that ultimately make that decision get to, that it really does not make sense how many people you could be leaving behind that are going to suffer as a result of your absence. But I think just like any way out. But, you know, one of the other interesting angles is this story that's come out that he was telling friends and loved ones via text that he didn't want to go to jail or prison. In the final moments of his life. That was apparently playing into his mind, and that's just incredibly sad, because I mean you run from the police, you get into a wreck, but you're a first-time offender. Nobody got hurt. It's like, what is that? Is that one night in jail? Is that 48 hours? But I think it's obviously not a reason to commit suicide, but maybe if you're already towards the end of it, it's kind of like the straw that breaks the camel's back, or whatever that might be. Okay, elsewhere here on Cowboys Twitter, Mike McCarthy is the betting favorite to become the next head coach of the Giants. You love that, don't you?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be amazing? Stale offense, stunting Jackson Dart's progress. I mean, I'm sure he can help him with the footwork and the seeing the field and the traditional route tree and everything, but he's not going to actually help him get open. Mike McCarthy's doing the thing, though.
Yeah.
Where he's like, yep, getting together with my guys here. We're watching all the tape.
We're out here in the back in the
barn.
Back in the barn doing stuff. It's the same old crap. He's going to buffalo somebody else.
I just love football. My family needs football. And hey, good for him if he does it. I think it's more a reflection on how much NFL teams aren't paying attention enough if you're going with retread coaches.
Yeah. I don't know why you would want to be going backwards on this. Like, McCarthy had his one chance to get out of the league, reinvent himself, and step into being a new version and a more forward-thinking version, a more with the times version, and he spit the bit on that. Yeah. So I don't know why you would want to do that again. You have all these incredible young offensive minds out there. Go get somebody that you can feel. If Jackson Dart's your guy, get somebody who can complement him well and allow them to soar together. But from our vantage point, I would love McCarthy to be in New York.
And he'll run and he'll bring back all those guys, all the guys that nobody else hired.
Philbin will be the first call. Offensive line. We got it done. I already got it figured out. Man.
He'll have all those guys that didn't even get a job this year. Or since he's been out, nobody in the league wanted him, but he'll wrangle all those guys back up.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Yeah, if it was me, I would be calling Clint Kubiak in Seattle. I think that would be my top choice. He put on a tremendous show last year against the Cowboys when he was with New Orleans, got blown out of there. But now the Seahawks, who don't have a good offensive line, Sam Darnold, one really, really good wide receiver, but it's not like you have the makings in Seattle of a clear top 10 offense, and they're producing. They look like one of the better teams in the NFL. All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. One of the interesting angles on Nico in the Tim McMahon piece, and I guess he's maybe going to join us next week, Brian?
Yes, that's what he said. Absolutely.
He said
or later this week, maybe.
Okay.
It was either later this week or next week, but I'll circle back with him. He said he would do it.
Said it wasn't a guarantee moving forward that building around Cooper Flagg would be the team's main priority. And that, to me, would have had to been the final nail in the coffin there. Like, you want to do what? We're thinking that we're going to trade for another guy over 30 with a young asset. I think all fan bases feel this way, but maybe the Mavs more in particular because of how the Dirk one jersey thing went for 2 decades. It's just like the idea of trading in and out of players, I think, is okay for some fan bases, but definitely not the Mavs. But if Nico was trying to move Cooper Flagg, and who knows, maybe he could have traded the number 1 overall pick over the summer, but it's almost like Nico was trying to run the team thinking that this was the last chance you were going to have to win an NBA championship this year, right here, right now. And to have done all that, and then on top of that, not have draft picks for a half decade. Remember the story that came out a couple of days after the trade where Nico was like, I'm not sure how much longer I even want to be an NBA GM?
Yeah, that's what I always remember. Anytime I think of him, I think of a guy that was not here for the long time of it.
No, just selfish team building.
Yeah.
I have my own timeline, and I will nuke an entire city and fan base to try and get what I want. Yeah. And it wasn't even like, hey, I nailed it, and we got 1 title in the 2 years, and we punted on like a decade's worth of Luka. Didn't even get that. You got 3 and 8, and just a tough watch of a basketball team.
Yeah, Tim Cato wrote for All City that, maybe I'm paraphrasing here, but that it bothered him that it was a team having success that wasn't totally in his vision. And the more success he had, the more power that he got, the more he was able to do things with autonomy, and ultimately that caught up to him. But making the trades that he had, and I didn't think any of the trades that he made up to that point were bad. Like when you got PJ Washington and Daniel Gafford, I was like, holy crap, this is a freaking masterclass on how to get it done. You went out there and got Kyrie Irving. Like maybe that was the only controversial trade, but even then, basketball observers that were impartial would have said, you got the better player. Like basketball for basketball, this was an incredible win. But apparently in Nico's mind, it was maybe like the Michael Jordan thing where he just tied himself to any negativity that he saw. And then when it turned out better, he kind of got this feeling that the people really don't know what they're talking about. So the critics who are coming after me, these are the same people that said I shouldn't have done this trade or that trade, and this is going to play out to my advantage eventually.
Yeah, and one of the things we have to keep in mind, too, like we give him credit for the PJ Washington, Daniel Gafford stuff, which is totally fair, but he was trying to give 2 first-round picks for Kyle Kuzma.
Oh, that's right.
We can't forget that.
Yeah.
That was something that resurfaced, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. Can you imagine what a difference that would have been?
I know Kyle Kuzma looked good the other night for the Bucks.
Well, everybody's looking good versus the Mavericks.
He was knocking down some shots.
I guess he didn't want to be. It was Kuzma basically saying like, I want to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think he wanted to be like the go-to guy, or to try to figure out, if he could take the next step in his career, and being on a bad basketball team provided him the opportunity to play and shoot as much as he wanted to. But the front office is already reportedly looking for a permanent replacement. Maybe that's Dennis Lindsey coming back. He is in Detroit now, and apparently Mark Cuban's already on the record saying, go get Dennis Lindsey back. And I wonder, because he was assistant to Nico for a while. He was the guy that was brought in with the experience to help, and he ended up leaving. I think that'd be a fantastic idea. Considering that, you'd have to assume that he didn't have anything to do with the decision to trade Luka. Bob Myers, who took a job as president of Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, they own teams in all leagues, and he has more of a higher up role.
Yeah, we had George Sardano on yesterday, and he said there's absolutely no way that he would leave. Because we asked him.
Perfect spot for him.
Yeah, Bob runs that whole that empire where they have the Commanders, they have the 76ers, they've got the soccer team. That like he's doing it all, so he would never leave.
He's got it all now. Maybe an executive role where he's helping oversee, and he's got his hands in so many.
He's got George was just like, no, don't even go there.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sure there's plenty of good guys out there.
No, absolutely. I thought the same thing until I realized that he was with that group out there, and on the East Coast there.
I guess what I expect to happen here, though, is for Jason Kidd to ultimately get a lot of the GM responsibilities. When Jason Kidd There was a little bit of a kerfuffle around the idea that he was trying to Game of Thrones his way to the top and get coach and GM responsibilities there. They decided, no, we don't want you, and you've lost this Game of Thrones, so we're going to exile you. He goes to Milwaukee, and the same opportunity didn't develop there. But if Jason Kidd is still of that mindset that if I'm going to be the coach, I want to have more say in the front office, and Patrick Dumont has already said he is going to listen to Jason Kidd more in personnel decisions, that's the reality that I want to see this Mavericks team pursue, because Jason Kidd has got to be the smartest basketball person there. He's one of the greatest point guards of all time. He has proven his ability to coach this team. Even when they didn't have a good defense, he somehow helped make them a good defense, and they get to the conference finals and then to the finals. But I think Jason Kidd is very clever. I think he is also power hungry. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it was already reported he wasn't playing D'Angelo Russell because he was bitter at Nico for giving him as the only point guard. So he was like, here, we're going to do Cooper Flagg. It would not surprise me one bit if Jason Kidd was sabotaging the start of this season to help usher Nico out, give him an opportunity to rise to power. What do you think about that?
I mean, I would love that. I'm still trying to figure out how much blood Jason Kidd has on his hands for the whole Luka trade in general. Like you hear conflicting things. Some reports are like, no, Kidd was anti the trade and was just kind of going along with it. And when you see like the next day presser that they had, he looked like a guy that was pretty distraught. But then you have like Shams Charania's going like, no, it was Nico, front office, many of the coaching staff, and then he even says Jason Kidd, like all aligned in this thing here. So that's the tough thing, is trying to figure out what was Kidd's role in all of this.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell.
Yeah, because you're getting completely different reports from people that should be in the know.
Yeah, and a lot of times you're getting it from a source inside the organization that wants to curate reality. We're not necessarily giving you the truth. We're giving you PR spin sometimes, and it's hard to decipher what's what. But he did look distraught and surprised, but maybe it's because he didn't want his hands dirty. So he was putting off energy like, I got nothing to do with this, because he didn't want to be considered the hatchet man or get swept up any negativity that might develop afterwards. I just find it very difficult to believe a guy that played basketball at that level would have thought it was a good idea. But I mean, he was with Los Angeles when they won the championship. Maybe he had a great relationship with Anthony Davis, and Luka and Kidd weren't necessarily seeing eye to eye by the time that whole thing dissolved, from my understanding. We will have Bobby Marks coming up at 4:00 here, the ESPN front office insider. He'll tell us what we need to know about this story. But Krusty's Corner's coming up next, man. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk about this Las Vegas Raider offense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, how did the Mavs play without Nico? Plus the payload at 6:40, Neighborhood Watch at 7:40, Sting ticket giveaway in the Expressway, and Tommy Yarsh at 9:20 Thursday morning on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos Chiafalo here for the Zentex Remodeling Group High School Matchup of the Week, and it is playoff time here in North Texas, the by-district round, and it's the undefeated 10-0, number 2 in the state, Allen Eagles, welcoming in the 8-2 Louisville Farmers. This is going to be a heck of a matchup. Coach Odell's going to have Louisville ready to rock, but can they slow down the Allen Eagles all-world speedster, Lyndon Spriggs? We'll find out on Thursday night, live from Allen, and don't forget to remodel your bathroom in as little as one day with the Zentex Remodeling Group, Zentex.com.
When you're unsure about your morning commute, NBC5 will get you on the right path.
Once you get to 205, you can get back onto I-30.
When you know it's going to be one of those North Texas weather days, we help you plan ahead.
To watch out for any high water on the roads.
When you need to start your day with a smile, we share a little something good.
So good. So good. We have your weather and traffic, plus stories you need to know before you go.
Connect to the team you can rely on. NBC5 today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you're a first-time home buyer, you need to call TexasSunny.com. We have some great deals. You don't realize just how low the down payments may be, and we have down payment assistance programs at TexasSunny.com. We help people all over Texas, so call us today for your pre-approval letter, and it's a free call. Call TexasSunny.com if you're that first-time home buyer or if you're buying your second or third home. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Hey, Texas. This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
It's Gavin Dawson for Window Nation's end of the year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years. Plus, ask how you could get a free Dallas Cowboys jersey and 2 home game tickets. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll save money on lower utility bills. And come with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out. 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com to get started.
Sports Talk on 105.3 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS Paramount Plus. Watch a local game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code MASTERPIECE to score $100 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involve risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit www.nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing get terms _DFS_.html for details concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hey, it's Corey Majors here, and we're having a blast at our official fan watch parties at the Bearded Monkey. Monday's kickoff is at 7:15, and we'll be at the Bearded Monkey's 40 location at 104 East Highway 80. Plenty of Tolo giveaways, so let's party and watch the game together at the Bearded Monkey and 40 with the fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. Go to GreystoneRoofing.com. And here he is, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much there, Sound Boy. Let's say that right, Lucius?
Sound Boy.
Sound Boy.
Yeah, you did that, brother. Rewind.
I appreciate that. Yeah. You know what's funny? We were talking about the NBA stuff, you know, with me trying to dabble in it a little bit. These guys are chatty. They might be more chatty than NFL guys.
They love spilling the tea.
They love the talk. They love it's the, hey man, you didn't hear that from me bit. You didn't hear that from me, but let me tell you. Let me tell you about what's going on with this basketball team.
It's just between me and you.
They can't fix their own damn basketball team, but they sure can talk about somebody else's basketball team. But I appreciate them, man. It's interesting. These guys are chatty, very chatty.
Maybe catty.
What's catty? If you say catty, what does that mean?
Backstabby. Kind of scratch each other's eyes out, low key-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Catty.
Passive aggressive, snarky.
John Gruden like then. He
seems a little catty.
Gruden tell you how much he loved you, then just choke you to death after that. You know, one of those things.
Yeah, like middle school girls. You know.
Catty. Okay. Yeah. I've heard it before, but I never really knew what it meant. Catty.
That's not a good thing.
No, if you're catty, that's a bad thing. All right. Missed you guys yesterday, by the way. Fred did a great job.
Well, he's a beast.
Fred is...
It's no surprise.
Fred is hilarious to watch. Like, he could never get the microphone to sit in the right spot. So he was constantly
fiddling.
It was kind of watching like a heavy-set guy dealing with his pants. Couldn't quite get it to fit.
Need some suspenders.
He was, like a guy is struggling and the pants are not right, and you're kind of like pulling them, and Fred was struggling, and then he spilled coffee.
Oh, no.
And then he kept doing radio while I was throwing paper towels to him.
Right.
While he was trying to keep it all together, but he didn't get any on the ground. He just spilled it all over but he was using the New England mug. He didn't have a tumbler that had a top on it or anything like that.
Damn, Broadus is snitching. Pay attention.
Big time.
No, I'm just saying.
Fred had coffee in there. Didn't have a top
I'm just saying it was.
Didn't meet the lid protocol either.
You guys.
Get ready for that email.
Yeah. No coffee.
No more coffee in the
coffee,
guys. Thanks to Freddie D.
Fred just
brought us.
I'm just saying that Freddie.
Miss, you forgot to give us homework.
Yeah. No, Freddie, it was I was fascinated how well he could do radio and pick up coffee.
Man, I mean, many talents.
Yeah. Okay.
That happened on my first show up on 12 at the original building.
But they tell you not to bring drinks in there and you're dumping them all over the place.
Yeah, and it was a 20-ounce Diet Coke.
Yeah.
And somehow I jumbled it and dropped it, and it was fizzing everywhere. And the great Troy Hughes covered for me, thankfully. Tom Bigby might have fired me on the spot right there. Yeah. Rest in peace, by the way, to great Tom Bigby.
Troy would have just minded his own damn business. We'd have been all right?
He was my hero that day.
He was your hero.
Yeah.
Shout out to Troy.
I think he also decided to quit the afternoon show that day. He's like, I'm going to mornings, guys.
Yeah, had enough. Had enough years. All right, let's talk about these Las Vegas Raiders. I was thinking about doing this in my Al Davis voice, but I don't think I could do the whole 15 minutes in Al Davis.
Just sprinkle dinkle in a little 15, Al.
Yeah,
here in the grave.
I don't know how this team is so poorly built. The offensive line, they're banged up. They're hurt. We won't be able to block anybody. We can't. We'll be terrible in this game. No, they are.
That's music to our ears, Al.
Yeah, they are. But
where was he from? Where'd that accent come from?
He went to school. He's New York. Actually, I think he's Queens, Brooklyn.
Okay. All right.
One of those places.
I can see it.
Yeah, he's a New York guy. Went to school at Syracuse. But am I right about that? I think he's from Queens or Brooklyn, one of those two places.
He was born in Brockton, Massachusetts.
Okay.
But he moved to Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn! Okay.
In the early 30s.
Okay, there we go. That's his background then. There's the Brockton, Mass, and then, very good. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate that. But no, here we're Cowboy defense. Cowboy defense probably having a lot of new bodies on board. You're going to be new at linebacker. You're going to be new. By the way, you should get Wilson and Hooker back this week.
Let's go.
They'll be practicing.
That's huge.
So you should have that, but I don't know how good you really are at safety. We'll see how good you are. You should be okay at the linebacker spot with Overshown coming back.
I'm excited to watch him.
Yeah.
And then Logan Wilson.
So much better.
Yeah.
You got a spine of your defense now.
Well, you've got
first time all year.
Two of the three with, when you start to look at Quinnen Williams. And Quinnen Williams playing with Clark, that could be. I think you're going to see some five-man line in this game. This game is going to really come down to a couple of things, but the Raiders can attack you in a place that you're pretty bad.
Where's that?
Safety.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Bowers time?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
He's unreal.
Nobody throws the ball to their tight end more. Well, I should take that back. Only the Rams throw the ball to their tight end more than this crew.
Because they play 3 of them half the time.
Yeah, and because they really don't. They don't have the skill on the outside. Now, Trey Tucker can run. I will say this, though, gentlemen. When you watch their tape, their receivers do get separation. Matter of fact, they're like second or third in the league when it comes to separation. I think they're right around 3.5 yards per separation.
That was fairly no time to throw in the pocket. Is that what it is?
Yeah, they've had a lot of problems with that. This is probably the worst offensive line they've played this year.
Wow.
When you look at it. And Stone Forsythe at left tackle has been a problem. You know, that was Colton Miller. Colton Miller's hurt. Stone Forsythe's been bad. DJ Glaze at right tackle has been bad. Alex Kappa is going to play now at right guard. They've struggled with that spot. Jordan Meredith is really, really light at center. Dylan Parham is hurt. Their offensive line has been an absolute mess. And they've struggled with that with Gino, and you know they've given up sacks, they've given up pressures. He still has the ability to run around and throw the ball. He can do that, but the skill is they just don't have it at receiver. You know, it's Dante Thornton Jr., it's Trey Tucker, Jack Besh has been there. I really liked him coming out of TCU. He was a second-round pick, great kid. Started out at LSU and ended up at TCU. But they've really, really struggled with their skill, and their tight ends have really been the most focal point. Brock Bowers. Dallas does not have anybody that can cover Brock Bowers. I'm just going to tell you that right off the jump. They don't have anybody.
No.
Nobody.
And few teams do,
yeah.
I think, to be fair, but the Cowboys in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brock Bowers, he's a must-double. Like, how do you approach that then?
That's the problem. I don't know. I don't know how you could double him and you could put two guys on him, and is that going to be good enough? This guy, like, his routes, all his routes are like first down routes. You know,
yeah, he's not just dump it off.
No,
and
he's
check down.
Secure. They run a ton of crossing routes. They're like the top. Matter of fact, they are the top in the league with crossing routes with wide receivers. So you're going to have to deal with that running through zones. You're going to have to deal with seam passes. That's the tight ends. That's him and Michael Mayer. Those are the guys they're going to run those routes. But Brock Bowers, I don't think Dallas has anybody that can cover him. So you can say, well, double him, bracket him. Well, still, you probably have 2 guys that can't cover Brock Bowers. That's going to be really the key in this game. And also too, with Ashton Genty. My man Ashton Genty gets hit at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage about 50% of the time. But he also is like 4th in the league when it comes to run after contact.
Right. And got a lot of practice at it.
And you start to throw the guys in there, he's behind. It's like Jonathan Taylor. It's Bijan Robinson. It's our own guy Williams. Those are the top 3 that run with run after contact.
You win that line of scrimmage, though, you get pressure on Geno Smith and you slow down their run. It's got to be holding them under 20 or so is a realistic goal finally.
Oh, no, they have trouble scoring. They really, really do, but it's Dallas defense. And we really don't know. We think we have an idea with some new guys how they might fit in. This game could be really, really, really good as far as getting everybody on the same page to get ready to play against Philadelphia next week. Or we could see like lack of communication, lack of, whoa, I was supposed to be here. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute, this is my first game. With Carson, Carson's played, but Revel, if he gets an opportunity, where are you going to play Bland? Are you going to be able to handle? And I am worried about Ashton Genty. I'm worried about them handing him the ball and him running through you and over you. I worry about that. And I do worry about Brock Bowers catching the ball. But can the Raiders protect? If they protect, if also we're watching this game and it does look like we're having a pass rush, this could be a problem. This could be a problem in this game because they'll throw the ball. They just don't. They'll throw it to Brock Bowers, and they know nobody can really stop them from doing that.
And that Trey Tucker guy, he can move. He can get open.
He's very fast.
Yeah,
he's extremely fast. And he I was watching the Commanders game, vertical pass late in the game. He's just running by guys, and they just launch it. You know, if Dallas had better safety play, I would say, and you're getting two guys back. Hopefully Hooker, Hooker can make a difference. Wilson can make a difference, but
you got a lot of rust.
Yeah,
and
you got
new.
a lot of rust and a lot of new, and so you don't know this. Like I said, this game could be really, really good for Dallas. As okay, we got an idea of what we have. Now let's get ready for Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Detroit. Maybe something like, oh wow, look at Overshown, look what he did. But this Raider offensive line is one of the worst ones they've played, and it's across the board. It's not even close. Of the five guys.
I'm excited to watch that for sure, especially with the new additions. Yeah. But this is going to be like going from Hall of Fame mode on Madden to easy mode when you consider the last team that the Raiders just played was the Broncos, which was a disgusting game. Yeah. And now it's like you go from the Broncos defense to the Cowboys defense. That's an exhale situation.
We've seen situations where teams have struggled mightily playing offense and then play against Dallas. But this is without the new players. Let's see. Let's see if the new players could really make a difference. But this one's going to come down to, like I said, it's going to come down to how you handle Brock Bowers and also try and get bodies to Ashton Genty, because he is going to run through tackles. It's about 35% of the time he is going to break a tackle, make somebody miss. You look at their 10-plus runs, a couple of them with a quarterback, but the majority of them are Ashton Genty breaking tackles in the backfield and then breaking another tackle and then getting 10, 11 yards. They were in a third and 10 in a game the other day and ran a toss sweep for 11 yards for a first down. That's what Ashton Genty can kind of do to you if that's.
Man, he looks damn good. Some of his highlights.
Yeah, he's
does get blocked up.
Yeah.
Hey, a little breaking Rangers.
Oh, come on!
The return of El Blondie.
Yes,
Travis
Janko.
Jankowski, not as a player. Ooh. He is your new first base coach.
Yes, dude.
On the Skip Shoemaker staff.
I cannot wait for surprise now.
Me too. That's the first thing I thought about. Yeah, the staff is out, and that's the name that jumps off the page right now. Janko, El Blondie, is your first base coach.
There's no Ron Washington on that staff quite yet?
Not seeing a Ron Washington.
Okay. Well, maybe there's a special role still in mind for him, or they want to make an independent announcement to give Wash his proper credit.
He would deserve it. I mean, there's a Bush, there's a Suggs, there's a Teagues, there's a Ragsdale remains, but not seeing any Wash.
Well, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Krusty.
Thank you.
Brian brought us in Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on The Fan. Tomorrow he'll preview that Raiders defense for you. On the other side, we'll talk with Bobby Marks, ESPN's NBA front office insider, about what is next and what happened here with the Mavs coming up next in the nation. But football's heating up while the temps in DFW are dropping. Cold snaps and shifting Texas soil can bring out some unexpected foundation issues. So don't fumble when it comes to choosing your home's foundation repair. Pros call the dirt nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair. You're going to see why I love these guys. You know, the peace of mind that they give you when they say, hey, everything checks out, your foundation is fine, is amazing. Plus, they can save you if you're seeing maybe some sticky doors, cracks in the walls, uneven floors. Call Permapure Foundation Repair. Have them out to the house. They give you a free foundation inspection. And these guys are the GOATs. Over 30 years of experience serving DFW. Permapure knows how to tackle any foundation problem, from slabs and pier and beam repairs to foam concrete lifting and drainage solutions. You'll see for yourself why the pros in real estate and construction trust Permapure. And if you do have early signs of foundation damage, they're no joke. They might be keeping you up at night. You might find yourself thinking about it on your drive into work. You should really get it checked out, because if you let it go, the damages can be much more costly down the road. So I only trust Permapure, and you should too, because they're also Tolos. And right now, when you schedule your free inspection, mention code TOLO. You'll qualify to score a free $50 gift card. Just go to Permapure.com. Do not fumble who handles this foundation repair. You want North Texans. You want the dirt nerds at Permapure. 844-919-7276 with the code TOLO. When shift happens, call the dirt nerds at Permapure Foundation Repair of Texas.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's easy for players to blame their teammates when things go badly. It's also the opposite of leadership, which is what makes Draymond Green's comments on the Golden State Warriors and their inability to play at the level he'd like so frustrating and perplexing. Yes, he has a well of success and the rings to prove it, and that should come with the understanding that you don't call out your teammates, you show them the way. Be better, Draymond. I'm Bill Ryder.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Vaughn Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and this is awesome. Not only is Nico no longer the GM of the Dallas Mavericks, but we have the ultimate ESPN guest here to help break us down what happens next. It's Bobby Marks, the ESPN front office insider, with you here on The Fan, and a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good, guys. How we doing?
Doing good, doing better now. Now let's pick up on the latest. Patrick Dumont looking for clarity on Anthony Davis Achilles tendonitis. That report from just over an hour ago from Tim McMahon. What do you think he's looking for?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the one thing you don't want to do is put Anthony Davis out there, and all of a sudden there's a setback here, and now we don't see Anthony Davis for a long time here. I think certainly it looks like the owner is going to be a lot more hands-on than he was probably in the past, where he relied on his front office led by Nico Harrison here. And now I think with the case with Davis, who's got this calf injury, there's got to be clarity as far as that he's got the green light to go out and perform here. They've got, I think, 6 out of the next 7 are at home. I think as I said, like, the one thing you don't want to do is basically mirror what happened in February, where you acquired Davis in a trade. He was coming off an injury. He plays in that Houston game and then doesn't finish the game. And now, they don't see him in for a couple months. And we all know how the end of the season ended there.
What do you think that says about their level of faith in the training staff? If it's kind of breaking national news that the owner wants to gather more info himself, that's kind of odd, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting. I read Tim's article and stuff like that. I think it seems like there's more faith, and I didn't even realize that Davis has his own team of medical people. So it's like, and it's basically that he's trusting. It seems like the Mavs in-house medical group there is basically kind of putting the red light out there, saying, wait a minute, pump the brakes here a little bit. You're not ready, or we haven't cleared you yet here. And it's, I guess it's Davis's camp or Anthony himself feels like he's ready to go. And I think that's probably where there's a little bit of a miscommunication here. And I just think, as I said, listen, where Dallas is right now, I think the worst thing you could do is roll out Anthony Davis not at 100%.
How tradable is he right now in your mind, Bobby? Like, how much interest would there be around the league for a guy like him?
Right now, not very. I say that, and listen. He's got a lot of money left on his contract. 50 plus. He's got 2 more years left. I know last year's a player option. That doesn't mean that he won't down the road. I think availability matters. I think him getting out there and playing matters. I think there's a couple ways to look at it, where Anthony Davis was before the trade and where Anthony Davis is right now. Before the trade, he was terrific. I mean, he was a All-NBA defender, and he was a top 20 player, and there's a lot of things there. But we're almost a year removed from that, and he's played a handful of games since here. And so, listen, I think if that's the direction they want to go, then he's got to be on the court to restore his where his value is and everything. And I think that certainly is, if you're the Mavs, and that's kind of in the back of your mind, if there's something that you will maybe entertain down the road here before the trade deadline, you can't have an injury to Anthony Davis again.
Hey, Bobby, my experience of working in the National Football League in front offices, when somebody gets fired, maybe the general manager, you tend to go in your office, close the door, and work on self-preservation and stuff like that. And I was just wondering, in basketball, and it's the co-general managers, and are you worried about guys siding with Riccardi and guys siding with Finley, and now the message is not getting to ownership? Obviously the owner doesn't know if it's pumped up or stuffed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So how do we navigate that as a front office?
That's a great question because usually it's the coach, right? Like the coach gets fired. I mean, rarely. I mean, I haven't seen a GM get fired like 11 games into the season. Like this is kind of uncharted territory. It is a unique. Process that they're going through. I don't know if I've told you. Listen, I hired Matt in New Jersey. He was my intern, and I hired him as my assistant, and we worked. We still have a good relationship, and so I know Matt real well, the type of person he is, and I know Michael Finley is here. I'm not anticipating like who's picking sides and kind of like listen, when you have adversity, you start to kind of see who's going to shift one way and the other way. I think the ultimate goal is to try to figure out how to get this thing back on track and where it is. And I think Jason too, certainly as the coach, but I do think he's got such a headstrong personality, and I say that in a good way. I think there'll be a role in there that the three of them will want to, get this thing right. I think the big question, and I said this on TV yesterday, is like, okay, they're I guess interim GMs right now. Like, how much power do they have? Right. Like, how much say do they? And listen, they've been part of it, so it's not like they just come off the street. How much say do they have if we're in January? Maybe this situation is resolved by January as far as getting somebody in there permanent in clarity. But how much say do they have in January? How much pull when we get to December 15th when most players get traded? To look at this roster here, I think that's the big question, which is the unknown right now as far as we move forward here.
Would it be wise for Patrick to maybe name like Jason, like director of basketball operations, and have them working under him, kind of a thing, or is that asking too much right now?
I would say that if there's any, November is really a kind of we always say that's our evaluation month. It's the 20 to 25 game mark, and we kind of figure out who our team is and stuff like that. I will say this, certainly with Jason signing an extension I guess during the summer here, I think Jason's got a lot of say. Sure. And listen, he's got to coach these guys.
Yeah.
So if there's an opportunity for Dallas to maybe figure out the point guard situation in the month of November, which is kind of rare, trades don't really happen in November, I think Jason will have a big role in that and a big say in that here as far as because he's going to be here longer than most people are going to be.
Right.
So I do think, and I think that's kind of like, listen, I worked with Jason I had him as a player in New Jersey and then as a coach in Brooklyn, and I think that was probably the biggest mistake we made. Is that he wasn't involved as he probably should have when we made some of these trades, or maybe we signed some of these players here. And I think Jason has learned from Milwaukee and now in Dallas here, like, listen, I'm the guy that's coaching this roster. Who fits what and moving forward.
Did Jason Kidd and Matt Ricciardi, did they agree with trading Luka?
That's a good question. That is a good question. I will say this. Listen, I think at the end of the day, there is I don't want to put words in people's mouth, and I don't want to talk for Jason or Matt here, but I will say that there was a good group of people within that franchise that would have probably preferred making a decision on the future of Luka Doncic this past summer and not in February. I think what happens is, I learned this from Billy King when I worked with him in Brooklyn, and Billy was in Philly with Iverson.
Yeah.
When you have guys like Allen Iverson or Luka, guys that are just like top five, right? Like, and there are a lot of warts, and you see them probably more than other teams see. You try to figure out how to best to make it work, because players like that rarely will ever come by again. And so I do think, and I think when you're in the season and things are going on and guys are hurt or maybe guys are late to things, it gets magnified to the high end. And I think if I was in that Dallas front office, and certainly I do think there was a faction of people that wanted to wait before they made a decision on what the future of Luka was going to be. And you basically almost take a 3-month pause and let's say, let's get to the summer. Let's reevaluate it, and then we can move from now. Because I think if you did, maybe the trade package is a lot different than what you did in February.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA insider, here with you on The Fan, distilling his wisdom. Would you want this job? Like, do your peers around basketball think that this is a good job now, or is it just too chaotic that you would rank it amongst the worst GM jobs that could possibly be?
I think there's still a lot of good bones to this job. Listen, you've got Cooper, who I thought was terrific Monday night. I was texting with Tim Bontemps, and we were saying, and we were like, hey, Cooper's going to be fine. Like, he's like the least thing you have to worry about with this group as far as the way he played Monday night and stuff like that. Listen, your draft picks is not great, after this year, and I think that's going to be a big question, what happens with your pick in 26, because after this year, the next 4 years, you don't control it. Your tradable assets aren't there. Financially, it's not great because with AD and now Kyrie, and you've extended some players here. But I do think there's some good bones to this roster here. I think the point guard situation's you got to figure that point out, because that basically is the quarterback of your team here. So I think it's a desirable job, whoever gets it in the front office here, because I do think there's a lot of good things to work with. PJ and Max and some we get Derek back, of course, and AD. But as I said earlier, like, a lot of it is just availability. Like, we can say the beauty of the offseason is that we look at things on paper and what rosters could look like. But when you start playing and guys aren't around and are not available here, it changes kind of the dynamics of what this team could be.
Bobby, it's 1 of 30, right? Isn't that what we always think?
Yeah.
It's 1 of 30, man. We don't want to be sitting here talking about this crap. We want to be in the middle of it, right?
There are a few that I would probably have to say, listen, I got to think about that and sleep on it here. Dallas is probably not one of those.
Yeah.
So you'd be trying to win now if you were in charge. You're not thinking, let's tear this down and go young?
That's a good question. I think we'll learn a lot about this team over the next couple weeks here, because I said you do have somewhat of a pretty good homestand coming up. I think you're going to regret some of the games you probably kicked away. Not the Milwaukee game, but losing to New Orleans and Washington, games like that. The Western Conference, as you guys know, is really, really good. And I think, where is this team in mid-December? Do we see Kyrie come back if this team's struggling here? And I said, like, I know, like, tanking or whatever, or jockeying for lottery position is probably something you don't want to hear. But where Dallas is, where they are in December or January, and what we're looking at potentially as the draft this year is being billed as what we saw in 2003 and what we saw in 96. It's a generational draft as far as players coming through this system, not just the top three with Boozer and DeBanza and Peterson here, but it's a deep, deep draft. And I do think that where you are post-Christmas, I think could play a lot into as far as where the Mavericks are, whether they're buyers or sellers when we get to deadline, or maybe they're not doing anything, and you're basically buried enough in the standings here where you're going to get a lottery pick.
What'd you hear about Nico in his time in the league? Was he respected, or was the reputation more like what Mavs fans think of him?
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's the ultimate gambler, right? I mean, we put up those couple graphics yesterday. He made 16 trades. Tim McMahon, mentioned, listen, Dwight Powell's the only guy left from that team that went to the conference finals, not to the NBA finals. And he consistently tried to, turn over this roster, and probably there's two moves that doomed him. Certainly the Luka trade and the Quentin Grimes trade. I think for me, when I look at that trade for Caleb Martin, I think that's impactful too, because I think Grimes could have helped this group here. It's going to be hard for him to get back in this thing. I mean, it really is. I think you kind of take a year away and you reflect on what you could have done and what you could have done better. And I think that will probably open up his eyes to a lot of different things.
Would you consider naming Mark Cuban to a role just because he seems to know what the fans want and he knows what they want to hear?
I would. And I do think, listen, he knows the pulse of the organization. I know he still has a piece of this team. I think he provides tremendous insight from him being involved as the majority owner and now as a minority owner here. I think if you would have had Mark involved in February, you're probably not doing this deal, because it wasn't just about and you guys know this, it wasn't about the basketball deal. It was about, like, what comes after that. And I think that's where when you're watching the game on Monday, and this has been going on since February, and players are getting that feel where playing at home is a detriment, and you got PJ shooting free throws to tie the game, and the fans are chanting "Fire Nico." That's hard to come back from, and I do think, So if I was in that front office and I was the owner here, I would certainly want Mark involved, because I do think, you won a championship with him. He's been part of this organization and has taken a little bit of a back seat lately.
Well, you're the man, Bobby. Thanks for answering all of our questions, and enjoy this season. We'll try to catch up with you soon.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Salute. ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks here with you on 105.3 The Fan, answering all the questions about this decision the Mavs made yesterday to move on from Nico Harrison. All righty. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Cowboys getting back to work tomorrow. We'll do the news of the evening and talk about them getting ready for the Raiders coming up next year. It's the G-Back Nation, The Fan. note, Cowboys news of the evening. They'll be back in practice tomorrow, and you're getting quite a bit of reinforcement. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let me ask you this real quick. If this defense, with Quinnen Williams now, Logan Wilson, the safeties are back and healthy, if this defense restarted the season, where would you rank them in the NFL? Is this one of the worst 5 defenses still? Is this an average defense? It couldn't possibly be top 3rd. Where would you put them, Brian?
That's an interesting question, because I'm sitting there now having to think, because I know Quinnen Williams is a player. I know Logan Wilson is a player. Do I have Overshown back is who I have?
Yeah, you got Overshown and Wilson.
Yeah.
Ezraku's knocked the rust off. Clowney's knocked the rust off.
Okay, Ezraku is a rookie, so he would be starting from scratch.
Well, yeah, well, let's put him as good as he is today, though.
Okay,
just so I can set expectations for the final 8 games.
Okay, man. Quinnen Williams, best player. Kenny Clark, one of the better run defenders. Clowney, I didn't really know all about. I thought Clowney was kind of washed, but he's playing
pretty good last couple weeks.
Yeah, he has been. Top 20,
okay,
maybe.
I'll take it. I
mean, because I know with Quinnen Williams, like I said, he's one of the best defensive tackles in the league. I personally liked his brother at linebacker better than I liked Logan Wilson. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Quincy Williams would have been a great
Quincy Williams is, but Logan's a Mike linebacker. So, man, the cornerbacks are still a struggle for me right now. I think you've gotten better at defensive tackle. I think you've gotten better at linebacker. Could I get better at corner could all of a sudden Carson and Revel step in and
maybe
give me something? Yeah. But if you're playing with the current corners without those guys, yeah, it's probably inside the top 20, probably somewhere between like 18, 19, 20, somewhere right around there.
And that would put you at 24.4 points per game allowed. That would be outstanding. I think that'd be enough. Right now, I got the team going 4-4, maybe 5-3. I think you lose these next 3 after the Raiders and the Chargers game. You taking any more or less than that?
No, I'm trying to find a way to, I've got to steal a couple of games.
Yeah.
I've got to beat Philadelphia at home, and I got to beat Kansas City at home. I don't think I'm going to win at Detroit. And I think depending on the Chargers give up a ton of pressures. And they give up a ton of sacks, they keep winning. But that's a team that's, maybe you could get at home. I mean, you've got these tough games at home.
Yeah.
The road games at the end, you go to the Giants, you go to the Commanders,
You go to Detroit after Thanksgiving.
See, that's the one that's probably that's the one. If you're on a little bit of a 3-game heater right now, win Vegas, win Philadelphia, somehow win Kansas City on a short week.
Yeah.
Momentum's good. But man, I'm not counting on them winning it. I'm not counting on them winning. Like at the beginning of the season, we didn't count on winning at Denver. And we thought, wow, maybe they're, this offense, maybe they can. And no,
and man, the Chargers looked so dang good on Sunday night. Their pass rush. They got 3 corners.
Yeah, they could be a little up and down, though, the way they play, depending on the quarterback. And I could say they give up a lot of pressures.
And their run game is not good.
Yeah.
It's not good at all with Vidal, I guess, an undrafted guy who's kind of stepped in there after the injuries to Hampton and Harris. But, I think, 4-4 down the stretch would be good enough, I think, to start building belief. But if you go out and lose to the Raiders on Monday night, then
so the draft show starts Tuesday.
Yeah. But you got 6 guys stepping in for you now that either have been hurt the majority of the season or you just traded for them. This should transform it.
This is a huge swing at it. Mm-hmm. This could be like the game where offensively you kind of work out all the bugs. You play like, oh, wow, we look a little bit better, communication, okay. But it kind of could be the game that could set you up to all right, defense looked good. And now, if communication, everybody was kind of playing together. Now let's go play Philadelphia. Now let's go play. You go out there and flop around and look bad on defense against the Raiders.
You're heading for a six-game losing streak.
And let their offensive line knock you around all over the place, and they surely can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Have a game like you did at Carolina where all of a sudden Ashton Genty runs around like Rico Dowdle. Then all of a sudden just like fire the draft show up on Big Board Report on Tuesday. Here we go.
Yeah, and at that point, I would not have a lot of confidence that even if you nailed those 2 first-round picks, that you could have a significantly better season next year. So I think this is like in all the marbles game if I was going to take a mantra, because it's going to impact the rest of this season. Your playoff chances, which are very slim.
4%, I think, right now.
Wow, but then next year as well. Okay, Dan Graziano today said there's a strong likelihood the Cowboys end up franchise tagging George Pickens.
I believe it.
The salary probably $7 or $10 million less than what he and his agent will ask for. Do you guys assume this will go like the Micah Parsons holdout? Are they just going to copy that playbook and say push him to the limit? And if so, would you shy away from it in any way if you're the Joneses?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you could feel any other way if the insiders are already telling you that the franchise tag is the most likely situation here. You already know how Mulugeta is going to react to that. And it's not going to be, oh, we're so thankful for this.
Yeah.
So there will end up being some pushback. I don't know that it would get as testy as the Micah one got, because that got super personal and crazy. And you would like to think that on both sides you could learn from some mistakes there, but it will be a talking point all off season. Will he be holding out in training camp? All that kind of stuff if they're just going to go the franchise tag route. Unless it's just as a placeholder, and then as the off season goes on, they work out a deal or something like that. But yeah, I would expect that to get pretty testy.
I wonder if Jerry would look at that like as a good thing if you go back to back having a major confrontation throughout training camp with one of your star players. I don't know how he would look at that. I would think we don't want to go there. This agitated the fans. This might have agitated the locker room. We dealt ourselves at a disadvantage in back-to-back off seasons, not having CeeDee Lamb there and then not having Micah Parsons there, ultimately trading him.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys listen to our show, and they're probably hearing us right now talk about this. But, guys, if you're hearing this, get all your ducks in a row and get all those releases out of the way. Get that clear off as much salary cap as you can and make an effort to try and show George Pickens that, hey, listen, we don't want to franchise tag you. We'll work with you here, but we've tried to clear the decks as much as we can. Yeah. I mean, there's players they can move on from and clear some salary cap space and then find a way to maybe get that contract done. I don't know if they necessarily want to pay $35,000 a year. Or $35 million a year to 2 players. I don't know if they necessarily want to do that. But I tell you what, I would sure try and do a thing where I would tag him, and I'd make sure I'd have that control, because if I have the tag situation, maybe I could still trade him.
Right.
That's my ultimate thing I don't want to do, but at least I have the control. But if you show him that you're willing to kind of clear some salary, you know, that maybe that, hey, we'd like to have you back. Was he making like $4 million a year right now?
Yeah, it's tiny. Three is what I saw.
What's he making?
3.
He's making 3?
Yeah.
Like, okay, so he's making $3 million. You're about to give him about a $25 million raise.
At least.
Is what you're about to give him.
Yeah, with the franchise tag. Yeah, I would immediately do that.
Maybe, yeah, and that's all guaranteed.
Right.
That is all guaranteed. So, like I say, those guys over there listen to our show. And I'm just saying, guys, if you want to get it done. But they're probably going to have to clear a lot of that salary cap and kind of figure it out.
I mean, if you want to tag him, that's fine. I would say have your ducks in a row there. Tag him and have a team that you're going to instantly trade him to, or make sure before training camp arrives you have some sort of a resolution to it is how I would approach it.
Don't go to training camp just thinking that, like, yeah, I mean, heck, he could be even more volatile than Michael Parsons. If you think about it. I mean, he's been a great teammate, person, all that, said all the right things, done all the right things, but his personality is kind of like that. He could go off, you know, if you tag him, but he might be okay with that.
He might look at it like, this is great. I'm getting $28 million. I get to do another year.
Yeah,
I'll get more next year.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they tag me again.
That's how Tank looked at it. And I think Mulugeta would probably ask him, how hard do you want to play this? And obviously Micah Parsons had a big appetite to try to, you know, extract maximum value that led down the path that it did. But if Jerry Jones is serious when he says, I'm looking at it more urgently here at 83 years old, then the only answer here is to keep George Pickens and improve your defense simultaneously. It's not an either-or type of offseason. season.
Yeah.
If you're thinking Dak's older, I'm older, we have George Pickens, we have Quinnen Williams, let's finish the build and try to build a top 10 offense along with the top 10 defense. Okay, ESPN's NFL free agent rankings are out. Maybe we'll get into that a little bit later on. Where's George Pickens there, and who might be available if you did, in fact, move on from GP if you're looking for another second wide receiver. But, Chief, what do we got coming up next?
Let's crank open a rim sesh. We have some very interesting tidbits about Nico's tenure in Dallas. That's next in the nation.
On the next KNC Masterpiece, we start scouting the Raiders plus the first Mavs game of the post-Nico era. That and Sean Merriman coming up at 12:20. You got to tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
1877 Cars for Kids. KA.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's dive into more of this Nico backstory. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rack!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Mavs fans are out in Victory Plaza just soaking in the ambiance of Nico no longer being the shot caller with the Mavericks. Take it away, Mavs fans, on Channel 4.
I feel happy, man. All the fans finally got together, man. You can't stop us all. You can't put us all down.
It's more for the fans than for the organization. I guess for the organization because of the sorry trade.
You say your boyfriend's a huge Mavs fan.
Yeah, he got season tickets last year, but this year he decided not to. We live right there, and he was like, I don't think it's worth it. He's in a business meeting right now, but once he hears this, I think there's going to be a thrill in him because he's pissed. They're all pissed.
So I think we're still upset, and I think now it's like we could have our we could start over now.
Will you go to a game this season now that Nico's fired?
Yeah, I will. I will gladly support this team. I said it from the get-go. It was never about the players. We meant no disrespect to any player. Just can't let one man be above the whole fan base in the program.
So there it is. Mavs fans have spoken, and it is a collective sigh of relief. And this is just step one in the healing process. Plenty of work has to be done here, and the ensuing decisions that get made will play a huge part in trying to get this thing back to at least some level of normalcy. But we did have, because now you have all the fallout stories, right?
Yeah.
And
buddy, people are emptying their notebook on Nico like they did after the Luka trade.
Right.
Wait till you hear this.
Yeah. So Tim Cato, DLLS Mavs, he has in his sort of how we got here article, I think the thing that jumped out to me the most was this particular paragraph where he says, there had always been signs that Nico was underwater in his front office role. In the first years, front office executives around the league found it curious how difficult it was to reach him on the phone until more of those responsibilities were shifted to assistant general manager Matt Riccardi, who's going to be taking over side by side with Michael Finley here in the interim. Some trades were surprisingly pricey for the returns. Others that likely would have been mistakes, like how Nico attempted to deal 2 first-rounders for Kyle Kuzma, went unpunished despite Harrison's best efforts. One team source, this is the big one here, one team source recalls a document where Nico placed Drew Holiday within the same trade target tier as Nikola Jokic.
Wow. I guess that's really believing defense wins championships.
While at Nike, Nico's role involved talent evaluation, but from the very first moment he was hired, several league sources say there were questions whether those evaluations would translate to coherent team building. So that line right there, where Drew Holiday is in the same trade target tier as Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
I would love to get some answers on that.
Mark Cuban should have fired him that day. Like, oh, man, I'm sorry. I just realized I made a tremendous mistake here. If you think Drew Holiday and Nico or Jokic are comparable assets, then you got to go. It's easy from a Nike perspective. You just wait to see who's generating the most engagement on Twitter. That's the guy we want to sign, right? Whether he is the best player or the most fan-friendly, those are the metrics that we care about. It really didn't have anything to do with evaluating who the best guys were to do a shoe deal with.
Some days you like Paxton Lynch.
Yeah, but that would be like you after some time in the NFL and seeing what Paxton Lynch is and then saying, I still want him over whoever the best quarterback in the league is at the time. I don't know. It's crazy. And it's not to dunk on Drew Holiday at all because heck of a piece. heck of a piece. I mean, a few years ago, you trade for Drew Holiday. You feel fantastic about that.
He's made Portland respectable this year.
But the idea that he would be on the same tier as Nikola Jokic, and Jokic is a pipe dream, but he would still be at the top of the pyramid if you're just doing an exercise of
eyeball test.
Let's just power rank the guys we'd most like to trade for.
Build a team around.
Yeah. And I mean, but Nikola Jokic is a similar kind of deal with Luka, right? He loves his beer. He loves other things outside of basketball. Not always in the best condition when you look at the shape of him, but to have Drew Holiday in the same tier is I mean, that's like borderline malpractice.
It is. And so is not being able to get a hold of the guy on the phone. You know, you never know what sort of opportunities can materialize if you're talking with everybody at all times. And I said, I guess Monday or last week, that being a basketball GM is not that difficult. But one of the key things you have to do is massage relationships, stay in contact with everybody around the league. I thought from his initial press conference, dude was so awkward, had a hard time speaking publicly, you know, connecting sentences together, relating to people in the audience. It was always putting off the energy of a guy giving a speech in 8th grade that was just up there and into his own head way too much to actually communicate and engage with the audience. And I thought eventually he would get over that. But this phone call thing where you can't even get a hold of the guy makes me, you know, further believe there was an awkwardness or a lack of communication skills, which should have also been a fireable offense for Mark Cuban very early in his tenure. But this was Cuban trying to outthink the room and show everybody, just like when he broke up the championship, that I can make the decision here that puts this team ahead.
Man, was there any more frightening class than speech class in middle school? You got to get up there in front of your peers and
I never had a problem with that.
Oh gosh, that was the worst of all time.
I used to stop in the middle of the speech. Like, I got 75% of that speech done, maybe 80%. I'm done.
That's good. I'll take the seat.
Give me my BSC right now. I'm done. My hands are too clammy. I'm done with this.
I was the same way, dude.
Like, you're doing so good right now. I was like, well, I'm done though.
Yeah, it's over.
It's a wrap, baby.
There's no close. Okay, I had the attention getter. I tried to go ahead and give my spiel, and I don't have a close to this.
Yeah, I'm eating this footnotes version, whether you know it or not. This is a footnotes version. I'm eating it alive right now, killing it.
That was awful. I mean, even into community college, I stood up there and I just hated every single second of it.
I liked it.
It was a mandatory class. You liked it? Yeah. Get up there and own the room?
That too. I believe that, Dawson.
Yeah. I still remember the first one in 7th grade where I went up there and I had to do this, and I've been sweating it for like 2 weeks. Yeah. And then I was done with it. I was like, man, that was freaking awesome.
Let's run this back.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. I believe that, bro.
Yeah.
No, that was high anxiety times.
You were having anxiety at the leadoff today. With the whole
heck yeah, I was. I had big time butterflies.
Well, then anxiety brings out the best in you, brother.
Yeah, you did a great job, man.
Oh man, I appreciate that. I just you just kind of have an out of body experience and you just let go. You let go of control for.
That was performance art.
Five good minutes.
It was solid spoken word. If you missed it, go back with the Odyssey app or YouTube to the start of the show. You're gonna love it.
Here's some spoken word that I don't know that we will appreciate. Shams Charania on ESPN. Again, we get conflicting reports on how involved was Kid. Did he sign off on the Luka deal? Should he be another public enemy here in this situation? Here's NBA insider Shams.
At that time, though, it is important to note there was full alignment in that organization, from ownership to Nico Harrison to his staff to Coach Jason Kidd. There was alignment on the potential of trading Luka Doncic. Then it was Nico Harrison, obviously, whose decision it was, whose idea it was, who made the pitch, who made the efforts to trade Luka Doncic, and that's what he got done.
I mean, when they made the trade, Kidd said, I didn't know, but then they kind of floated that he was aligned with Nico's philosophy on what it was going to take to win a championship. You know, so I'm not sure which insider to believe on this one. Hopefully there's a tell-all book coming from Tim McMahon at some point.
Oh, let's get it, man. Broaddus will be at the book signing.
Yeah.
Chop it up with Windhorse and Bontemps. And
those dudes were actually really
enjoy
nice.
Some good finger foods.
They were really nice.
I don't doubt it. Well, speaking of your guy, Wendy, here he is talking about Nico being fired and all the reasons behind it.
The Mavericks had to do this deal today. Not this deal, but this move today to save their brand. They were suffering deeply within their own market, and it was negatively affecting their players. The idea that this trade was controversial, we knew from the second after Shams hit that tweet last February. But the way that it's been managed, particularly by Nico, has been terrible. The idea of trading Luka Doncic is a controversial one, but you can make a basketball case for it. I don't think it's a winning case. You can make a case for it. What Nico has said to sell it to the fan base has been a complete failure from the day after it happened, and that is why it got to this position.
So yeah, I mean that's certainly what's going to happen here from an ownership standpoint when the brand and everything, the Q rating of the entire organization is at an all-time low. You're not doing the sellouts the same way, and again, you are at the end of a game versus Milwaukee, right there in the final moments, free throw line, 1-point game, and nobody cares about the game.
Yeah.
They all have one objective in mind, and that's unifying together to get Nico out of town, and it worked. And tip of the cap to Mavs fans, and we will be repeating that forever. Fan bases do have some power and some control here, and if you're unrelenting, and a lot of times maybe it's a bit dramatic, but not in this case. This needed to be done.
No, it did, and salute to everybody that canceled their season tickets as well. I think that had a big impact on it.
That was another C I had for what's the C in Nico stand for? Cancellation tickets.
Yeah. Sub to our YouTube Dallas fan cam. I believe Carter Freeman's cranked out a couple of shorts. Those are about 2.5 minutes or so of Chiefs epic. I don't know, was that about a 5 or 6 minute production there at the start of the show?
Something like that, give or take.
Breathing absolute fire. But yeah, I called Derek Holland last week. I was like, man, I was just checking in with you for my annual request for the Trailblazers tickets that I'm sure nobody wants, but they're going to be in town Sunday. So, I'd love to be able to pretend like I'm the greatest dad ever and take Abby there to the second row. He's like, man, I canceled those things. I was like, I totally agree with your decision.
Yeah, tip of the cap.
But
why couldn't you go?
I'll just take her to CC's Pizza, and
you should have just said, well, why didn't you wait till after the Trailblazers game? What the hell?
Start lashing out.
Didn't you know I needed these tickets, bro?
Yeah, I mean that place has turned into a morgue, and I think it put off the feeling that if we're losing this much money now, imagine how much more it could be magnified. One of the quickest firings you'll see in any sport for any role in an organization. Nico is out. We got 3 down, 2 to go, and we're back into talking football next, Chief.
Yeah, football's finest injury news, big personalities, and we ask the question, are you dominant to the taco? That's next year in the nation, but...
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
For the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for making us part of it. We're about 28 minutes now from the G-Bag of the day, and we're now under an hour away from Danny Cannell talking college football. The second round of rankings out last night. Speaking of football, here's the Chief with some finest.
Yes, sir. We got lots to get into right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
Yeah.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
All right, let's get into it, boys. I'm glad that tickles you as much as it does me.
Oh, he's the best.
We do love he's the best. Lamar Jackson not practicing today. Finished Sunday's game versus Minnesota, but took some hard hits. Ravens play in Cleveland on Sunday, and we'll see what the injury report has to say about that. But just something to monitor there with Lamar Jackson. Cardinals wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent surgery for appendicitis, out for at least this week and possibly longer. These we saw the Corey Seager situation, that can bleed into some considerable time.
Marvin Harrison was out for appendicitis? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was looking at something on college football.
Oh, okay. I thought you had something
Cowboys
to
never catch a break, can they?
Attribute to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No.
This guy goes off, has one of his best games.
Well, they catch a break from time to time. You get the Panthers on the schedule. You get the Cardinals on the schedule. With or without Marvin Harrison
I'm just
Jr.
saying, though, Marvin Harrison played one of the best games he's played all year, maybe in his short career against you.
Yeah.
No
question. And that's just kind of the way it goes now.
Yeah.
When your secondary is this bad, we are all clinging on to the hope that some of these guys coming off the injury report for the Cowboys and, of course, the trades that were made, can the defense just be competent at any level? We will find out on Monday night.
All you can do now is try to get, Trey Tucker on your fantasy team.
Yeah.
Raiders' second wide receiver.
Yeah, dude.
Trust me, they're going to launch one to him. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Raiders do have, even like their offense compared to the Cowboys' offense, they have a higher explosive rush rate and a higher explosive pass rate, despite how bad they are. They don't score.
But if you look at explosive plays, they're the second fewest in the league.
Yeah, and
I think Cleveland's number 1, and I think they're number 2.
Yeah, I see here
58?
It's the Browns, it's the Saints, the Steelers, the Titans, the Panthers, then the Raiders when you're going from bottom up.
Yeah.
So the Raiders are definitely, they don't have as many explosive plays, but I mean, they're doing just over 5 explosive plays per game. The Cowboys are just over 5. I mean, the Cowboys only have in 9 games 24 rushes of 10 or more yards. Or 21 rushes of 10 or more yards. There's only like 1 or 2 teams worse than that.
I think the Raiders had 24 I watched. How many they got?
Raiders 24? Have. And I see 22 here.
Yeah, 3. I think 4 of them with a quarterback for 10 plus yards rushes.
Old Gino running for his life. Yeah, that's what's going to happen here.
Seriously, it was a 3rd and 10, and they ran a toss sweep for an 11-yard first down. I mean, that's kind of stuff that's going to happen in the Cowboy game.
Hey, hopefully not. Quinn Williams is here to save us all.
I hope you're right. I hope you're right, man. I just don't know. I hope it all works out.
Who are you more worried about, Brock Bowers or Max Crosby?
Well, I get to look at Max Crosby tonight.
Oh, that's true. You haven't totally studied the defense
I get
yet.
I get
okay, we'll circle back on that.
I'll tell you what, though.
question.
I don't think Dallas might not have anybody that can block Max Crosby. And I know they don't have anybody that can cover Brock Bowers right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pick your poison situation with those two guys. Those are must double, perhaps triple kind of players there.
Bowers is the guy that could ruin your day and go for 200 yards and 3 touchdowns. You know, you feel like we've played good pass rushers. Our offense has still performed well against them. To me, it's Bowers. But Krusty's corner tomorrow, 340. Get a good look at the defense.
Looking forward to it. All right, congratulations, Rob Gronkowski. Signed a 1-day contract and retired as a Patriot today. So it's official for old Gronky. Now,
is he in their Hall of Fame?
I don't know if
they put that. They have like the red jacket they give him.
Yeah, I don't know
Hall
if
of
he's
Fame guys.
I don't know if he's gotten there yet because he hasn't. I guess even technically retired until today. But I would imagine next season they'll have that. Those red jackets are pretty sick.
Yeah, saw Mike Vrabel with his on. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're sharp. Okay, so elsewhere here in the division, we mentioned earlier,
the red jacket or the green jacket.
Well, gold jacket, green jacket. Who gives a bleep?
Yellow jacket, green jacket.
Happy Gilmore?
Red jacket.
No, it's fantastic.
Red jacket, I think. Yeah.
If you're not going off you're just going off the look of it and not
you're going out
meaning behind it.
Yeah, you're going
the
out on
jacket.
You're going out on the town. You got to wear a sport coat. Red.
I'd probably go with red. That's going to be a tough look for me. It's not my best hue, but maybe the gold could kind of work. I don't know, but I think overall you want the gold jacket because you're a Hall of Famer. You know,
right?
Even over the Masters, right?
I don't know
NFL
about
Hall
that.
of Famer more prestigious than a single Masters win
worldwide.
I mean, you could have just had a great weekend.
Worldwide,
you're in the Hall of Fame. You have 9 figures in your retirement fund. You know, you win one Masters, you might end up with a couple of mil. That's not rubber stamping anything.
It's act like we're Tiger Woods. We got some cash, don't we?
Well, Tiger Woods does, yes,
Tiger
but
Woods.
He's got 15 majors.
Oh, you're talking about somebody like
Jose Maria Olazabal. Yeah,
I think he's won some cash.
Yeah, he's doing all right, but not as good as your average Hall of Famer from the same era.
Yeah.
What's your jacket?
Green.
Going with green.
Going with green.
Just because of what it means.
Worldwide.
Yeah. Worldwide. All right. Connor Hughes covers the Giants, and he says that the Giants' head coaching job is desirable. And he says
Mike McCarthy's working out right now on the farm.
He said he reached out to an offensive coach on a contending team.
Okay.
And this guy will apparently have plenty of suitors. And he asked him where New York would fit for him. And the response from the coach was, Dart, Neighbors, and our scheme, bleep, yes, I would want that job. So there's just a little insight into like how desirable
Who do you think he asked? Who do you think he asked? Let's guess.
Pull up the contending teams. He didn't give us a conference, so it's going to be tough to parse through. He didn't even say play caller, but you'd have to assume a play caller.
Who's doing this story? Let's see if we can.
This is Connor Hughes.
Okay.
Now, in the meantime, here's Jameis Winston at the podium, and this is the beauty of Jameis Winston once again being a starting quarterback in the NFL. We'll see if it lasts more than 4 quarters.
Tear him up.
But this was Jameis being asked about what Giants fans can expect and what this means to him.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. You know, obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution, and just play ball, man. Like this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old, and I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm gonna be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know. Yeah, 10-year reunion.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad he clarified that because I wouldn't have known that was a Hamilton reference. But there he is, just singing. I can't wait for. I mean, we're definitely going to get. I don't know if he's been doing them as the third string quarterback, but as the starter, we're going to get pregame.
Yes, bro. He has been doing the hype speech for the squad, and then they make him go sit on the bench.
Really?
Yeah, fam. It's been driving me crazy.
Oh.
He hypes up the squad, then he goes stands on the bench. Like, put him on kickoff team or something, man.
Yeah.
Let the man get a hit.
Let him get some contact out there. I couldn't agree more. At least have a special, Jameis package.
Something,
right?
bro.
Work him into the mix here.
Okay. Hype them boys up just to go sit down and drink Gatorade. It's crazy.
It is crazy. But at least they're getting some use out of them. I mean, that's fantastic. But this week's pregame, that's going to be electric. I'm calling it now. That's going to be a G-Bag of the day now.
Going viral.
I think I got who it is.
Okay, you are guessing the anonymous offensive coach who is on a contending team right now and says bleep yes to being the head coach to the Giants.
Talk to Joe Brady.
All right.
Makes sense. Probably knows Joe Brady.
Yeah,
Brady's worked with the Giants. And where is he right now?
He's at Buffalo.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're in division. He's seen him quite a bit.
It's the Giants' job. He's in Buffalo.
Well, this guy works in New York, so he's also the AFC East.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense because this is like a duel. This is a Jets-Giants reporter.
He talked to Joe Brady. Is who he talked to.
Okay, there you heard it here first with Brian Broaddus.
Is that the Golden Phone weighing in or your own gut?
I'm just feeling this,
gut
man.
feel.
I like to try and put together who these sources are.
I'm just glad it's not Clayton Adams, with that caveat that it's a contending team. But if you're Arizona, aren't you blowing up that phone as soon as the season's over? Or maybe right now, Clayton, come on back. We're going to blow out Gannon.
To be the head coach? Yeah. I wouldn't push too hard on that. I mean, we'll see how this Cowboys offense evolved over the course of the rest of the season because you've seen some slippage, right? I mean, the slippage has been there.
Sure.
Hopefully, this bye week, reinvent yourself. You get the tune-up game versus the Raiders, get that thing back going on all cylinders. But right now, Cowboys offense has some. We're kind of side-eyeing it a little bit. All right, now we'll stick with the Giants here for a second. I don't know what goes through the brain of Cam Scattaboo, but we got a little window into this. He's, of course, recovering from the injury, and so he's spending a lot of time on the recliner, hopping on the sticks, streaming, playing some video games. And this was the conversation he had while on the video game headset.
Do you, turn your head to eat a taco, or do you turn the taco for you? Are you dominant to the taco, or does the taco, do you turn your head for the taco? It's about the dominance of the taco, though. If you're turning the taco, you're dominating the taco.
Okay, I like that. I don't know if he's off the pain-killing medication yet, but
that just might be some good old-fashioned CTE creeping up in mid-conversation. Are you dominant to the taco?
There's no way you can be, because if you tilt the taco, any sort of tomato, cheese, lettuce at the top is dripping out. You're playing defense against that thing crumbling in your own hands. If you don't want to tilt, you got to get a burrito.
Taco explosion's a real thing. When you bite into that and
the bottom,
the
bottom falls out on you.
Especially go hard shell. That thing.
I feel like you'd have to tilt.
That thing disintegrates on you.
I mean, I understand he wants to be dominant at everything he does, and he wants to be the alpha in every situation.
I think you have to
even
lean.
His relationship with a taco.
I think you have to lean actually to eat a tacos. By the way. I think you have to lean forward.
Oh, so you're doing more than just a head tilt over the plate. You're putting some body.
I'm going forward and low level. Yeah. I think that
low man wins.
You've got it. That first bite's key because a lot of things can go wrong on that first bite. Once you establish that things are under control, that everything, the vessel, everything's together.
There's no crack down the bottom of it.
See, that's what kills you.
Vertical.
The first bite just really crushes the whole
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You've got to establish that the thing is holding together for the second bite. So it's a lean, and it's kind of like a check. And then you can proceed on.
Okay, so we're grabbing some tacos after work now, brother. I'm gonna find out. Great job of selling them, fam.
I'm gonna be leaning over my steering wheel on the way home. Sitting in 635
I'll
traffic.
tell you what you need to do if you're gonna eat in your car. Carry a big old towel. You just take the towel. If you're one of those people,
just cover your lap with it, or bib
and
that
then go
thing?
in the shirt.
Okay.
Go into the shirt, tuck it, and then have it in front like that, and then go to town. And because I can't tell you how many times I've dropped stuff. Trying to, go between all this podcast I'm doing, I got to eat on the
eating
car.
on the fly, stomping on the.
I have a big old towel that I put in the car and take it out and wash it every week, kind of a thing, and then put it back in.
We need every Friday. We need to get Broaddus's towel and just see how the week has taken its toll.
Wednesday, I had some Philly cheesesteak right there. If you can tell right here. Mama's and Roses. I went there on Tuesday.
I'm telling you what,
little spot right there.
Lucius is right. The Jack in the Box taco, that thing will shoot grease out the back of that thing.
It will.
And you got to be aware that could end up on a shirt, the pants. By the way, have you guys noticed the men's room here? When you use the men's room here, that it splashes all over the place.
Oh, no. Big time, yeah.
Have you noticed that?
I haven't noticed that yet.
The angle of the the angle of the urinal is not great.
See, that was my issue with the last spot. That's why I never used the urinal. I found this one to actually be a better fit. More compatible.
Yeah, you wear long pants.
Okay.
You haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, you wear shorts in there, and all of a sudden you get the pee sprinkler going on your shins.
I was talking to the big boss man. Big boss man was in there with me, and he and I were talking about, like, he was telling me.
Yeah, Brothers, how you doing?
He was telling me, I thought I went to school in Missouri. Have you ever been to Missouri?
I'm Bob McKay.
And so Bob's.
Here's $2.
He's talking to me the whole time, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm just peeing on myself right now here.
Yeah.
I literally, it's splashing all over my legs.
Do you want the pad? Like, don't you want to have a little bit one of those, like,
How
the
about
splash
a better
pads?
angle? How about a better angle for
Okay,
that
so
thing?
it's just the angle.
It's weird.
I don't see any issue, but maybe it's just because the texture of the floor is different. I can't see that mist kind of descend and sit on top with thousands of micro urine droplets sitting on
That
my
was
shoes.
awful.
Maybe I'll have to go back into the stall.
I think you got to just aim, Broadus. I think instead of going to the wall, I think you want to aim it down into the water.
Yes.
I think.
But it makes this, like, the sound of the water is just like, oh my gosh, what is he dropping a bucket in there? I mean, it's
Well,
just
hey,
so
be proud if you still got some velo on that.
I think my man Tim Collins was in there doing the afternoon stuff, you know?
Oh, dude.
So there was a lot of going on in there. I mean,
Busy spot.
It was like Grand Central Station. I'm not used to that. I'm not used to the Grand Central Station bathroom.
Bit of
It's
an
like
adjustment.
Everybody in there. Every boss was in there doing something.
It is cool coming around this corner and seeing the KRLD news operation, right?
Yeah.
It's Dallas radio history right over there.
It is pretty sick. Yeah, like this new environment, it's kind of cool.
They kind of look at me like, who the hell are you, kind of a deal. You know, they kind of, oh, okay. Yeah, I know who you are. Okay.
You're the Gang of Seven guy.
Gang of Seven guy, yeah. You're a news getter.
You coming over here to interrupt us, or what are you doing, Broadus?
No, I saved that for the radio. Thank you, Chief. Okay, we're coming back to Hit the Expressway. What folks are saying about Mark Cuban's level of involvement in rebuilding the Mavs. How much do you want to see Cubes and 2026 NFL free agent rankings before we get to the G-Bag of the day here on The Fan?
But
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
93 The Fan. Time to hit the expressway. We got the G-Bag today coming up in 5 minutes. Yeah, just a quick side note. It smells like a locker room in here, Brian. That's why we opened up the door. So if you hear some ambient noise,
we had to crack it.
It's just because it smells like maybe you and Fred Davis were working out during yesterday's show and just sweated all over the carpet. And now it's got like that locker room mustiness to it.
It really does.
You haven't detected that?
We're just missing some Axe body spray.
And I don't think it's us, because when I walked in today, it was that way. And I thought, okay, when Kevin and Corey leave, eventually that smell will dissipate. But 3.5 hours later, it's still very much here. It's very much alive and present.
We're putting that work in. You know what I'm saying? We're grinding our balls off in here. I think it just really just shows the amount of work and effort that we're putting. Blood, sweat, and tears, man.
That's the smell of sweat equity right there. So that's what I'm talking about. Okay.
But let me ask
the
you
new
this.
car smell is already gone. Like, that is kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Do you have a situation where you have, like, the morning show doesn't bathe before they come on air?
I could see that.
So
yeah.
all of a sudden you got stink on the chair from Bobby. One of the hoodies, it's probably got stink on that.
I thought I was smelling Choppy's bare feet in here earlier.
Yeah, Choppy.
Feet, yeah.
Choppy will, like, they're probably.
But we never smelled that in the old spot. So I figured if it was there, it could have been there. Maybe this just holds smell.
It does, man. It does. Like, that door is a heavy door. I mean, it's a more confined area, and the door didn't always slam shut in the old one, right? Like, it could just crack open.
Yeah.
So, there was a circulation
I think we had more space.
More space.
We had more space, so you didn't get but, yeah, I think the morning guys probably don't bathe until they get home.
Troy used to fart in the chair so much from his morning breakfast that when I got in there during the middays and sat down, there would just be a cloud of funk around me. About the first segment or so.
That's that 4:30 a.m. McGriddle.
Sausage, biscuits, and Miss
biting back.
Nasty, bro.
When I did morning drive, I would go back and forth. Like in the summer, I think it was easier to shower because everything would be warmer, right? But when you come out of an early morning shower and you're shivering and you're already miserable because it's 3 a.m. and you've only had 6 hours of sleep, it's just I
guarantee you those guys aren't taking showers when they're getting up and coming over here to work.
You only have so much time.
Yeah.
You're like, man, I got to get up and go. Smoking Cuban says more Cuban is not the way to go, building off a detail in the Tim McMahon article that apparently Cuban and DeMont are in regular contact again for the first time in a while, and they had become alienated or whatever.
Sure.
But now the estrangement is over, and Cuban might have more influence in where this goes than at any point since he sold the team to the Adelsons.
Okay, I thought you were saying that there was no truth that they were maybe going to talk. I thought you were going to give me one of those.
No, it's just a blog saying.
Well, somebody in the organization might hey, you sure you want to do that? You sure you want to?
Yeah.
You got an owner that doesn't know. I mean, we were talking with Bobby Marks earlier. He's kind of laughed. You got an owner that doesn't know. He's trying to learn as he's going along here. And he's just going to listen to a lot of different people, and you just worry if some people in the organization, I said the word self-preservation, that they're trying to hey, well, listen, you really don't want to listen to that guy because he really doesn't know what's going on. Or that guy does know what's going on.
As Dumont figures it out, we need as many people in there that are competent.
Yeah.
And I know what rock bottom is for Mark Cuban. And it's not nearly as bad as trading away Luka. So I think Mark has a chance of, at least in an interim, having more influence and preventing this team from making the big mistakes. I also like that Mark Cuban tanked twice. Once for Luka, once for Derek Lively. And that might be the wisdom that a guy like Dumont absolutely needs right now. I don't know if somebody writing a blog or all the fans out there know how much of a disadvantage it is to have a new owner that is eager and urgent. He's excited about it. Like, you own an NBA team for 10, 15, 20 years. It's just like you're waking up and you're doing what you do. But in the early years of it, you feel sort of a pressure and excitement to go for it. You want to get back to the finals. And those sort of decisions could set you back a long time. Could you imagine trading more young assets right now for more veteran, broken down guys in hopes that they could pair up with AD and Kyrie Irving? Like, those are the kind of things that I think Patrick Dumont could very much be capable of still.
Yeah, that would be our biggest nightmare. You got to have somebody in here with some level of reality to hit him with and just say, hey, whatever it was, whatever the vision was up until yesterday, we got to go ahead and completely turn the page.
Yeah, and Cuban is the guy that at the same time can build the good vibes back. And he wasn't always a minister of good vibes. I mean, in his early days, some of the things that he made, like the Antoine Walker acquisition, Rafe LaFrance, like there were a lot of bad moves that he made even 7-8 years into his tenure trying to, push this thing towards a championship. So, obviously, I think wisdom and experience, and then a guy who can, talk to the fans in a way that wants to, rekindle that connection between the city and the franchise is perhaps the biggest reason that if I'm Patrick Dumont, I think Mark Cuban's a no-brainer to lean into that relationship. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Run, Godzilla! Yeah. Hey, man, this is G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Hit me up on social media, all social media platforms, Lucky Lucius P, if there's anything you think I should be playing. All right, this is day one, going for two of this champion audio. We have some student broadcasters in their bag. We're so excited. Go to Christ School. This is in Asheville, North Carolina. It is a boarding and day school for boys. They say they got like 27 state titles in all types of different sports, so they're really bragging about their school a little bit right here. But listen to this. It was a put-back dunk to win the game.
The Greenies have a chance to win this game. Here we go. Inbound to Goodlow. He'll go the other way. Will they call a timeout? Tries to steal it. Goodlow. Ellis a three. No good. Oh my God! 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 It's over! Oh my God! Greenies win! Holy crap! A walk-off winner! Greenies fifth I've ever seen in my life! I'm lost for words! Holy crap! Oh my goodness! It takes a miracle for me not to cuss now!
Yeah.
What a finish! 66 Christ School! 64 Fayetteville Academy! Your Greenies are taking this one home! Christ School will not be denied! A walk-off winner! They're all over the place, having a ball! Load up the bus! Greenies win! That's tough! That's a murder! Absolute cinema ending! Patty! You are a madman! The greatest thing I've ever seen on a basketball court at the high school level! Oh, how about that? My God! Wow!
In my 16 years on this earth, I've never seen something. Was that a rivalry? They started 1-0 with that putback dunk, right?
Yeah, that's what I think it was.
How do you go up from there?
I mean, by what they were telling me. Couldn't put it all the way together there.
Can't go undefeated unless you start 1-0, boys.
Hey,
I like to hear these guys after a loss.
Yeah, but it's good too.
And
maybe it was their first game on the call.
And the Greenies lost, and we'll be back with the highlights.
No! It's over!
I've never experienced a heartbreak like this before.
It's a murder.
All right, let's see what I got for you boys. Shout out to Mr. Rodeo Ron. I'll call him Uncle Ron.
Uncle Ron.
He called into the 6 o'clock sound off. Was that Monday night?
It was.
He had some words had some words for Nico, I believe.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Lucius, who's next?
Let's see here. We got Rodeo Ron. Rodeo. Sound off like he got a pair.
I gotta say one thing and one thing only. These Mavericks, they look like a high school garage band trying to headline at the ACC. Kyrie's on ice. Anthony Davis, he gets hurt so much, his medical charts, it's got more minutes than his game log does. And we're out here running plays like an open gym at the YMCA. But, hey, I will give credit to some of the young guns. They out here hustling, bustling like they're rich due tomorrow. Still, if I see one more missed three-pointer, I'm going to call Derek Harper myself and see if he'll shoot the F up and come over there and say something. I don't know, but hey, there's only one thing I want to hear tonight. That's fire Nico, so he can go back and be like Al Bundy and sell some damn Nike shoes that were made in some other god-awful country. Anyway, there's one thing. If you're not coming home with Radio Rod, then what the F you at, baby?
Where the man down by the river meets Jim Beam. Incredible call, Ron. Won the 6 o'clock sound off.
I like that. But hey, I don't know.
like the garage band at the ACC.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, man. From one rant to another. Let me get this mic over here. Bam. All right. Let's go to our man Eric Chiafalo. I thought you were going to start the show like this every top of the hour. I had it ready for you. I had it ready for you, dog.
Round 2.
Yeah, let's go, man. New audience. Yeah, my man Eric Chiafalo started the show with a rant to Nico Harrison as well.
Fortune favors the bold. So exciting things fell our way.
You, Nico Harrison, you didn't just rip our hearts out. You tossed them in a blender of betrayal. You chugged the smoothie of heartbreak, and you crapped it out. And then you urinated all over it. Your sick, selfish hatred for Fupa Fat Boy, beer-chugging superstars who drop 30-point triple-doubles in their sleep and carry teams to the finals on their big-ass backs sent us spiraling down into the sewage of the sport. And you traded our guy for an older, fatter, glass-boned big man who's played in maybe 30% of the games that you dragged him here. Defense wins championships, huh? What wins is fat, pale loaves of European bread rising to the occasion. Just ask the Nuggets. Luka was our loaf. Home-baked, yeast perfected, a once-in-a-millennium crust, the kind of talent most cities wait a lifetime to sniff. The basketball gods handed us a miracle, straight from our German goat loaf to this Slovenian masterpiece, and you wiped your Heidi with it. You rubbed it in our faces, and then you jammed Anthony Davis pipe dreams and 2-year windows down our throats. Windows held open with toothpicks over the most fragile roster in the league. Misfortune favors the incompetent, Nico. A wise man once said people are either showers or growers in this life. But Nico Harrison, he's both.
Well done, sir. Well done.
He said he's our loaf.
That's right.
He's built like a loaf, too.
Yeah.
At least he was.
Supposed to grow old with that loaf.
Yeah, now he's on gluten-free bread.
Yeah.
Baby girl's built like a muffin, but she's my muffin.
That's
You
right.
know what I'm saying?
That's right.
See, I got time to do one more. 37. Now I'm going to go with that.
Okay.
Those three.
All right.
Those three in the game.
We got our champ and a couple of challengers here. It's the G-Bag Nation's G-Bag of the Day on the Fan. We got our champ, Greenies win at Christ School. I need more backstory on this. I'm going to talk to these guys at a podcast or something. We got Rodeo Ron on the 6 o'clock sound off.
This
We
is a
got
tough one today.
Eric Chiafalo with Absolute Heat.
If I would have thrown this next one I had, it really made it tough.
Oh, wow.
So I had to back up off of that heat, put myself down. Back up off that heat.
It's too hot.
It's too hot.
Chief, I'm voting for you. How about you?
I appreciate that. I'm giving it to Ron, though, man. Ron was incredible.
Don't make it interesting like that.
Lucius?
Bros, you better do the right thing. I'm going with Ron.
Oh, you better do the right thing, fam. Chief.
We're tied at 2.
Yeah.
Here we go.
In the event of a tie.
You better do the right thing. He's got to remind me now.
We take it to the polls here on @GBagNation. Jump on to Twitter @GBagNation. You can follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio, but what we're going to do here is create an Insta poll, and you can vote on it while we enjoy LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Hopefully we'll announce the winner towards the end if we remember, which is about a 50-50 proposition, at least speaking for myself. Okay, so the poll will be up in just a second. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Hope you guys are enjoying the Expressway. Brought to you by the on-time experts. I got a hump day edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Fire up this funk.
Let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get hot.
The Marine guy showed up first, the Marine recruiter, and I remember he got out of his car in front of my trailer, and I thought Marines had the best uniforms. When I saw him in that uniform, I said, damn, that looks sweet. I told my mom, I'm gonna join the Marines. Then he walked in my trailer, he was like, Gary, we are the few, the proud, I go, what's that mean? He goes, pops off. We the first ones in. We the few. I was like, ooh, I'd rather be part of the many. I'm good on that. Hey, you trying to be first for us. Pace yourself. Slow down. I'm not trying to be first in the fight. You know what's popping off. You the first one in the fight.
Yeah.
Who's second or third? I'll join the third. I ain't trying to join the first. Who's third? I'll join third. I ain't trying to join first. I'll join third. Honestly, the Navy recruiter, he was just the most honest. He didn't promise me nothing but a flight out. That's all he promised me. Because the Navy recruiter walked in my trailer and looked around and went, I can get you out of this. Just put down my trailer. And then he didn't tell me what I was going to do in the Navy or nothing. I said, what will my job be? I said, what will my job be? He goes, what's it matter? Look where you at right now. I'll go with you.
Wednesdays.
Yeah. Still celebrating Veterans Day, baby. I'm still celebrating. This is LA Live for Wednesday, November 12th, 2025. It is a butt-naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today and seeing the future. You've seen it. And Miss Badu will let you know, I've done my math today. I, too, have done my math today. Peace to the guys and Earths out there, all 5% of y'all. I have a question for our military Tolos. But first, LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Did y'all fellas catch the Northern Lights at all? Anybody?
Man, it wasn't in my neck of the woods.
God, I'm so disappointed.
I'm hoping tonight, because I know like Decatur got it last night. I think Rockwall, maybe people got to see it.
Somebody in Rockwall.
Saw some amazing photos, dude.
I can't believe we had it here.
I know. I think we might get a chance tonight, though.
What time? Does it start at a certain time?
It's not going on right now from what I can tell. Last night seemed like later on, maybe after 10.
Oh, after 10? Okay.
Yeah, it seemed like a late night thing. I had no idea until I woke up and seen it on the timeline. Yeah, I had no idea. Because I was watching Death by Lightning.
Yes. Oh, you made it.
I was watching Death by Lightning.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I fell asleep on the third episode.
Nice.
Because, you know, your body lies to you. Yeah. Hey, man, just go ahead and get a little cozy right there.
Yeah.
Put that weighted blanket on. You'll be all right. You can finish the rest of this series.
Sure. Just side sleep right there, one eye.
Gone out of it. But, yeah, man, that was good. Great cast. Yes. I can't wait to get back in it. Michael Shannon. Nick Offerman is in that joint. Yeah, your man from, what's the HBO show? You mentioned him?
Yes, with Nucky Thompson.
Not Nucky. No. With Shiv. He's married to Shiv in the show.
Oh, yeah, Succession.
Yes!
Yeah, Succession.
Yes. He is acting his behind off.
Yeah.
Charlie Get Out.
Yes.
Yeah, Charlie Get Out is his nickname.
That guy is amazing. But the other guy was in Boardwalk Empire, like the main Congressman Garfield.
Yeah.
He was the Fed agent trying to chase down Nucky Thompson, I believe, back then.
Yeah. Michael Shannon.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know the names, not me.
Yeah, I mean, barely.
I'll leave it to you.
Barely, bro.
Yeah, Michael Shannon.
Yeah, you're right, Lil.
She's an Irishman, yeah.
They were calling Ulysses S. Grant a scandalous grifter. I've never heard of any of this. And in the 5th grade, I did a study on that guy, and none of that ever came up in those books we had in the library of school.
That's right. Yeah.
No scandals.
War hero.
Yeah. No scandals, man.
Papers were better before the internet.
It must have been, bro.
Yeah, 3/4 of the nation's revenue was coming through the port in New York. And they just used that to basically have a vice grip on the White House in Washington, D.C. for like most of Grant's 3 or 4 terms. He'd been there for a while.
Good. Yeah, that show was really good. I can't wait to get back in it. It reminds me of the show on HBO called The Gilded Age. Yeah, but that's like the 20s, I believe.
Oh, wow. That's my era.
Yeah, I believe that's the 20s, but it's really good. It's
really
really
good during Prohibition.
Yeah, speakeasies.
Yeah.
Hiding the liquor.
Yeah, I'd have been one of those guys.
Transporting it.
Yeah.
Hey, man, those people became empires. Man.
Rockefeller. Well, it's the Kennedys.
The Kennedys.
The Kennedys were, yeah.
All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a bucket naked Wednesday.
I think the Mariners, too, the owners of the Giants.
Really?
Were bootleggers, yeah.
That's crazy because that's totally illegal.
That's how they paid for the Giants.
Totally illegal.
Yeah.
Got a question for the Tolos, especially the military Tolos, the veterans. Shout out to y'all, man. What's a military habit you can't shake? It's a military habit you can't shake. You don't have to go to the military to pick up military habits either. You could be, friends with a guy. You could watch a whole lot of military movies. You can just know some things. Whatever the case may be. What's a military habit you can't shake? I asked it to Tolos that follow me on Facebook, and I got answers like devouring a plate of food like it's trying to run away from me.
Yeah.
I think I got that one.
I do too.
I couldn't think of anything, but I definitely have that one.
Yeah, you got to eat fast in the military, especially in boot camp.
Because you got to be somewhere like in 10 minutes.
You got a schedule.
Yeah.
And in my division, we had to wait till everybody sat down before you could eat.
Everybody stands up, right? And then you sit down at the same
all
time.
At the same time.
They do that to service academies, too. They all stand up, and then they sit down together. And
you got to sit there and stare at that plate.
Yeah, just staring at it, and please don't be fumbling around with your fork and everything. Come on, man, get down and sit down so we can eat. Yeah. Setting out my clothes the next day, down to my pair of socks. Yeah, set out the clothes.
How about smoking?
Yep, nicotine is on here. Nicotine addiction is 100% on here.
Yeah.
That was your only break. The smoke break? The
Yeah.
smoke deck, bro? That was your only break? Yeah, I got to go smoke again.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Yeah, I know I just came from smoking, but I got to go smoke again.
I mean, that was a life hack back in the day. Yeah, smokers get more breaks.
Yeah, that was the thing. What's a military habit you can't seem to shake? Tolo says, paranoid when I walk on grass.
Oh, wow.
You can't walk on grass on that base.
Oh, it's like being at College Station.
you gotta walk on the sidewalks.
Yeah, they
and
walk on the
whatnot.
sidewalks. They'll yell at you at Texas A&M for walking on the grass.
Really?
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they got dudes at A&M that just run around. It's like it's their job to basically decleat you.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly.
Yeah.
What's a military habit you can't seem to shake? Tolo says, writing in capital letters. I still have that. Yeah, you write in capital letters. Forever internal clock that automatically wakes you up before 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yep.
How about yes, sir, no, ma'am?
All the time.
Politeness.
All the time. I got that from the South.
Okay,
my parents,
that's not a military thing?
But, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you got to say yes, sir, no, sir, know their ranking and everything, and say that when you talk to them.
Yeah.
Yep. That forever internal clock, I still wake up without the alarm clock before 6 a.m. It's from boot camp, boy. We used to get up there and run 3 miles before the sun comes. I'm talking about we're done. We're back before the sun even came up. Oh, my God.
Lucius did
Cold
like the
bro.
movies and stuff where they walk in with the trash cans and bang them around and stuff. Is that how they woke you guys up? and stuff like that?
Yeah. That's, I mean, after a while, they don't. There's like a little alarm that goes off in there.
Yeah.
Scare the hell out of you, not used to it. But yeah, the first few nights you might get a little crazy and hit some trash cans, especially the people who aren't getting up when they're supposed to get up.
Especially the Astros fans, too.
What's a military habit you can't seem to shake? Tolo says, taking off my hat as I walk indoors.
Yeah, there you
can't
go.
wear your covers indoors.
There you go.
Another Tolo says, alcoholism.
Oh.
Yeah, that's definitely some military vibes.
I believe that.
Is it in every
branch?
Every branch, every division, every platoon?
I mean, listen, I know in boot camp in the Navy, we sang about drinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we marched and worked out singing about beer. Tiny bubbles in my beer. Yeah, it's all about alcoholism. What else? Telling people they look like a soup sandwich.
That's hilarious. Bleeped up like a soup sandwich.
Yeah. We used to call people S-bags. What be an S-bag, bro? Cussing a lot in every sentence I say is a military habit this Tolo cannot shake. Making my feet match the same pace as the person I'm walking with. Keeping that cadence. I got
making your bed. Did we say that already?
Absolutely, you got to make that bed every day. No, nobody said that one, but you got to make that bed a certain way too. You got to fold it. The military folds at the very end.
I wonder if people do that still today. That in the military, you make your bed every day, every morning.
I get up and make my bed every morning.
I do too, but I'm not. I wasn't in the military, but
no, you're good for you. You're raised right there, son.
Yeah.
Then my dogs jump in the bed and mess it up as I make it
That's
up.
okay.
Making my feet match. I got a military cadence joke for you right here, guys.
I don't get how people can't graduate boot camp. They show you how to fold your pants, turn it in. Gotta be like, I can't figure it out. I said, motherfucker just showed us. He gave us the answer to the test. You know what I mean? I don't get it. Only thing I did not like about boot camp, you gotta march everywhere. You gotta march to breakfast, lunch, dinner, the field, class. Marching ain't bad. It all depends on your cadence card. You get a good cadence card, it's easy. You definitely, I prefer a white guy, myself. I prefer a white cadence card. Because white guys, we just trying to get there. We ain't trying to do too much. Just left, right. I don't want a black guy calling cadence in boot camp. Black guy's trying to get a guy record deal in boot camp and we had one dude, never said it right. We hot for 4 weeks to breakfast.
That's good. Yeah. What's a military habit you can't see him to shake? This Tolo says, I sit in the room. I can't sit in the room unless I see every entrance and exit of that room.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is that a special forces thing or just everybody?
I don't know. I feel like I do that. I wasn't even taught that. I just had to know. I just got to know. And I'm not going to sit with my back towards the entrance. That's for sure.
You did in a restaurant too, Lucius?
Yep. I want to see that entrance.
Yeah,
I'm looking right at it.
Yeah.
What else we got? Military habits. Having nothing in my right hand while walking. Yeah, you can't have anything in your right hand, by the way. Caffeine addiction. Yeah. Using Blue Falcon as everyday